now we're going to have Ralph Paulin lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. So I'm going to invite the clerk to conduct the roll call.
Good morning. Supervisor Brown?
Here.
Supervisor McCowan?
Here.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Here.
Supervisor Williams?
Here.
Chair Haschak?
Here.
Thank you.
All right, we have two proclamations today. So I'm going to start off with the proclamation of the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors recognizing the centennial of American Legion Lewis White Post 76 and declaring March 1st, 2020 as American Legion Lewis White Post 76 Centennial Day in Mendocino County. Whereas the American Legion was chartered by the United States Congress in 1919 as a patriotic veterans organization devoted to mutual helpfulness and founded on the four pillars of care for veterans, a strong national defense, Americanism, and support for children and youth. And whereas the American Legion has played the leading role in initiatives that have affected the lives of Americans in every community from the United States flag code to the GI Bill. And whereas American Legion Lewis White Post 76 was named in honor of Lewis White, who made the ultimate sacrifice on the field of battle during World War I. And whereas Lewis White Post has been a staunch advocate for veterans and their families since its founding in 1920. And whereas Lewis White Post 76 has advanced the mission of the American Legion since 1920 through various programs, including annual sponsorship of 2 scholarships to attend Boys State, American Government Educational Camp, 2 annual $500 college scholarships, support for the Ukiah Veterans Emergency Fund, financial and adult leadership support for local scouting programs, support for patriotic holiday ceremonies and events, support for the State Street flag display, instruction in local schools on patriotic history and flag etiquette, and celebration of national patriotic holidays. And whereas American Legion Lewis White Post 76 is celebrating its centennial in 2020, now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Mendocino hereby recognizes and proclaims March 1st, 2020 as American Legion Lewis White Post 76 Centennial Day in Mendocino County. Dated this day and signed by the chair. I'd just like to say thank you to all of you. My son's in the Marines. Both my parents were Army veterans, and it's a great thing that you do for our community. So thank you very much. If you'd like to come up, I'll issue the proclamation and we'll get a picture.
Army and Air Force.
So yeah, there we go. Okay. Everybody together? Okay. 1, 2, 3.
It's great.
Michael presented on, do you want to talk about your event on Saturday?
Well, yes, I'd be happy to just announce
Okay,
that.
come up to the microphone. On the other-
Board members and audience, this coming Sunday afternoon from 2 to 4, we have an open house and free ice cream social to the public and anyone interested at the Veterans Memorial Building on Seminary Lane in Ukiah, and we'd be happy to have you all there to celebrate with us. There'll be some displays, a little entertainment, and the presentation of some awards. So that's Sunday, this coming Sunday, 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock at the Veterans Hall. Come on down and get an ice cream sundae. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now we have adoption of a proclamation recognizing March 2020 as Women's History Month in Mendocino County. And Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proclamation of the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors recognizing March 2020 as Women's History Month in Mendocino County. Whereas in March 1983, the first Women's History Gala celebration in Mendocino County was held in the Anderson Valley High School. Thereafter, each year, it's been held in the city of Ukiah, the seat of Mendocino County, with the celebration this year marking its 37th anniversary. And whereas the Mendocino Women's Political Coalition and the American Association of University Women Ukiah are the co-sponsors of the Women's History Gala celebration to take place on Sunday, March 1st, 2020 at the Saturday Afternoon Club. The public is invited to attend. And whereas the aforementioned women's organizations continue to work to increase and acknowledge the roles of women at all levels of the community and public service, and to become knowledgeable about issues that affect their equality, and to foster networks that extend and expand the creative, social, and political strength of women. And whereas promoting and celebrating the equality and achievements of all women continue to be at the core of the 2020 celebration of Women's History Month, the tradition of the annual Women's History Gala celebration is to recognize and honor particular women who exemplify each year's designated theme for contributions in their communities through their fields of work. And whereas Valiant Women of the Vote is the theme for this year's event, celebrating the women who have fought for a woman's right to vote in the United States and the 100th year passage of the 19th Amendment to the United States Constitution, officially giving women that right. The 2020 theme also recognizes the intersecting forms of discrimination women have faced and continue to face throughout the American history, and celebrates the diverse women who have fought and continue to fight discrimination at all levels and in all forms. And whereas the women to be honored at the 37th Annual Women's History Gala celebration who embody this year's theme are Jackie Oresco, Barbara Bristol, and Carrie Durkee, with each being recognized for their work of strengthening the vote. Now therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Mendocino hereby proclaims March 2020 as Women's History Month in Mendocino County, dated February 25th, 2020, and signed by our chair, John Haschak. I'd like the women to come up so we can present these, and I know at least several of us are, the honorees are here, so I'd like to invite you all up.
Stand in the back.
Okay.
Am I a tall one or a short one?
Can you see here? Yeah, you can kind of hide out. Want to come over on this side? There we go.
You can come all the way over. Oh, there's a wall there.
That's a lot. Whatever's easiest. Okay. Great. Okay. All right, everybody. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Here we go. All right, thank you.
Go, and we're gonna see how you ladies. I did it without the cake.
I'd like to thank the Board of Supervisors for recognizing March as Women's History Month, and I'd like to invite you all to come to a great celebration that's happening this Sunday at noon at the Ukiah Saturday Afternoon Clubhouse. Please join us. 100 years of women getting the vote. Pretty fabulous.
Okay.
Chair Hush,
Yes.
I would just
Supervisor.
like to say that we have two great events going on the same day in Ukiah, just a few blocks apart, so everyone can make both. Okay, thank you.
All right, moving on to public expression. So are there any comments from the public? And I think we have a special presentation right now.
Good morning, Board. My name is Ann Nordike. I am the Chief Deputy Clerk for the Colusa County Board of Supervisors Office. Today I'm here on behalf of the California Clerk of the Boards Association. I am Region 1 Chair. It's come to our attention that one of your senior deputy clerks is going to be retiring, and I have the distinct honor and pleasure of being here today to present Carla with her certificate from CCBSA as a token of our association's appreciation. Okay, Carla, if you could come down here. Okay, well, there you go, my dear.
Wait, hold on, I'm totally crying.
That's okay. 1, 2, 3.
Maybe we should get a picture with the board.
I would love to. I would love to. And
Yeah.
I also just want to say just a couple words if you don't mind.
Okay.
Carla Van Hagen, for the last time, Senior Deputy Clerk of the Board. And I promised myself I wouldn't cry today, but here we are.
I am.
I'd just like to thank, first of all, the California Clerk of the Board Association for recognizing me. They're a great organization. They provide professional network for all California clerks of the board. We can share resources as far as education experiences, tips, tricks, and their annual conference is not to be missed because it's the one opportunity to network with people of your same profession, and it's just been a wonderful organization. I've been very proud to be a part of it, and I plan to stay active in it as an alumni. So I'm very honored. Thank you. And then to the Board of Supervisors and to my colleagues, I want to thank you for the last 5 years. I have learned so much here. I have been humbled and honored to be part of your meetings, to be colleagues, and to call you all my friends. And I will miss you all very much. And that's all I'm going to say because I'm crying now. Thank you. I'm such a hot mess. Hi.
Hi.
I would have worn a dress if I
Carrie.
knew this was happening. Okay, everybody. 1, 2, and 3. Let me get out of here. Oh. Thank you. Bless your heart.
Can't leave yet, Carla.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I've said it a number of times before, the public has no idea what is involved in being the clerk of the board or clerk of the board staff. You see us in the meetings. When we adjourn, our work is done for that meeting, and the work of the clerk of the board is only beginning, because then they have to execute all the documents that we've dealt with, track all the things we've directed. There's an equal amount of preparation goes into the meeting before it starts to get ready for the meeting. I think there's about a 3-page checklist of of what happens just when you to get ready to turn the lights on. And that's not all the work of the documents, getting them ready. That's just simply opening up the meeting. So it's a very complex job. There's a lot of documents that are critical that we deal with, and they have to be properly dealt with, and that's what Clerk of the Board staff does. And that's a very lengthy preamble to saying I've been familiar with the Board of Supervisors and its operations over the last several decades. I think Carla Van Hagen may be the all-around superstar of Clerk of the Board, so thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. All right.
Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, sir. And I'll second the motion.
All right.
We're going to miss you.
Thank you. I'll miss you as well. Thank you very much.
Okay, John Sakowitz.
John Sakowitz, El Dorado, Ukiah, 1st District. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, supervisors. Good morning, county staff, and congratulations to all those who received proclamations today. I'm here to ask the same question that I asked at the last meeting on February 4th, and that is, are county funds being used to pay for the defense of county executives, for example, the county CEO, county HR director, county Health and Human Services director, who may have broken the law or violated county policy, and who were subsequently named as respondents in a complaint or defendants in a lawsuit? In other words, do county executives have blanket indemnity, and are we, the taxpayers, being asked to bear the cost of defense for county executives who may have broken the law or violated policy? And will county taxpayers also end up for paying million-dollar settlements? Another way to ask the question is, does the county protect employees from suffering expenses in direct consequence for not doing their jobs? Isn't any contract or agreement, expressed or implied, made by the county to any employee become null and void when the law is broken or county policy violated? As you know, the county is facing a flood of lawsuits. But in 2 of these lawsuits, the one filed by former Public Health Director Barbara Howe and former Agricultural Commissioner Harinder Jurwal, county executives have been named personally as respondents in the lawsuit, not just in their official capacities, but personally as well. I ask this question because these legal defenses and these settlements may run in the millions of dollars. I look forward to an answer from County Council. Thank you.
Okay. Any other public comment? Okay. Seeing none, we're going to move on to the consent calendar. And I'd just like to say about 4K, the GMO issue. And just to be clear, to clarify some issues with it, there were certainly lots of comments after it got brought up, the last meeting, and then it's coming back this meeting on the consent calendar. And so on February 26, 2019, the Board of Supervisors adopted an urgency ordinance establishing a temporary moratorium on cultivation of genetically modified organisms. A second urgency ordinance extending the temporary moratorium was adopted by the Board of Supervisors on April 9, 2019. Intro and waive reading of this ordinance came before the Board of Supervisors on February 4, 2020. The item on today's agenda is a formality to adopt the ordinance introduced on February 4th, which is adopting the new Chapter 10A.15A. On February 4th, 2020, the board also gave direction to staff to continue to work with various stakeholder groups regarding potential additional changes to the definitions in the ordinance. Staff has had initial meetings with stakeholders on this matter, and additional meetings will occur. Staff will bring forward any further amendments to the definitions in Chapter 10A.15A at a separate board meeting in the future. So I hope that that clarifies a little bit about the process for that item about the GMOs. Item 5D will be heard right after lunch. And so that's because the consultant, the architectural firm, is going to be here, and it should not take much time. And we do have the timed item at 1:30 for the equity and the cannabis ordinance, but we'd like to squeeze in that item 5D right before that. So I hope that makes sense. Okay, so going back to agenda item number 4, the consent calendar. Supervisor Williams.
I move we accept the consent calendar, approve the consent calendar.
Second?
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, vote by the button, or vote by the button anyway. Okay. Right.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. And item 5C has been withdrawn at the request of Human Resources. So we're moving on to item 5A. So, discussion and possible action to waive boards and commissions residency and voter registration requirement and appoint 1, Richard Swedberg as EMS aircraft provider representative to the Emergency Medical Care Committee, and 2, Paul Duncan as EMS dispatch provider for Mendocino County representative to the Emergency Medical Care Committee. Okay, the sponsor is the Executive Office. Okay.
Good morning.
Would you like to speak to that?
Mr. Chair, Janelle Rao, Deputy CEO. There was supposed to be representation from the Human Resources or the HHSA agency, but what you have before you is a request to waive the residency requirement and the registered voter requirement. It was supported by that committee. So at the pleasure of the board, we would be asking that that consideration be given to that.
Okay. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is actually pretty routine. In order to fill mandated slots, it's advantageous occasionally to waive the requirement. Once we have public comment, I'm happy to make a motion.
Okay. Seeing no further comments from the board, we'll go to public comment. Seeing no public comment, I invite a motion.
I move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All right, we're going to vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Very good. On to item 5B. Discussion and possible action, including approval of amendment of the Board of Supervisors 2020 Master Meeting Calendar, adding a potential special meeting on Monday, March 23rd, 2020, and/or other dates as directed by the board. And the sponsor is Executive Office.
Again, Janelle Rao, Deputy CEO. You do have an item before you that was a part of a discussion and recommendation of the board to come forward as described in the agenda item. The date that was discussed by the board at their prior meeting on February 4th was March the 23rd. It was suggested that that meeting be held from 1 until 8 p.m. There were some topics that were also included to be considered on that date, one of them being, I believe, a Latina workshop. So it's before the board to consider right now adding that as a meeting to your calendar.
Very good, thank you. Okay, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Supervisor Haschek. I do need to report, since this was discussed about adding a special meeting. I do have another very important meeting that has come up that I really will need to be at. So I will be there for the evening session, may not be there for the midday.
Okay.
So it has to do with the Potter Valley project, and there is a crunch time coming down. So I just want to report that. I'll see how that all goes. I'll start at 7:30 a.m. that morning with that particular group and go forward. So I just wanted to put that out there and let you all know, but since it's a workshop, rather than an action being taken, I feel comfortable we can go forward with it, but I do want you to know I may be absent.
Thank you. Any further comment from the board? All right, so is there public comment on this issue? Seeing none, Supervisor Jurdy.
So I'm sorry to hear about Supervisor Brown's other commitment, but I understand it's a very important commitment, so we understand that. Otherwise, I think this is a good schedule for the board and for the public, so I would support a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Okay, seeing no further discussion, we'll vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right, very good. So public can put that on their calendars for March 23rd, starting at 1 o'clock, going till 8 o'clock. Okay, to deal with emergency medical services and then a workshop on Hispanic issues. Okay, very good. Agenda item number 6D, discussion and possible action including authorization of allocation of $25,000 to the Inland Water and Power Commission to continue the feasibility study of a potential licensing proposal for the Potter Valley project and other related cost. Okay, sponsors are Supervisors Brown and McCowan.
You want me to go first?
Supervisor Brown.
Yes, thank you very much. As you all know, we're in a very critical point that has to do with the Potter Valley project and going before the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. Inland Water and Power Commission has two consultants that are very familiar with the FERC processes and also the process that we're going through. We do need their expertise and advice as we go through this process. So it has been requested of all the member agencies to Inland Water and Power Commission to continue on with these consultants and their work, and the request is for $25,000. Supervisor McCowan?
I really don't have anything to add to that. As you say, it is a critical time. We do have 5 member agencies of IWPC. They will all be matching our contribution. So and it's critical to preserve the opportunity to secure water resources for the county. So hopefully we're all in support of this.
Any other discussion? All right. Public comment? Seeing none, back to the board. Okay, Supervisor Williams.
I move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
All right, very good. Supervisors reports. So would someone like to start this off? And this is item 6A, and you can just see that the schedule we have that we're using doesn't always follow along with the published agenda. And that's because of time considerations, some items that are timed and at a set time, and other issues. So there was some confusion last meeting about that, questioning about it, and it's really, the only thing that we're really set on are the timed issues. So, supervisors' reports, and I hope that we got them in writing this morning. So, would someone like to start?
I'd be happy to, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Brown.
So since our last meeting, and I do not have it all in writing, but since our last meeting, I was a speaker at American Association of University Women. They've had a series of speakers focused on the topic of living well in Mendocino County, covering many aspects and topics of our lives here. The topic for my groups of speakers was making it through and recovering from a disaster. The group I spoke with were Megan Alente, Barbara Alente from the Community Foundation, and Nori Dolan, a Redwood Complex wildfire victim. It was an honor to speak there and answer the questions, and It certainly helped another group of people understand all our roles when a disaster occurs and how you work to get through them. We had the California State Association of Counties Board of Directors meeting. There was special presentations on the governor's January budget. There was a general briefing also from Anna Larry. She's Chief of Staff to Governor Newsom. There was the California Master Plan for Aging. We had the California Director for the Department of Aging speaking. And then we also had a presentation about redistricting insights. And that was from a Mr. Matt Rexroad, and he's a former Yolo County supervisor and has a consulting firm that has worked on redistricting. Action items included consideration of a state and federal legislative priorities for 2020. It was passed by the Board of Directors, and I think most of you know that these are the priorities that are developed by each one of the policy committees in specific areas. There was consideration of support for H.R. 5038, and this has to do with Farm Workforce Modernization Act. That was passed by the board. Also, there was discussion about mental health services and the working group presentation with that. And anyone wanting to look at CSAC's 2020 legislative platform or CSAC's policies and procedures manual, they're all on the site at CSAC. There was a town hall meeting of the for the Redwood Valley County Water District Infrastructure Improvement Project. It was hosted by Senator McGuire and the County of Mendocino. Updates on it would be the restructuring and rebuilding of the infrastructure for the water district within the area that was in the Redwood Valley complex. We had several speakers, including Howard DeShiel, who is actually the project manager, and Granville Poole, who was president of the water district, and then also the consulting engineers. Information included that breaking of ground will begin summer 2020 and expected completion in early 2021. So residents were informed about the communication and notification plan because there will be a disruption in services, and maps were displayed of the engineering plans. And the rebuild of the infrastructure within the footprint of the complex fire is funded 75% by the state through legislation by Senator McGuire and 25% by a FEMA grant obtained by the County of Mendocino. I'm on the committee, but there was a meeting of the Mendocino County Sustainable Ag Lands, and that meeting occurred on Friday, February 14th. And we talked about the grant and going forward. It hasn't been totally awarded yet, but we're expecting it once the contract for the grant is signed. And the actual proposed project include the development of an agricultural component for a future countywide climate action plan, the scaling up of a carbon farm plan and soil health program, and increasing landowner participation in the Williamson Act and conservation easement programs. In addition, the project will collaborate with the housing development community, conduct an education and outreach campaign aimed at raising community awareness about ag land values, and embrace residential development strategies that include considerations for impacts on agricultural land. Also, I participated in almost an all-day meeting with Congressman Huffman, and this had to do with the Potter Valley project. He has an ad hoc committee. Some of the studies were commented on. There's a sediment study. We did hear about some draft results. We'll get some final results once it goes through its vetting process. There was discussion on fish passage and conclusions of that particular work group, and that has to do with Scott Dam and Cape Horn. Also, water supply scenarios with different alternatives for a two-basin solution. And there was a report from the actual project working group that I sit on, and that has to do with a feasibility study for FERC. So it was a very informative meeting. And next on my agenda was Local Agency Formation Commission. It was an executive committee meeting. I chair LAFCO, so I chair the executive committee. And mainly it had to do with putting together our 2020-2021 budget and also looking at the work plan for the consultant. Following that meeting yesterday, I went to the Stepping Up meeting. There was a lot of information exchanged between all the stakeholders in that group, and ideas of how we can come up with more baseline data. And that needs to be formed to make sure that we're addressing mental health in our jail, and also working with probation and jail staff and correction staff and getting the data we need, plus getting the help and services that are needed for those with mental illness in our jail. I also just received from the rural county representatives of California. I sit as your representative on that particular board and with the association, and it is their annual report for 2019, covering much of the work that they've done throughout the year. So any of you would like to look at it, I have it here. I think I've covered it all. Thank you.
Very good, very thorough. Supervisor Jordan.
Okay, so I won't go through every single meeting, but I'll go through quite a few. So, since our last board meeting, we had the monthly meeting of the Sonoma County Sonoma Clean Power, and we at that meeting or after that meeting, I helped set up a meeting with their staff and a group on the coast that is looking at a microgrid for the coast to protect the coast in power shutdowns. Also, I've attended mostly with Supervisor McCowan, probably 3 different meetings on new homeless funding that the state is sending to the county and to the continuum of care. One of those meetings was with City of Fort Bragg's ad hoc committee and city staff. Also attended the monthly Economic Development Finance Committee board meeting, and let's see, also the EDFC West Company and County of Mendocino Move 23 planning meeting, which we have another one tomorrow. It's a strategies for economic development in Mendocino County that's being developed right now. Also attended, let's see, a number of probably 4 or 5 different community meetings, including one hosted by Mendocino Coast Audubon Society on mountain lions in Mendocino County. Attended a stakeholder meeting which included Supervisor McCowan and Sheriff Matt Kendall and probably 10 other people or so, with Congressman Huffman on a roundtable discussion on homelessness. He's doing a listening tour throughout his district on ideas that people have for addressing street-level homelessness, and he was getting ideas from here in Mendocino County and other places on what Congress could do. And then also we had our monthly Mendocino Recycle Board meeting just the other day, last week, and that organization's, I think, functioning very well right now. We did appoint promoted our interim manager to permanent manager, and again, we're not, it's not missing appointments. So in the past, say the Hazelbeal, the employees would call in sick or something and not show up on the coast. She's resolved that issue, and so service is much improved under her leadership. And we also had a hemp stakeholder meeting yesterday. We will be reporting out, I guess it's late in March, we'll have an agenda item for a pilot project. And then also yesterday had the MCOG, the County Transportation Planning Agency, had an executive committee meeting, and I learned that the County Transportation Board for the first time will have housing planning funds. Those funds from the state will be almost equal to the amount that will be going to the county and the cities directly. So altogether, there will be about $800,000 in planning funds countywide for planning for new housing, housing for workforce, wherever we feel the greatest need is to fulfill community needs. And so that was exciting. I want to follow up with county staff and city staff on some ideas on how to spend those funds.
Okay, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a bit of a follow-on to the report on the Homeless Housing and Assistance Program. Those applications were submitted for the continuum of care, approximately $964,000. For the county, approximately $862,000. The budget templates are attached to my report, so you can see what the breakdown was. There's also an attachment on kind of a snapshot of guidance for those funds, describing the general categories and briefly indicating what the funds can be used for. On the county application, we did allocate, and it's important to note all of these numbers are subject to change, both for the continuum of care and for the county. Primarily, this was securing the allocation. So to make sure that those funds will come to Mendocino County. And then prior to the county budget being submitted, that will have to come back to the board with more detail and an opportunity for everyone to weigh in and be board approved before the final request is submitted. So it's expected it'll probably evolve to some degree. But we are recommending that $60,000 be set aside to fund a full-time position at the day center at 1045 South State, building bridges. They currently have 2 people on staff, and with one person having to help people do all their personal care things and another trying to manage everyone who's in there, they struggle to even record the basic data of who's coming in and who's being served. And part of the intent with this new position is to make sure we capture all the data so it can be folded into the homeless management information system, so we know who we're serving, we know what their needs are. And this position will also be able to help with housing navigation, employment navigation, connecting people to services. We also are recommending an additional $50,000 within the county request to further support homeless outreach. There's currently a team operating in Ukiah. Part of these funds will go to hopefully expand that, but also to extend the service to Fort Bragg and outlying areas. So the thought is that this team could, be in Fort Bragg 1 week, could be in Covelo another week, South Coast, so that service is more geographically distributed. On the Huffman ad hoc, just to add to that, on my report, it does include some of the links to some of the studies that Supervisor Brown mentioned, and it really is crunch time for that project. There's a tremendous amount of work being done. By May 14th, the planning agreement partners, of which IWPC, of course, is one, will need to submit the final feasibility report and also the proposed project to FERC. So a lot of work has to happen between now and May 14th, and hopefully a lot of consensus arrived at, and it'll be a challenge. I do want to acknowledge Congressman Huffman. If it were not for his ad hoc group that he started about 2 years ago, I don't think the planning agreement partners would have been able to come into agreement to pursue moving forward with a two-basin solution. So we're really served well with Congressman Huffman. He also led the roundtable, as mentioned. He was, very open to hearing everyone's suggestions. Some of the primary suggestions, not surprisingly, were more funding for housing, basically at all types. So boarding houses, which essentially have gone away because they're no longer economically sustainable for the people operating them. So if there could be funds, because we have, frankly, a lot of people that are loose on the streets, that if they simply had a simple boarding house environment, the quality of their life would improve tremendously. But another thing, of course, is more funding for transitional housing. There's some controversy over that. Some people think it doesn't work. I absolutely believe it does. And then, of course, more permanent housing is one of the snags with transitional housing. After you've timed out, what is there for you to go to? So all of those were thrown out. I think the congressman was very supportive of those. Another idea that was suggested was the ability to use housing vouchers for motel rooms, which currently HUD will not approve a housing voucher unless it's a complete unit with a full kitchen and all of that. The reality is we have many people that are living in some of the older motels. They're no longer really serving tourists. They have a lot of long-term guests that are staying there. They're paying $1,000 or $1,500 a month to live in substandard conditions until they run out of funds and they're out on the street. If they could use a voucher, it would greatly stabilize their living situation, free up funds that they could actually tremendously improve their quality of life. We've seen also things like the Brush Street apartments where funding is channeled down a very narrow lane, and they are struggling to fill those units because they can't find enough people who meet the requirements for that particular funding stream. So the request was to pursue having greater flexibility, at least after the project is built and you find out you can't fill it with the people it was originally intended for. Let's fill it with somebody. Again, the congressman was very receptive to that. One idea that he brought forward to the group in Marin County, apparently the cities, the county, the providers all have an MOU that they've agreed to try and put them all on the same page. What a concept. And I think that has a lot of merit for doing that here. So I'll stop with that. But again, it was a lot of good discussion there. I do want to mention that Senator McGuire held a meeting in Sacramento on the Ukiah Depot project in an effort to get that restarted. Representatives from NCRA and also from the Judicial Council of California. There's going to be a follow-up meeting March 2nd, so we'll see what comes out of that. The Judicial Council finally did take responsibility for their warehouse buildings on the depot property, and they have been demolished. That was kind of a sad story of neglect, but so that has been resolved. I think the only other thing that I want to mention, and there's a number of other items, of course, online, but the North Coast Resource Partnership, which received $4.25 million for planning, has issued RFPs for a number of related proposals. So they're seeking letters of interest for tribal and forest health advisors, forest health and fire management consultant services, and demonstration projects and processes to assist in development of a regional priority plan to identify and implement local and regional projects to improve forest health and increase fire resiliency. The deadline for submission is March 13th. There's a standalone attachment to the supervisors' reports on that. I'm seeing if we can get the links activated in that. But if not, go to the North Coast Resource Partnership website, and you'll see all the information there. Thank you.
Thank you, and your report is online?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I had a question. I genuinely appreciated that report from Supervisor McCowan. Did I hear right that we don't know who we're serving today as far as homeless?
We don't know as comprehensively as we should, but a lot of work is going in to capture that information, but you have to have somebody recording it.
All right. I promise to be brief to make time for 6E, but a few highlights. Supervisor Jurdy and I have been tracking the West and EDFC progress in regards to the EDA contract for economic development. I think it's on track. I think it's going really well. I've been impressed by how much progress has been made in a short time. We've been meeting essentially weekly. EDFC has a interim executive director. They're looking for a full-time new hire, but I think EDFC is also on a good track. On broadband, I met with Huffman. He's doing everything he can to help us. Specifically, we're looking at a $7 billion contract that was awarded to AT&T by Congress in 2012. The lack of rollout in our county has left us with missing infrastructure that is part of the foundation for providing broadband. So we're seeing what we can do to map it, make a compelling argument that we haven't been covered in accord with that contract, and try to determine what next steps may be on getting a timeline. AT&T is working on getting team leads together to come and have a meeting here at our admin center to talk about how AT&T can fit in on next generation broadband deployment. This is more action than I've seen out of AT&T. I think it's a step in the right direction. The surveys from our property tax survey forms are being tallied. West Company arranged the data entry, and it's in collaboration with planning and building so that it'll be in a format that can be plotted on a map to show us what we have and where. I think it's the best $1,000 that we've spent to get this data to provide some accurate maps. The Cannabis Economic Development Ad Hoc, I will be reporting back on March 24th. The item that Supervisor Jurdy and I have been working on is the industrial hemp pilot program. I think County Council has some work to do between now and then. And we had a Hopland MAC meeting last night. I'm going to leave it at that for now. I promise to keep it short.
All right, thank you. And is that online? Is your report, did you upload it?
Actually, I could use some direction about whether we want written reports in advance.
Well,
I understand that it's not, there's some ambiguity.
I think for right now, we're looking at getting the written reports when the board meeting starts. You know, if you could, like this morning, you could have put it online, and that would probably suffice. County Council?
If I may, Mr. Chair, so there's a little bit of ambiguity as to questions as to whether it would create an issue under the Brown Act with respect to distribution in advance. I have been researching that issue. However, putting a written report to the rest of the board at the time of the meeting, I don't see being any sort of concern.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. So I attended quite a few meetings as the Cannabis Cultivation Ad Hoc with staff and also with stakeholders over the past few weeks. You'll see that this afternoon. I attended the Covelo Round Valley area MAC meeting, and also there was a Covelo meeting to discuss the ambulance services there. There is recognition that the lack of advanced life support services in Covelo is draining the 101 corridor of ambulance services. I'm sure we'll hear more about that on March 23rd. But they were actually, well, the sheriff was there, Coastal Valley EMS, Round Valley Indian Health Clinic, Covelo Fire Department, and Ambulance Services were all represented at this meeting, and they are trying to figure out what the path forward is to provide appropriate services within Covelo and not have it drain the rest of the 101 corridor when there is a problem up there. I also met with Mendocino College and MCOE about career and technical education pathways in our schools and college, and we had a discussion. It was a very good discussion about some of the pathways that exist in Fort Bragg, Willits, Laytonville, Ukiah, and how to make that K-12 system articulate with the college system. It's been fruitful. And we're also looking at providing the paramedic training and program at Mendocino College. And hopefully that will provide, they're looking at connecting with some other college who can come in and provide the service, and we can have that, so we can home grow our own paramedics. And then I had a discussion with the department head of Health and Human Services and Public Health, and the HHSA Advisory Board Chair discuss updating the tobacco retail licensing ordinance with the intent to update it with a prohibition on flavored nicotine and cannabis, which are being marketed to youth in our county. The rate of youth using these products and vaping is triple the state average. And so we're looking at bringing this to the board on March 24th. Okay, I also attended the Latinx meeting last week, and the Laytonville Town Hall I had on February 21st. And First Five Mendocino accepted the resignation with sorrow of Roseanne Ibarra. She's going to work for Adventist Health and as a community organizer position, which she'll be great in. And the offer, there was an offer made to replace her with an acting executive director, and we'll see what the results are from that. Also, there was a planning grant for 10 Mile Creek up north of Laytonville that they won this grant after many years of persistence. The neighborhoods got this planning grant for $170,000 to look at the construction of a bridge over that creek, which is a important spawning ground for salmon and steelhead. And so that's a very positive step forward. And I attended the Sherwood Firewise Council last week, I think. So with that, we're going to, like I talked earlier about the agenda, and since we have some time now, we're going to move on the agenda. We're going to go to item 5E, which is discussion and possible action, including acceptance of the presentation of the Phase 1 report of the Mendocino County Parks Needs Assessment by Blue Point Planning, and approval of budget allocation of approximately $60,000 in the 2020-2021 fiscal year to complete Phase 2 of the Parks Needs Assessment. So the sponsor is the Executive Office and the Cultural Services Agency. So I'm going to turn this over to Megan Duquette.
Thank you. Chair, hashtag, members of the board. Megan Duquette, Parks Needs Assessment Project Coordinator. In June of 2019, the board approved a contract with Blue Point Planning to start Phase 1 of the Parks Needs Assessment. This is the first time the county has ever done a Parks Needs Assessment since our parks were first developed 47 years ago. This assessment is also the first real investment in the parks planning the board has provided in nearly 30 years since the county had a designated parks department, which has existed from 1973 to 1991. So this morning you will hear from Mindy Craig, principal of Blue Point Planning, who will provide a presentation based on the findings of the first phase of the Parks Needs Assessment. Following the presentation, we can take questions as well as discuss staff's recommendation for next steps, including approving Phase 2 and the funding for next fiscal year.
Good morning. Thank you. My voice is a little rough because of getting over a cold, so hopefully it won't croak too much as we go through this. As Megan said, this was our first phase, and there were 3 real key points of this.
Can you say your name, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's Mindy Craig with Blue Point Planning. Sorry. So there were 3 key pieces of the needs assessment that we've done in this first phase. One was a physical assessment. So we went and visited every single park. We did a GPS analysis and highlighted every piece of amenities and assessed the entire park. We did a policy assessment. So we understood what the staffing, operations, fees, how things were going on in the different parks through the county. And then we also did with people. So what were the demographics of the community? What are the trends? And we heard also from people directly about what their parks were like. So we're going to go over all of that and give you our findings of of what this assessment means. So there are 6 parks that the county owns and operates. It's about 583 acres. And there's 3 unimproved access areas. They're small, tiny spaces that are often just give you access to some water. We'll talk a little bit about that. You have 3 community parks, and that means that they're closer to sort of urban or populated areas. They have picnic areas, dog parks, playgrounds, ball fields, kind of more sort of typical park areas that you might think of in a community. And you also have 3 regional parks, which are larger, open space areas, lots of wooded, beautiful nature access. Again, with picnic areas, we also have camping and swimming. So one of the key things we did was we wanted to look at what are the other counties around you or similar to you doing in terms of their parks. So we picked 6 different counties, many of your neighboring counties, Lake County, Yuba, Humboldt, and Tehama, all because they have about the same kind of population as you do, and they have varying degrees of number of county parks. But you'll see that, Tuolumne and Yuba and Tehama are very similar. You have that kind of 6+3. Humboldt has far more than you do. But you can also see that they're all kind of about the same level of population. And the acreage, again, is something that's very different. And the other thing that's also very, very different is our budgets and the revenues that the parks are given and operated in. I will have you look at the one that says budget per acre. I think this is a really important piece and really kind of gives you a bit of an aha, which is Mendocino on general pays about $377 an acre to maintain and staff and program parks. As you look down, Tehama is more like $765 an acre. Lake is about $1,600 an acre, and so on. So in this grouping of comparable counties, Mendocino County has the lowest budget per acre of maintenance of their parks. Another thing we did is NRPA is the National Recreation and Parks Association. They set a lot of great standards for parks, for operations, and they have a program to do an operational risk assessment. So the county did that with the help of Megan. And the challenge that came out was clearly that Mendocino County is at risk for the level of maintenance and operations that we currently have. So, quote, your agency's ability to deliver high quality park and recreation amenities and services to all members of your community in the future is at high risk. And this is primarily due to lack of funding to do the physical upgrades and replacing failing equipment, problems with sort of upkeep with garbage and bathroom maintenance. A lot of this is because everything is so far apart and because of lack of staff. The increased fire and safety issues, particularly in the remote parks where there's illegal fires, some overgrown vegetation and dying trees. And then just the inability to maintain the parks because of our staffing. And finally, there's also a lack of ability to collect fees that might pay some of those other costs because, again, we don't have the systems in place to do that. So quickly going into our community input. So we had an online survey that was open for a little over a month. We had over 520 respondents, which was great. There had community meetings throughout the county. And we had an online website where people could go and learn about the parks, get to the survey. We also utilized and leveraged the library book mobile so we could have additional outreach to the county. And we had events and information posted at the city's website, the Facebook page, and at the libraries as well. So we had a lot of different touch points. Obviously, big county, how do we do that? This seemed pretty good in terms of getting a lot of group of people. some of the key themes we heard from the community is the need for public safety improvements, looking at how do we address the transient populations in the parks and continue to have safety and feel welcoming in those parks, that overall maintenance and cleanliness in the restrooms, more accessibility to the parks, and partnerships and coordination. This is a great concept, and I think this will be maybe a trend we hear today, which is there's so many passionate people in the community who love these parks that they really want to partner with the county to be volunteers and to work with you on various levels of everything from trail maintenance to helping to be stewards of the parks. And that's a really exciting piece that we heard a lot about. There's a lot of interest in having an indoor recreation facility, community gardens, a pool, more horseback riding opportunities, better signed trails, a skate park, and also more parks, particularly in the northeast part of the county where there is not much service. So I'm going to go over our existing parks assessment, and again, we'll have time for questions if there's more. I'm going to go over this relatively quickly. There's two things that you'll hear from me multiple times. One is that your parks are gorgeous. They're absolutely beautiful. The natural environment and potential on all of these is great. And then on the other side, it has, because the parks has not been sort of a focus, there's a lot of maintenance issues and a lot of needs there. So those are these two pieces that we'll hear a lot about. So I'm just going to go over each one of the parks briefly. So Bower Park over in Gualala is a beautiful park, has lots of natural elements and community assets that are really loved by that community. However, there's a lot of dying trees there that it's just the end of their lives. It's not that anything's happened necessarily, it's the end of their lives. The facilities are in disrepair. There's things like the hardscapes are cracked because of everything from water issues just to time. There's a great opportunity to renovate this park, to move some of the things around, enhance some of those natural environments, to really create an even better enhanced community park. And work with that neighborhood. And there's a lot of people in this community, again, who want to work with the county to make this a really fabulous place. Faulkner Park, so this is just outside of Boonville. It's kind of maybe the least known gem of your parks. It's a large open space. There's several trails here. Again, absolutely gorgeous natural environment. Many people will drive by it as they're going between Ukiah and Boonville. Out to the coast without knowing it's there. And that's a challenge because people just don't know how to use it. There's nothing really clear about signage, what's here, how do I use this? So how can we maintain this park that's sort of out in the middle of nowhere? That was a question that we thought a lot about. Again, you have a really positive community group around there who are very interested in being stewards of this. They're working with CAL FIRE to look at how to create additional funding to help with vegetation management and make it a more resilient place. One of the things they have as an idea is, can we make this a refuge for fire trucks and at the same time create a space for the public to use as better parking and to enhance visitation. So there's a couple really neat concepts here to make this beautiful park a more of an asset. And there's a nature trail there that's also really fantastic if we could rehabilitate that for students and other people to learn more about nature. Indian Creek Park is right in Boonville. This is a very nice park, beautifully maintained, generally speaking. It's well used. It's our one place where we have camping still. There's 10 different sites there, plus there's trails and access to the river where people can go swimming. They are surrounded by several businesses who do hospitality, who are also really interested in helping to become stewards of this park. There's a lot of concerns about potential illegal fires. There's nobody there to oversee the camping and what goes on there, so there's some challenges. But this community engagement might actually help to change that. The other thing is it's the only park that really has any revenue coming in, but we think that there's a lot more opportunity here if there was some more official system in place to actually get those fees both for day use and for camping. There's also a potential to have more reservations, because right now you don't really know if you're coming out here if you can get a spot, and nobody knows about it if they're not really local. So a lot of opportunities here again. Low Gap Park, obviously right here in Ukiah. This park is loved, tons and tons of uses, many, many different amenities from the archery. There's the Frisbee golf is used all the time by all ages. There's a beautiful dog park that's fairly new. A lot of picnic areas, again, very well used. However, there are a lot of facilities that have been broken down. There's an amphitheater that has had a fence around it for a long time that really is dangerous. There's an old caretaker shack and restroom that is out of, that also has been fenced. So there's potential need to get rid of those things or repair them. There's also some ecological restoration issues. There's a lot of great trails and great views from here, but there's a lot of erosion at the same time. So again, we're balancing these two pieces, this beautiful park, a lot of great amenities, but again, with needed maintenance. So there's also an opportunity here with the group picnic area to enhance that, to redo a new shade cover, because that was lost some time ago, and create a better opportunity for both rentals, community uses. It's a really perfect place for the community to come together and create gathering space. Mill Creek, also an incredible asset. It's over 400 acres of parks. Most people go there and they see the dam and they go swimming and there's fishing and people love that. But there's also incredible hiking trails all the way up to the top, and you can look over the valley into Ukiah. Not many people know about it. It's kind of another secret that is here. Same with the group picnic areas. Lots of beautiful areas, but not as used as it could be. So there is a bit of issue around oversight and people partying up there, leaving trash, and concerns about safety. People don't feel as safe going there and using the park because they don't know what's up there and what's happening. So there should benefits for wayfinding and improving a lot of the amenities there just to increase visibility and usefulness. Also having some sort of a reservation capability so people could reserve the picnic areas more effectively, and having maintenance staff who could come during the weekends to take care of it once that's done. And finally, there's a lot of erosion around the dam/lake that should be taken care of. Lions Club Park is in Redwood Valley. Also very nice park, very well used, very well maintained. Lots and lots of people come there for picnics, just for community areas. They unfortunately did have vandalisms of the bathrooms, and they were pretty much destroyed on the inside. I know this county did quickly go back and they were replacing those. Here, there's a less of a need, sort of an urgent need for improvements, but there's benefits to adding some shaded areas. Bringing back the dog park was brought up. I'm not sure that's really going to be everyone's going to support that, but that was one idea. Having more of a registration system again for those picnic areas, and they have 2 small half-court basketballs, maybe getting a whole basketball court there. So this is one of the access areas. It's a swimming hole. It's literally a whole beautiful place if you want it, you were hot, but it's surrounded by housing, and it was in the fires area. So there was a lot of damage in terms of both the pathway, the fencing. So it's dangerous right now. It's not open to the community, and really there's no parking. So the question here is, do we close this off? Is it really a good idea for the county even to hold this open? Because again, of the neighborhood and lack of access. McKee Parkway is a much longer area. It's along the Russian River, and we have access. It's got a very linear park. There's several large parking areas where people can get off and walk down into the Russian River. Not all spaces around that Russian River are safe. There's some really, really fast areas where I understand some time ago there had been someone who had died. So there's a concern here again about safety, access, erosion. There used to be pathways that were more formal going down to the river. Those have been eroded in many cases. So again, beautiful spot, but some challenges in terms of how do we actually manage that access? How do we deal with the trash and people interacting there? And last but not least, this is a kind of an open fishing area under the bridge on Vichy Springs. This one is pretty open. There isn't, it's pretty easy to get to. One might be able to do kayaks here. People use it for fishing, so not a whole bunch of need for doing a lot here unless there was some desire to do some more formal kayak or some launching here, but it's definitely a fine place for people to go and fish and enjoy the river. All right, so leaving the parks, wanted to go to this policy and operations assessment. So the big concern is how do we establish adequate funding and staffing for the maintenance and operations of these parks and any future parks? The community really wanted to have more parks, so how do we even do that? So how do we support events and rentals, both from a staffing and a kind of technology? We need the physical upgrades and enhancements, ongoing garbage and maintenance, and then the fire and safety issues, which really, as we all know, is a really challenge, especially as climate continues to make things hotter and drier. We really need dedicated funding for people. So we often think about capital funding, and there are actually some sources of capital funding that we've talked with, the state parks bonds are out there, but it's that ongoing funding for people and operations, which is a big miss. An online reservation system would be an opportunity for the county to actually capture some revenues and pay for some of those things, and that's missing. Again, I'll bring up this community partnerships. There's so many people out there who are willing and interested in working. Up at Mill Creek, I did not talk about, but the BLM manages the land across the street from Mill Creek, and they're really interested in continuing to work with us in the county. So also the idea of creating adopt-a-park programs, creating other stewardship opportunities, really having a strong volunteer program that can be overseen by staff so we can enhance and expand what you're doing. Figure out what kind of strategic uses are. And I mean that, like out at Faulkner, what is the use that we can handle and manage given how remote it is? So how can we make sure that the uses are going to fit with your operation capabilities and having those fees and operations in line with what the community can pay and needs? Obviously, maybe some new models for bathrooms. Instead of having flush toilets everywhere, can we do what the state parks do and have like pit toilets? Or outhouses, something different than having running water that's hard to maintain. And then there's a whole opportunity out there for additional programs, summer camps, nature programs, a lot of community services out there that the county could think about doing if it was so inclined. So I'm going to stop my point there, and I'm going to turn over back to Megan.
So first, I want to say thank you, Megan Duquette, the project coordinator for the needs assessment. I want to thank the board and everyone for being involved in this process, for specifically working to help our parks needs assessment through the survey as well as stakeholder meetings. I truly appreciate your support and help through that process. And in terms of next steps and how we go forward, I think that there's three main takeaways. And the first is that our parks are at risk. We have nearly 30 years of deferred maintenance in our parks, and our current parks model is not viable for the health and sustainability of our parks. Two, I think we need to quantify how much some of these things are going to cost, and to address facility maintenance and improvements, as well as the order of magnitude for every park. And I also think this will help us be more competitive when we have these grant applications, where we can see how much something is going to cost and make that more competitive. And three, I think we need some strategic planning for our parks. We need to identify funding mechanisms and revenue sources and look at different operation models potentially that will meet the needs of our parks and the needs of the public who enjoy our parks. So in summary, we have 6 parks and 3 public access areas that the county is not able to provide proper maintenance for, and which can pose a potential health and safety risk for the public if they're not addressed. And so what we're asking for today is that you invest approximately $60,000 for phase 2. That's roughly $6,600 per park. And I think phase 2 will enable us to quantify the costs associated with facility improvement and strategically plan for the future of our parks by looking at funding and revenue sources and operation models for future decision making that the board may choose to do. So last couple remarks, from reading our survey, from attending these stakeholders meetings throughout the county, I want to share with you that the parks matter to the public. County residents use them as community gatherings for events, and for many folks, our county parks are the only accessible community parks that are near them. So I hope that you will continue to support and investing in our parks planning for the future and the sustainability of these important assets for our community. Thank you.
Okay, 1 second. Megan?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah. First, I want to thank Megan Duquette in light of her new role, sticking with and staying engaged in this process. I like everything I've seen so far, but what catalyzed the needs assessment was talk about significant state grants being available and missed because we didn't have an assessment, and that this process was competitive. Can you talk a little bit about what we anticipate as far as grant funding from the state if we continue with phase 2?
I really think that'll make our job a lot easier on the staff side by having the actual amounts for some of these facility maintenance upgrades or things that we'd like to have in terms of amenities quantified. So without doing phase 2, what we would be doing is working with our facilities department, which has a lot of projects already, as you know, to basically find an estimated cost of some of these things that we'd like to do. So to make a competitive application, you'd really need to quantify how you want to use the money that you're asking for. And so, I mean, that's just part of the process. So if we want to be competitive and look at what's the most important things that we should be asking for park, kind of going back to that greatest magnitude, what should we be actually looking for? And some of these grants that are coming up, there are what you would call, we might be more competitive for our areas that are in bigger need. I forgot the exact term for the community finder. For instance, Faulkner, Indian Creek, and Bower Park do not require matching funds based on the community fact finder. However, Low Gap, Mill Creek, and Redwood Valley, some of our inland parks, because of the community fact finder, the radius surrounding our parks, they basically have quantified that we are the community has more money, and therefore we have to have matching grant dollars. So these are some of the issues that we'll be facing and looking at, but I think that will help us in this grant process. I really do. And I think that whoever comes in the Cultural Service Agency to replace for the program administrator, this will basically help them really work towards those grant applications. And I want you to know that we have been working to work on grants. We've worked with the fire recovery team with Darcy and so forth, looking specifically at Bower Park and our dead tree issue. I think, a third of the trees are dead or dying, and so we have worked in being a part of that grant application. We've also looked at the per capita Prop 68 funding, and I'm not sure where we are with that. I think the state hasn't released the list yet, but we're hoping that we can use these grant dollars to make a big impact with a lot of the needs within our parks. I hope I answered that question.
You did, thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Jordy.
So I'm curious how we're going to follow up on this with the change in staffing, because, for example, there was one, I thought, very interesting idea brought up at the Fort Bragg meeting that I didn't hear mentioned, and I don't know if that means it's already been lost or it just wasn't mentioned. And that was, I believe it was Faulkner Park, which was near Indian Creek Park outside of Boonville. One of the suggestions was to work with a nearby, put an RFP out, but work with a nearby B&B to have them manage the property, but also to manage, I think it was Faulkner Park, for hosting weddings, because there's such a demand for that in Mendocino County, and it's this particular site would be really successful at that, and that could bring in revenue to the park system that, of course, has almost no revenue right now. So I don't remember that being mentioned in your presentation, but it was one of the, I thought, more interesting ideas brought up at the Fort Bragg meeting.
Yeah, I think that there's some, Mindy Craig with Blue Point Planning. So there are a number of those, and I think strategic use and that connects with potential revenue sources that we need to look at. And that is definitely one, doing special events. So when I talked about the idea of having a refuge for the fire trucks, that would also enable us to create a parking lot and access area so we can actually do events like that. That would not, it'd be really hard right now the way the parking is. So yes, I think that would be one of those areas. I think Indian Creek would also be one place because they're right next to large hospitality areas and they are really interested in working with Indian Creek. So part of this phase would be not just looking at what the physical capital costs are, but what are those physical capital costs mean in terms of additional or reduced operations costs and potential for increased revenue costs. So that would be the entire story that we try to help the county understand, that balancing of things. Because certain things won't do anything for the bottom line. They might cost more, and some things might improve it. So that's definitely what we would look and include all those elements.
And then one other thing, to go back to your question, Megan Duquette, Parks Needs Assessment Project Coordinator. In the actual report, I do believe in the stakeholder meeting, some of those items were mentioned as, that came out of the stakeholder meetings in the report that was submitted.
And then just also as a follow-up, and I realize the most important part of this planning process is to identify the needs of the county parks, because they've been unaddressed for, as you say, probably 3 decades. But one thing that's, I hope will be analyzed at some point, maybe in phase 2, is what's the context of these county parks in terms of all parks in Mendocino County? Because people don't think of these parks and pretend we have no other parks in Mendocino County. I mean, you either have ball fields, which generally are in cities, you have regional parks, which are generally state parks, and we're actually rich in state parks in Mendocino County. Not countywide, they are almost all on the coast, but we are rich in state parks. And so when you add in that, so for example, the City of Fort Bragg's general plan looks at parks, but looks at the regional parks that surround the city, not just within city limits. And so I think it would be a mistake to not look at at the county parks in context with all the parks in Mendocino County. And that was part of the discussion at the Fort Bragg meeting, had to do with that, whereas Ukiah has a significant number of ball fields that are owned and managed by the city of Ukiah, in Fort Bragg, there historically have not been many ball fields except on the school grounds. And so those very few school ball fields get wear and tear year round and really don't get a chance to be rejuvenated. And so a high priority of the Fort Bragg coast community is to get additional grant funds to refurbish those school district fields, because they're the only ball fields. And so again, I think we need to be looking at all parks in the county, not just county-owned parks, because I think if we're looking at creating community support for investing in our parks, we need to be looking at all parks in the county, because these parks are only going to address a very small number of county residents if we only focus on these county parks.
Do you mind if this is Mindy Craig with Blue Point Planning, just to remark on that. I think that is an important thing to remember, especially in Fort Bragg, but also in the Northeast, where there's no parks, state or otherwise, that are there. And so this idea of creating those community partnerships, but I think one of the things that we discussed a lot about is that the volunteers, those community relationships with school districts to even facilitate getting those funding for the school facilities, for instance, requires a staff person or staff people to really oversee that and to create those relationships. And that's something that's also missing. So we need to get those capital funds, but we need somebody who is actually able to knit those communities together and knit those partnerships together and maintain them so that we can have our investments actually last. And I think that's where there's an opportunity here by connecting those, both the community partners, the staffing, and then the potential funding that's out there.
Let's see. I think Supervisor Jurdy raised a good point of, if we're talking about a strategic plan for these parks, and you're moving on to the cannabis program, then how do we go about that? And Ms. Horner, do you have an idea about what that's going to look like, about board participation and staffing?
Karen Horner, CSA Director. So I think with the needs assessment, what it really was able to bring a lot of attention to is that there's a great need to improve our parks, but also we were able to discover all those community partners that really want to participate in the parks. And so we have some really creative ideas and a way to better enhance our parks, to be able to still maintain them and use them, but not necessarily using our county limited resources, because staffing's an issue, and along with our financial, struggles. So, for instance, and I've spoke with them just recently, and so they were very open to this idea. There are 2 local businesses in Philo, right next to the Indian Creek Campground, that is really interested in being kind of helping to oversee Indian Creek, working in partnership with us. So I think it's really important to do those kind of creative partnerships so that maybe our resources aren't so spread out throughout the county on all these different parks, but maybe we can better utilize our resources to focus on parks nearby, which then also allows us to reach out to other communities who don't have necessarily county parks, but to work with them, to partner with them, which of course, anytime you do grants, basically it's required now to have other community partners. So we're able to then partner with, say, the city of Fort Bragg, or partner with like in Walla, there's the RCRC that we've met now with at Bower Park, who again are interested in doing grants that helps them and helps the parks and helps the community overall. So I think that will be a huge factor in us how we manage our parks. And actually what currently we're looking at is, I know that Megan's position as program administrator was also as halftime parks and halftime museum. I think we're at the place now where our museum is organized and functioning extremely well. It's dramatically improved, that I think the program administrator position is better utilized as 100% parks, because there is such a demand to have that staff person to daily work with community partners, to oversee the parks, be able to visit the parks, and I think that's going to be key for us.
Okay. Another question is, last year we raised the fees for the parks, and have we seen an increase or decrease of usage in those parks?
I think the biggest fee that we are able to collect is for the Indian Creek Campground, of course, because that's brings in the largest amount of revenue. But again, there wasn't anyone there to oversee it, and so that's the problem. And it's kind of a drop-in site one, so you're not able to reserve it. And again, we didn't have anybody there to make sure people were paying, and that's an issue. I think we did see a slight increase in some of like the low gap, but not enough to really matter until we get those oversight at Indian Creek. That'll be huge. We'll definitely be able to drastically increase our revenue for the camping.
All right. And, talking about parks also, that I just went to the skate park, which is just opening up in Laytonville, and they're very, very excited about that. And it's a beautiful skate park, so it's a good community effort. Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also think it's important when you look at assessments, when you look at going after grant funding, that you know a history of what occurred, activities in the past, why they aren't happening today. And that goes back to McKee, Mill Creek, and also Vichy Springs. And I think that's important as well for looking at the reasons why those activities no longer occur. I think of Redwood Valley, what we call Lions Park. The Little League takes care of those fields and has done a lot of improvements. So having that community partnership in maybe going out for grant funding, but bringing those community groups and like the Little League, and then I think of Mill Creek, the Rod and Gun Club they do a lot of work. We could find that match funding through those community groups, but it takes that outreach to make it happen, and of course that goes right back to staffing.
Karen Horner, I just want to comment on what you said, Supervisor Brown. I agree, that was a big issue for us going out to all the communities and doing the community outreach. That was the big frustration, is that, our county we're so fabulous, and that's because of all of our volunteers and all the community partners. So you have, like you said, the Rod and Gun Club came us, the Native Plant Society, the trail groups, you had even the Boy Scouts, the Girls, all of those type of youth groups, and then you had the fire safe communities. It was surprising how active they are in the parks, but it was frustrating for them as there's never been anybody in the county to work with. So they just kind of taken upon themselves to make it better, and I think we would drastically improve the parks to be able to work actively with them. And because they're there and they want to do it, they just never had anybody in the county to work with. So they've done what they can on their own to make them great parks and be able to utilize them. But of course they can't do grants and facility improvements and things like that. But that's one reason, like Redwood Valley, it's so well loved and it's so maintained, is because the community takes care of it and does a lot for it.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. Thank you all very much.
Public comment?
Is there any public comment? Seeing none, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there's a request here to authorize budgeting $60,000 for Phase 2 of the needs assessment. So I really appreciate all the work that was done, and obviously there's more work to be done. I think that we should consider the budget request during budget hearings, because we know we always have more requests than we can possibly fill, usually by a magnitude of 3 or 4 or 10 to 1. So it's not that I don't support this and getting the information so we're in a position to get grants. I just think it should be part of the budget hearings, and I'll make that motion.
Is it, all right. So it's been moved and seconded to consider this $60,000 request during the budget hearings. Okay. It certainly seems appropriate in that venue, and to keep everything together instead of whoever's first gets the first whack at it. So I'd like to look at it in a holistic, big picture way. Supervisor Williams.
I would like to understand from staff if we lose anything by waiting.
Through the chair, Megan Duquette, project coordinator for the Parks Needs Assessment. Potentially with the timing of some of the grants, there will be deadlines. And so I think that could be potentially an issue. Not some of the ones that are coming up, like the rural tourism grant. I don't know if there's an exact deadline that's been posted yet. They've basically posted the guide. So that might be a potential issue.
Okay. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, the request is for funding in the next fiscal year, so I don't see that there's any delay here. If we approve this, the funds aren't going to be available to start the assessment until next fiscal year. If we approve it during budget hearings, the funds will be available beginning of next fiscal year.
Supervisor Brown.
And I do agree with that comment. We have had other grants where some match funding was needed, and we have brought that forth on the agenda, and the board has approved it based on adding or taking the particular funding for the match and making them a part of the budget, because we're looking at a year coming up. I can't see where, a grant process is going to happen and awarding of grants and then signing the contract for the grant before our next year. So I think it's appropriate and the timing is good.
Supervisor McCowan.
I do want to add, I really appreciate the fact that we were able to receive so much public comment. We were able to have so many discussions with potential community partners, because I think it's kind of obvious, given the far-flung nature of the parks, that, and certainly the historic lack of oversight by the county, they will benefit tremendously by identifying and making agreements with community partners. And for instance, Bauer, Faulkner, Indian, it doesn't make a lot of sense to send someone from Ukiah on maybe some haphazard schedule to go check things out. If we had a community partner in the community, whether it's a commercial establishment, which it looks like there's some legitimate opportunities there, or just a community group, like look what the Friends of Hendy have done, or a community services district perhaps, and maybe it's a combination. So maybe we partner with a CSD to do basic maintenance, and we're partnering with someone else for other functions. So those opportunities are actually pretty exciting, I think.
Okay.
Or a map.
Exactly.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, question for staff. In the first phase of the assessment, did we find that any of the parks have create liabilities, and that we're inviting the public in and we have buckling, asphalt, lack of ADA, so forth? Is there anything that needs to be addressed sooner than the grant may be found?
Megan Duquette, the Parks Needs Assessment Project Coordinator. I think there are certain things that we should address right away, and I think that we can work internally and provide you that list. Maybe not right now, but we can work on that and provide that to you. I do think there are certain things that we should address. Yes.
Okay, very good. Oh, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you. And again, we're going to be starting our work on the upcoming budget for the next 2020 and 2021. And that, I think that is very appropriate because we've got lots of needs countywide. And you can talk about handicap access. We've got buildings that need that, as well as our parks. But it should all be through a process that's very public and open. And anyone coming for funding should be given the same consideration. So I think it's real timely to go forward during that stage and that process.
Okay, very good. We have a motion on the floor, so we're going to vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right, very good. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is the presentation that's timed for 11 o'clock, which is agenda item 6B. So we will take a break until 11 o'clock, right? And we'll start right
That's a
on
long
time.
one.
Truly.
Which one is on?
It's item 6B. Discussion and possible action. Okay.
I didn't know if you said D, E, or B.
B.
My version.
It's too much measure B, H. discussion and possible action, including acceptance of a presentation from Sonoma County Wildlife Rescue regarding establishment of a supplemental, strictly non-lethal wildlife exclusion service in Mendocino County as a supplemental service for county residents. So, first of all, I'd like to thank the people from Sonoma County who came up and to do this presentation today. On December 17th of last year, the board gave direction to staff to execute an agreement with USDA Wildlife Service, and so that is going on. But at the same time, Supervisor Jurdy and I went down to Sonoma County and went to the Sonoma County Wildlife Rescue Center and Animal Rescue, and Doris Duncan and then Dr. Quentin Martin were there and showed us around and explained what their program looked like. And so we thought it was a potential opportunity for us too, and they were so gracious to come up here and do a presentation here where we're trying to get this information up to Mendocino County and see if there's potential interest here for finding alternatives. So that's where we are with the process, and this today is not to discuss the Wildlife Services contract or anything of that nature. It's to really get this information and see what we can do as far as sharing and looking forward to these other alternatives. Okay, Supervisor Jurdy.
And I'd just like to add that it needs to be said, because I think there's been a little confusion in the public. Sonoma County has essentially two services. They have what I would call a more traditional trapper program, and then they also provide, and we'll probably hear more about it today, a subsidy of a kind to the wildlife rescue program and their services. So one is more traditional, which includes lethal methods, and the other is, I believe, entirely non-lethal in their services. So again, Sonoma County offers two services, and that's really what I'm looking for is can we develop a way here in Mendocino County that we can offer our residents two choices as they do in Sonoma County.
Okay, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we did previously give direction. We did previously give a direction on the contract, so there's really no further action needed on that, as far as I know. Part of the direction was that we would research and advertise alternatives, and so I appreciate the presentation. We're going to get a lot of information today, but I'm not sure that I support funding another program, because we already have one program that does offer non-lethal as well as lethal alternatives, and we're completely open to publicizing any other non-lethal alternatives, programs, etc. It's a question of how much do we want to be paying for a second service, and so far that hasn't been board direction.
Right. So that's not what we're discussing today, but so without further ado, let's get on with our program and presentation.
Thanks. Shall I?
Yes, and please introduce yourself.
Sure. And do I stand here?
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm Dr. Quentin Martins, and I lead the excuse me, the Living with Lions program for Audubon Canyon Ranch, a nonprofit based in Sonoma County, and we partner with the Sonoma Wildlife Rescue folks with some of the sort of mitigation opportunities and act as a resource essentially for the public, for the wildlife sector, for through our research and expertise in dealing with mountain lions, in particular in this area. So that's the program, Living with Lions. The focus is very much on coexistence, what is needed to coexist with wildlife, and in this case it's with mountain lions, but essentially it covers broadly wildlife as a whole, because if you can coexist with mountain lions, then it makes it a lot easier to be able to coexist with other smaller predators or animals that cause issues, and it's more the understanding, it's the concept of what needs to be done in order to be able to coexist with animals, and maybe even a metaphor for coexistence with other people, as a broader sort of thing. Our study area that we permitted by state agencies, Department of Fish and Wildlife, cover the whole of Sonoma County, and then sort of the lower central part of Mendocino, going up as far as sort of Leonard Lake, and then across beyond just past Willits and down to Clear Lake and part of Lake County. We're partnering with UC Berkeley at the Hopland Research Center in the southern part of Mendocino, looking at doing more research on wildlife mitigation methods and collaring and tracking mountain lions in these areas. So the border of that particular study area is specifically for the capture and handling of mountain lions, and we place GPS tracking devices on them, and they could go anywhere, but we're only allowed to capture them within the boundaries of that area. So I thought it would be useful to focus on our work of monitoring these animals, and what that has, the information gleaned from this work. And one of the things is, we actively go out there to trap and collar mountain lions in order to monitor them using these satellite GPS collars. In certain areas, we are permitted where landowners have an issue with wildlife, in a conflict situation. The landowner is able to call us, and we can go in there and collar that animal instead of killing it, so we could actually monitor its behavior beyond that point. We know what happens to a mountain lion when it gets killed. It's essentially dead, and we don't learn anything from that, and it's not helping us better understand the complexities of what's going on in these areas and different situations, depending on the demography, human densities, and things like that. So the collaring is really important. We also collect as many biological samples and information from the animals when we have them in hand. For example, if a landowner calls us and they've got a conflict situation, and we find that the animal is in a very poor state, and it seems that it's going to be a liability to have it out on the landscape, and that it's going to continue to be a problem, it would make sense then to make a judgment call to euthanize the animal there. But at least we have the information while it's immobilized, and we can actually see what the condition of the animal is and make a judgment call at that particular time. Most of the animals that we've handled, in fact, all of them have been healthy individuals, and we haven't had to do that at all with our study, but it provides the opportunity. We also learn about diseases and influences of pesticides, secondary poisoning from rodenticides, things like that, that we get from the tests that we do, and blood tests and everything that we get from these captures. We're able to get more information on the demography of these animals, looking at aging of them, using their teeth. And what we've learned in terms of the GPS work that we've done, just to give you an idea, the value of collaring these animals is really important, because it gives us an ability to share this information with landowners, with the public, so that they better understand what they're dealing with. Knowledge is power. And when we can observe, the perceptions that people have about animal populations, and that are taken off the table when you provide actual science and you provide a platform to give real data on what's going on. So this, for example, is the home range of one female mountain lion in Sonoma County. It's about a 50 square mile area, going from Santa Rosa all the way down to just north of Sonoma itself, Boys Hot Springs. And this is over a year's period. And each one of those locations is a GPS location taken by the collar, and we're able to then track the animal's movements and those locations are 2 hours apart, so we get 12 points a day. And we can see exactly what these animals are doing. We can recreate or reconstruct their diet. We can see where their main core areas are that they prefer to focus their movement in, and we are able to really better understand what they're doing, and as a result then provide that information so that people know what to expect. This is just another map showing several lions that have been collared in the study. I think this particular map is just gives you a sense of how we're able to show the movement. So the lines connecting the dots are basically connecting the movement of the animal through the landscape. We were able to see where certain crossings are, where they're looking at particular wildlife corridors, where there's certain key areas that lions focus on more than other areas, and that might be potential conflict hotspots. So you might be a landowner who just happens to be in a place where the lions like to cross more often, and therefore the risk in that particular area is much higher. What has been very interesting for us in our study is when you look at a satellite image of Sonoma, for instance, and our study area, you see it looks like there's a lot of vegetation. It looks wonderful and everything with all this greenery. But when you drill down into those areas, you see that there are a lot of people in those areas. And for example, one male mountain lion's range covers 17,000 private properties. Each one of those private properties, according to California state law in terms of wildlife depredation or conflict situations, each one of those parcels represents a risk factor for the lion. Because you can kill the lion if it kills one of your sheep, if it kills your cat, if it walks across your property and it presents some kind of threat, or you think perceived threat, you can pick up the phone, call Fish and Wildlife, and you can have that animal killed. So essentially, these mountain lions are moving through this landscape of landmines, potential landmines. So the inherent risk is very high for mountain lions in an area with a high human population density. The bigger the properties, the fewer people, the risk goes down. The inherent risk goes down, but depending on how the situations on the ground are handled, the actual risk could in fact be higher, as for instance in El Dorado County, in the foothills of the Sierras, you have a much higher number of mountain lions killed there where the properties are bigger, fewer people, but they deal with situations differently to in Sonoma. This is an example which, again, using actual scientific information, we were able to show how these animals move through the landscape. And this was a dispersal mountain lion caught down near Jena along the Russian River. It spent 2 weeks down near Bodega, and then must have met up with a territorial male. It was a young male that had killed 2 llamas. We collared him, and he spent about 2 weeks down there, and then must have been beaten up by the local territorial male, and then just headed straight up from there up to Manchester. So that was what a young male would do. They can sometimes cover thousands of miles to get away from the areas where they were born. The males are not allowed to stay like where they came from, essentially. So the GPS collars provide information on breeding, and we're able to determine the survival rates of these animals by tracking their movements and seeing what they're dying of, excuse me, and learn more about the risks and causes of mortality. What we found from our dietary studies, and this is literally reconstructing the diet of these animals in these areas, is that they amazingly, even though they have all these opportunities of hobby animal farmers with goats and sheep and on their properties, 75% of their diet is still deer, and then you've got about 10% livestock and about 10% cats. So in our area, they certainly like to feed on cats. And all of the livestock depredation events that we've had have been with unprotected livestock. In every single one of the cases, so 81 livestock were killed during our 3-year study period that we recorded this, in 54 events. And in all of those cases, they were unprotected livestock. In all of those cases, they were not commercial farmers. And in 53 of those cases, it was farmers with fewer than 10 animals that they had to protect. So, and as a result of, we had 4 collared mountain lions killed during this time by, depredation permits issued by the state. In 52 of those cases, we were able to speak to landowners, and in 50 cases, we were able to stop the conflict escalating to a lion actually being killed. So we were able to talk to landowners and have them understand that killing the mountain lion wasn't going to solve any problem, and that dealing with the underlying issues was the only way to deal with it, because I'll go into it in a moment. This is just looking at depredation permits in Mendocino and Sonoma, and looking at the number of permits issued versus the number of animals killed. I think these are not a true reflection of what has taken place based on our records, where a lot of these cases haven't been reported, so we expect that there have been more animals killed during this time, but you'll see a peak around about the mid-90s. Also, just looking at how a lion moves through its habitat, it's in 1 week, this male lion covered about 70 or 40 miles and covered 414 parcels, essentially. So there are just so many opportunities for a cat to move through an environment like this and cause trouble if your animals are not protected. So with the depredation permits and the killing of mountain lions, essentially, all that happens when you kill a mountain lion, unless the only reason why we, just from an ecological point of view, and absolutely not from an emotional point of view or anything like that, or some kind of activist, greenie, want to protect the poor mountain lion thing, it does not make any sense to remove a mountain lion at all, unless it's a sick, unhealthy, old cat that's just going to end up continuing to do problems. Because what we found, which is expected in our study, is that all mountain lions kill unprotected livestock, because that's what they're designed to do. They eat meat, and they don't know the difference between good meat and bad meat that they can kill. And they are constantly around people. They're not afraid of people, afraid of moving around where people are, but they keep away from people, but not their livestock. If you remove a mountain lion out of the system, all you're doing is you're creating a vacuum. You're creating an opportunity where, in most cases, more than one animal replaces that vacuum for a time. It creates more of a disturbance in the system, and you end up with more negative effects. So one landowner might decide, I want to kill this mountain lion, but the actual removal of that mountain lion is causing more damage to that same farmer and all of his neighbors. It's been shown absolutely clearly through multiple studies, including studies that have collared 450 lions in Washington state, where they've been able to show that you artificially increase the population of these predators by anthropogenic removal through hunting or depredation permits. All you're doing is creating a sink. If the habitat's there, these animals will move in there, and when you have one of these territorial animals removed, that block then attracts other animals in, and for months, sometimes longer, they're busy trying to fight and trying to sort themselves out before one takes over to exclude the other. Essentially, all they want to do is keep other mountain lions out. So the best possible, your best guard animals are really the lions themselves, because they're constantly trying to keep other lions out. In terms of mitigating events, if you're a commercial farmer with 500 sheep or 300 sheep, you need to look at different methods of keeping your animals safe, like livestock guardian dogs and donkeys and things like that. But if you've got 5 animals, where a lot of people have these hobby or small holding type animal situations, the simplest and safest solution is just to house them in a fully predator-proof enclosure at night, and that way you don't have to worry about any issues at all, having these animals there. And essentially, our focus, rather than talking about predator conservation, I would rather take predator conservation off the table and just talk about animal well-being. If your interest is to look after your animals, then you need to know what your animal's up against. And you know that if you locked your animal in a shed like that at night, this was a mountain lion, a male that had just killed a goat the night before, and I went to the landowners and said, well, listen, all you need to do is fix up this little barn and put your other goat in there. And that night the male came back again, and he's like, oh, okay, well, I'm just going to go on, because there's nothing for him to do. And essentially, if people protect their animals, predator conservation and the role of predators in the ecosystem is so important. that will happen automatically because you'll be cutting out the conflict. People won't have issues with mountain lions if they're not killing their animals. So it's really up to us to be protecting or looking after the well-being of our livestock. And it is actually not that difficult, but it's a risk. It's a cost-benefit decision of whether you want to take the effort of putting your animals in every night, and if you're not, then there should be no way that you should be able to kill the predator for doing something that it's just doing naturally. And I think the most important take-home message from an ecological point of view, it is the worst possible thing to remove a predator from the system like this, because it does absolutely no good. And it's one of the arguments that I have with Fish and Wildlife, saying that you have this law, on the one hand, which is just antiquated and dinosaurian. The fact is that no one can give me a single benefit to killing a predator other than placating the landowner. And we're not in an age in the 21st century where we're dealing with an eye for an eye or tooth for a tooth, because revenge is not going to solve anyone's situation. We know ecologically it's not a good idea. And I think that's something which I think people will find a benefit, is just managing their own situations and let wildlife just do their thing. So thank you.
Well, thank you. And we'll have some questions later.
Thanks.
Okay. Doris?
Thank you for having me. It's an honor to be back here today.
And please state your name.
I'm Doris Duncan, Executive Director for Sonoma County Wildlife Rescue. So our Wildlife Exclusion Service was started 16 years ago, but I might state that there's a difference between, I believe there's a difference between Sonoma County and Mendocino County, in that U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services never did any nuisance wildlife exclusion work in Sonoma County. That was left up to pest control operators like Clark's Pest Control or some of the other ones, and they had a fee-based service. Those pest control services never really liked handling wildlife. The reason we started our Wildlife Exclusion Service, we're a nonprofit. We operate Sonoma County Wildlife Rescue, which is a rehab center for wildlife and education. We were getting a lot of orphaned wildlife from pest control operators that would kill the parent, trap and kill the parent. And then the babies would be left in the walls, and the homeowners would still have problems because they could hear the babies or see the babies. And a lot of times the pest control operators were ineffective in keeping wildlife out from under their homes. So we approached the Department of Fish and Wildlife in California, who were permitted by, and we asked if we could start our own wildlife exclusion service. So we did, and one of the main reasons we do that, you do this. Is that what we do? Okay. One of the main reasons we did that was because it's more of a humane and life-orientated approach than pest control. Like I said, the pest control operators will go out and trap and kill the parent or the nuisance wildlife, but they don't stay around long enough to solve the problem, which is doing sealing off the entry points. So the animals, like Dr. Quinton was saying, once they find out there's a new space to go under, they'll go under there because there's nobody protecting it anymore, where we seal off all the entry points. So that is what prevents future use of the building, and it's illegal in the state of California to trap wildlife and relocate it, so they always have to be killed. A lot of times people don't understand that there's a lot of benefits to have skunks and raccoons and possums. They do a lot of really good pest control on their own. They eat, one of their main diets is eating mice and rats, which are always attracted to the human dwellings. And it prevents the orphaned wildlife. We start by doing phone consultations. So my staff that I work with, we have 12 paid staff, and probably at least 3 of those handle the phone calls that come in. So if we were going to get 10 phone calls a day from the public, like let's say you had somebody calling from Willett saying there was something under their house or something in their yard, we identify exactly what the problem is, and we talk on the phone with the people. A lot of times, it's just, being well educated and being able to educate the person calling whether they really need us to come out or not. I would say half of the time, most of the phone calls, we just spend time talking to the person and letting them know that it's just a possum passing through the yard. They don't need to worry. There are animals underneath the house. And at that time, we do identify that we need to send out a wildlife exclusion technician, and we make an appointment with them. We take a work order over the phone, something like this. We take the work order, all their information. We let them know about our prices. Before we started doing it, the pest control companies charged them just as well, but they didn't have to worry about having to go back because we seal up all the entry points. So we make an appointment, and our wildlife technician will go out, and let's just say it was in Santa Rosa, and our wildlife center's in Petaluma. That's about a 20-mile radius. We would charge $110 to go out to the person's property. We do a full perimeter check. We walk around their whole house. We identify areas where we do see that wildlife can go into their house. We give the person a free consultation about ways to seal up entry points themselves. A lot of times people don't want to do the work themselves. Let's just say it was trenching around a deck where raccoons could crawl under. They decided it's in the middle of July and they don't want to get out with a shovel and dig around the whole deck area to put wire down. So we'll do that for them. We do charge. And then, but that solves the problem forever for them. We always will follow up with a phone call to make sure everything's working well. We do emergency appointments, so if for some reason they did their own exclusion, they trapped and relocated a raccoon and they could hear babies in the walls of their home, we'll make an appointment with them and go out at an emergency and take care of the problem for them. The predator exclusion and education program is something that's a bit different than the exclusion. That's dealing with people's livestock, like Quentin was talking about. So we often go out to people's farms and little urban farms where they might have a few goats, and they think they might have corrected the problem to protect their livestock from mountain lions or bobcats or coyotes. But a lot of times they've overlooked something that's pretty basic. They didn't think that they had to seal off where a tree was, so a bobcat could still jump up in a tree and get down into their chicken coop. So we just identify areas that they need to just add a few more improvements to. That's what we do by consultation work. We are insured, our Wildlife Exclusion Service, and we have billing too that we do with people. So our residents in Sonoma County never expect to get the service done for free. I always tell people, some people do, they think that, well, there's a raccoon under my house. They've called Animal Care and Control, which is our animal services. They refer everything to us. It costs money for their staff to go out and do it as well. So we have very highly trained wildlife technicians that handle the problem. But we always are able to solve the problem. In the 16 years that we've been doing this, we've never had to use any lethal methods. We've never had to kill one animal. We have had to go back and do a little more work with sealing off entry points. But these are the common exclusion areas. A lot of times, most of the times, we'll be crawling around under the subfloor. We crawl around under the whole entire house. There's no way you can do an exclusion by sitting in an office talking to people on the phone. Even if you know for sure it sounds like there's a raccoon under their house, you can't do this type of work by phone. You need to send out somebody who's knowledgeable about what houses are like underneath them. And the same thing with the attics and the walls. We go up and check the roof lines. A lot of times a raccoon will jump onto somebody's roof if there's a tree close to it, and they'll tear off some of the shingles or tiles and they'll get into the attic. A lot of times when nuisance wildlife enter lawns and gardens, it's because there's areas that they can easily get to. So we let people know that there's different ways of protecting their gardens as well. And the same thing with outbuildings like sheds. These are all the common species we work with. All of our wildlife exclusion technicians have their rabies. I have mine. We get our titers checked every 2 years. In the 23 years that I've been crawling under houses, I've never been bitten by an animal. I've never come close to even being attacked by an animal. And I handle wildlife almost every day. All of these species. I've never gotten rabies. I've never gotten any zoonotic disease. So when I was here last time and I was listening to some of the people advise, I was hearing a lot of concerns about that. And I think that I have a good track record as far as being able to say that myself and many of my colleagues that I work with throughout the whole state of California, I've never heard of one of us contacting rabies by dealing with directly every day of our lives with these animals. A lot of the techniques that we use, we can even talk to people over the phone. A lot of people don't think that if they leave cat food out on their porch, the raccoons are going to come around and the skunks. So we'll deal with people a lot of times just over the phone. We are very empathetic to people who call us. We understand that they're scared. We understand that there haven't been many ways or opportunities for them to learn about the value of wildlife. So we try to come from a very deep sense of compassion for the people calling us. We're not one of those extreme animal activists who are always on the animal side. We really care of how the people feel if they're afraid and they've been up all night because they hear something under their house. We're going to do everything we can to help them. And so we talk about removing water sources. There's hazing techniques that work, predator scent applications. We use mountain lion feces, coyote feces, and or scat, if that sounds better. We call it predator scent applications. It's just a marketing terminology where we put the scat under people's houses or in their yards, and 80% of the time it works to deter wildlife from their areas. It serves as an eviction notice. A lot of times we can crawl under a house and take out the baby raccoons or anything like that and leave them right outside where the main entry point is, and the parent wildlife will come and literally pick up those babies themselves and take them to a new nesting area, and then we seal off those entry points so people don't have to worry about animals going under their homes anymore. We always leave people with a full inspection report like this. It shows all of our concerns, shows all of the things that we think they're already doing really good. Many times we'll stay along and help them do the wildlife work themselves because it saves them money. But if they can afford to and they don't want to do the work, then we'll do it for them. And of course, we do charge. Our wildlife exclusion service brought in about $90,000 this year from the work that we did. So it pays for itself. It pays for the people who run and operate the service, and it makes a little bit of a profit. It probably costs us about $70,000 to run it. And we're out doing exclusions, 3 exclusions a day, 5 days a week. So we're very busy. I did do a little bit of research into how far apart your cities are here in Mendocino County. You're definitely a little more spread out than we are, but we have a service call for every time we go out. So if we go from Petaluma to Sonoma, we're gonna charge probably $140. If we're driving from Petaluma to Santa Rosa, we're going to charge $110. If we're just driving within the city of Petaluma, we'll probably only charge $90. We go out there, we do the inspection, and we let people know every single thing we think we have to do. If we're going to crawl into your house, we need to charge you $70 to do that, and this is what we're going to find out by doing that. If we need to seal off around your deck, it's going to cost this much. We open up our vehicle door, we show everybody all the materials that we use. We tell them they can go get them at Lowe's or Friedman's, wherever we get the same materials, and how they can do it themselves. So that's our service prices right there. We have all of those forms here with us. And as I go along, I want anybody who's thinking about doing this here in Sonoma County that we would commit to Mendocino County for at least a year as a consultant to help you become more successful in starting your own businesses here, wherever you might need to do that. But definitely it's not a supplemental business to wildlife services. Wildlife services have never taken on those actions of going under people's houses or anything like that. They never even went out and trapped and killed any animals. It was always a paid service in Sonoma County. And I think it's just about retraining people. When we have to go out and do return visits, sometimes an animal might not leave. Skunks are pretty stubborn sometimes, and they feel like they got locked out of their own house. Have you ever come home late at night and you're tired and you can't find your house key and you're hungry and you go around and around your house? Pretty soon you feel like picking up a brick and breaking out the back window so you can just get in there and sleep and eat. That's how skunks and raccoons and possums feel when we try to evict them. They want to get back in there. So we do a really good job. We give them a real clear message that they need to move on. There's a lot of value in wildlife. Like I said, skunks and raccoons, they eat tons of rats and mice. I'm sure, I could almost guarantee you that people who don't have skunks and possums roaming through their backyards would probably overrun with mice and rats. And that's a pretty big deal no matter where we are. The qualifications of the personnel are extremely important. It's not the kind of work just anybody can do. I'm 59 now. When I first started going under houses, I was probably 47, about 45, 47. It's hard work. I'm good at it because I've been working with wildlife for a long time, and I understand where they can get in and out of and where they can hide and all of the things that they're capable of doing, which is what one of the qualifications is. I think one of my best qualifications is that I really cared a lot about the animals. I knew they were valuable. I knew that their wildlife are a lot just like people. We have a lot in common, us humans. We're all just looking to survive. We all need shelter. We all need food. We all get sick and old. We all get tired and hungry. Those are the same things that are going on with the wildlife. And so when you're crawling around under a house, you're thinking, why are they being so darn stubborn? You know, it's because they have nowhere else to go. But we still want to keep them because they're so valuable to our habitats and just peacefully coexisting with them. Some of the challenges that the Exclusion Service faces is that sticker shock. You know, we don't start throwing out a bunch of figures over the phone if it's going to cost you $90 for this, $200 for that, because by the time you're done doing that, you don't know for sure how much it's going to cost anyway until you get out there. So there's no use in scaring people away with the sticker shock. We try to let them know about all the challenges we can be faced with. Some jobs are just, in fact, I'd say 60 to 70% of the jobs are just very simple. You go out there and in one day you pretty much solve the problem. Sometimes the animals are more stubborn and you have to go back out there. During baby season, when there's babies under the house, you know, sometimes it makes several trips and it takes a lot of talking on the phone to people. The accessibility to the target animal is really important. If we can't get a hold of the animal because it's under, like baby raccoons are always under people's bathtubs and we can't get under there physically to get them out. So we put the predator scent down and the mother actually goes under there herself and takes the babies by the nape of the necks and pulls them out and finds a new nest for them outside of the person's home.
Doris?
Yeah?
You have a couple more minutes.
Okay, I'm going to hurry. These are the technician qualifications that I want you guys to see. It's super important. Compassionate and caring. I'm hoping almost every one of us in the room are compassionate and caring. Patience, having good carpentry and mechanical skills, problem solving, being able to talk to people, those social skills. These are the staff that I work with that are really, really good, that are actually just waiting to help Mendocino County. Kelsey James is our volunteer in community sport. She spends most of her time on the phone, patiently talking to people. I will admit, after this many years, I'm not as good on the phone, so it's really nice to have people like her. And then Michael is our exclusion director. He's the one who actually goes out under the houses. We're prepared to do ride-alongs. We're prepared to have people come with us and go under the houses and do anything we can to help train somebody in Mendocino County. And that's what I had to say.
Okay. Very good.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. Okay. Supervisor Williams.
Before you sit down, what does Sonoma County's government pay for this service annually? Is it self-supporting, or is there a contribution from local government?
For the exclusion service?
Yes.
The government doesn't pay at all for it. We
Thank you.
pay all of our own insurance and everything.
Thank you.
Well, if I could, though, it's a little more complicated than that. Maybe Doris, you could explain. So you have you have your nonprofit organization, which is on County of Sonoma property.
Yes.
So I believe you said that you're not paying rent, so you have
Right.
access to that land and the building, et cetera, which you've probably improved over time yourself.
Right.
And then you have, underneath your nonprofit, you have a couple of these for-profit businesses, one being the Exclusion Service.
Yes.
And so so there is a support from the County of Sonoma, and as you're saying, it's not cash, but it's in kind, and it's worth something to your organization.
Well, we used to pay $400 a month to stay on 15 acres where we are now, and there was already a administrative building there. We've actually done a lot of building on it, but they waived the $400 a month rent in lieu of the services that we provide. And those services that we were providing at the time were just rehabilitation and rescue. They were not considering that the Wildlife Exclusion Service. So that's just something that we do on our own because it does make a profit. It actually saves us a lot of work by not having to take in a lot of orphaned animals. And we're literally getting hundreds and hundreds of calls a year that we couldn't do anything about until we started providing the services. So I'm guessing your animal care services department would probably be very, very good at this. Your staff within that would probably be doing really well with this type of service.
Supervisor McCowan.
I had a question, but I think I'll hold it. I think it's
Okay.
kind of being answered.
Okay.
Well, I guess specifically, so you would make a commitment to Mendocino County for a year, but what would be the nature of that commitment?
That's a great question. You're a good businessman. Mostly, if you could identify somebody that you would want to have trained, I could help with that in some ways because I've been hiring people and working with people in just that specific business for 16 years, so I can kind of tell who's going to be good at it and successful. That's what we want. We would hand over all of our forms, all the paperwork, the whole business plan that we've already constructed to a person that you think would do well. We would have the people come down to our office and work out of our administrative office. We would train them on the phone. We would train them to do billing. Our bookkeeper, Tiffany, would help do all the billing, teach you how to do that. We could help set prices. We could definitely talk to you about how we book all the appointments, who we think we need to make an exclusion for, and who you can just talk to on the phone. Like I said, half of the calls, and I would say almost the same amount of time, just comes to spending time on the phone with somebody who's, I want to say, needlessly worried that they don't have to be, and a lot of problems are solved by the phone, but then there are the ones that we actually have to physically go out there. If you guys were having problems after you thought you were trained and after you thought you would do good and you were still having some issues, we would come up here and help you with those. We would come out ourselves and see what the problem was at whatever residence or business you were trying to perform an exclusion at and it wasn't working. We could say, oh, here's the problem. But we definitely feel committed. I was telling my colleagues, Quentin and Anna, on the way up here that I'm past bottle feeding baby raccoons at this time in my career, and that what I really care about is teaching other people to be successful and have a really deep appreciation for wildlife by helping them overcome their fears and by kind of showing them how we really can get along and be able to appreciate them from a distance and not have them bothering us. And that's what I really care about. So I would go to any lengths, and most of my staff as well, to help people overcome fears and the conflicts and the challenges of trying to do this, because sometimes it's a little harder than killing an animal, but there's so many things about killing the animals that I won't even get into up here that are just pretty horrifying. I've seen it with my own eyes. And that's why I would do anything in my power to try and do a non-lethal approach, because it's so much more successful at every level.
Okay.
Follow up if I may.
Sure.
So that's a great presentation, and your commitment is obvious, and the generosity, and we'll train someone else how to go into business, and that'd be the ideal if we have a good candidate or candidates that want to accept that offer. In lieu of that, would you, if someone were to call you from Mendocino County and say, gee, we need your services, would you be able to provide that, or would that be overextending your capacity of what you can do?
We would be way overextended. We can barely keep up with our services right now. One person left, and jugging other staff members in his place, so I don't have to hire somebody, and we're doing pretty good. But at 3 exclusions a day right inside of Sonoma County, and baby season is approaching, which means we also are taking care of baby animals in our hospital. And we also have another business that's really thriving, the barn owl maintenance program. We install barn owls all over Sonoma County, barn owl housing for barn owls all over Sonoma County in the vineyards, and we're monitoring boxes, building boxes, and we just made $120,000 this year doing that. It's really helping our rehabilitation and our charity efforts. It's also keeping our staff employed.
And then either in addition to or in lieu of, I would imagine you'd be perfectly willing to make all the information available that you have.
Yes.
So we could make that available
Yes.
through our website. And then I'm just kind of throwing things out there as the ideas come to mind, but also I think it could be very beneficial for you to meet with our wildlife services technicians and exchange information. So, they don't directly do exclusion work. I think they probably try to point that out. They do a lot of technical consultations, but, if you had a direct meeting and maybe take a little tour and look at some different locations, I think they could probably pick up additional information that would help them deploy non-lethal methods and give proper advice to people. So
I heard you very clearly what you just said in regards to wildlife services, and I don't want to stand here and disagree with you at all, but I don't think that a wildlife service technician, or what do you call them, officer, could possibly do an exclusion without actually going out under the house and doing the physical work. And
They wouldn't be doing the exclusions. I was asking more about information on how they could better see what the issues are and advise people. So
I'm willing to do anything to make that work, yes, talking to them and seeing how that works. But I will say that we're not capable of taking phone calls from the public who need help or services from us. We can barely answer our own phone calls in Sonoma County. I'd be more than happy to train any administrative person who's already hired in your staff to handle the phone calls in the best way, that are already getting paid to do so. And it definitely would require a paid person. You couldn't rely on volunteers to do this because they come and go so often, and there's a lot of technical support that requires experience and training, and you don't want to lose that by not paying somebody to do it.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, thank you for your generosity. I would like to understand the sponsor's intent with this item. In regards to a previously approved contract for $170,000, my understanding from that session was approximately half, about $85,000 of the wildlife service contract is used for animals under residential houses and the like. And hearing that Sonoma County is able to self-fund a program and alleviate an what to us would be an $85,000 expenditure out of the general fund, is your intention to try to move the needle in that direction so that we don't have to rely on expensive services that hit our general fund and make it more of a self-supporting operation where residents pay per service visit?
Supervisor Jordy.
So if I could explain, so there were quite a few things said at that hearing that some of which turned out to be true, some of which turned out not to be true. So for example, in follow-up meetings with county staff, there actually was a fee schedule, although it was said at the meeting that there had not been fees collected from the federal program. There actually was a fee schedule, and there's certainly some evidence that the county was collecting at least some of the time on that fee for that federal service. One idea that I've been floating with Supervisor Hashak would be, as that program moves forward, the county would obviously anticipate those revenues, and we could, which weren't really part of our discussions, and we could just coincidentally direct the same amount or some amount of money to attempting to launch this supplemental service. So what we have learned from our meetings with this Sonoma County group is that they would be willing, as she just said, to provide technical information, help the county staff perhaps do an RFP for services in the county, and sit on a review panel to help get either an existing business to offer a new service that they're not offering, or get an existing nonprofit to offer the service that isn't being offered, and see if we can get a successful program like theirs offered here in Mendocino County. There's certainly no guarantees that we will either have an existing business that will take this on or an existing nonprofit that will launch it on a successful level. They've certainly been successful in what they're attempting to do. And but we wanted to bring forward this idea, and I wasn't seeing this as changing and altering the federal program, but offering a supplemental program as they have a supplemental program in Sonoma County, so that members of the public would have a choice. I personally suspect that most people would call this local Mendocino County service first and attempt to see if this worked for their property and for their livestock. But some people may find that it just doesn't meet all their needs, and they still need to use the federal program. But I think we let the public choose. And so that's where I'm coming from, is I'm not proposing that we cut or alter the federal contract. It's a little bit speculative at this point that we could successfully launch this program, this supplemental program here in Mendocino County. So I think we need the prudent course is proceed as we directed on the federal program, but at the same time take this opportunity to work with the Sonoma Wildlife Rescue to see if we can foster a similar program here in Mendocino County.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and that would be great if we can, but whether someone steps forward who can fill that role or not, this is fulfilling the intent of gaining additional information that we can make available to people. I just wanted to point out, I think that that this is a service that Wildlife Rescue provides to unincorporated Sonoma County, but maybe not to the incorporated cities.
I think it's both.
Is that accurate?
Most of our work is in the downtown Santa Rosa area, Petaluma. It's mostly in the residential areas.
Doris, you need to come to the microphone and. Okay. Please state your name.
Doris Duncan. You just asked if most of the work was done in the unincorporated areas. It's the opposite. Most of the work is done in the incorporated areas, in the cities where there's residences.
So your agreement is with Sonoma County, but you provide the service to all residents?
We provide the service to the whole entire county, but most of our calls in the areas of need are in neighborhoods and things like that. The other areas, the non-incorporated, are more ranches and things like that. We provide a different kind of service there, and that's our predator education exclusion service, where we teach them how to predator-proof their chickens and goats and things like that, and we do consultations and help them do the work. And that's a fee-based service that they pay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I'm hearing that this would be a supplemental service, but I would like to understand the hypothetical. A resident has animals under their house. They would have the option of calling the federal service, which the county picks up the tab. It doesn't cost them anything, or they could pay for another business to come in and use non-lethal. Is that correct?
Okay.
And
Supervisor Jurdy.
And if that's correct, I would like to understand why we don't have equal fees for the two approaches. Why are we subsidizing one more than the other?
So if I could, that gets to information that we learned outside of the public hearing, that when Supervisor Hashak and I met with county ag department, that apparently there actually was a fee schedule that the county had, and it was inconsistently collecting that fee, but it was collecting that fee, and it did include I would say trapping services in residential areas as well as in agricultural ranching areas. So they actually had fees for removing skunks, raccoons, et cetera, and in some cases the department was actually collecting the fee, but it was not. It does not appear to me that it was consistently collected.
And going back to your question, Supervisor Williams, I think that Supervisor Jurdy is really right on in saying that, you know, we are trying to create some alternative. And at some point, if we can have a viable alternative where people's needs are getting met for these exclusionary practices or whatever it is with the wildlife interface that we're having in our county, then, you know, I think most people would like the non-lethal, and if we can move away from the wildlife services in the future, then that would be a goal. So let's go to public comment. Okay, John Spitz.
Hello, I'm John Spitz. I'm from Laytonville. Thank you very much for having this meeting. I think this is great. I think there's something missing here, especially from you, Supervisor Jurdy. What you don't seem to understand is that if you subsidize wildlife, people to use lethal methods from wildlife services, they're going to do that rather than pay, as Supervisor Williams is saying, they're going to do that instead of having to pay a lot of money for a non-lethal program. What we need to do in this county is to actually subsidize people to use non-lethal, and that will encourage them to do it. And ultimately, the idea here is to spare the animals this needless killing that Doris has talked about that is just not even working very well. It doesn't work. So what we need to do, I think, is in this county, instead of having a private business model, as has been discussed, what we need to do is we need to have the county actually provide this service through animal care services, which is very well situated to do this. And they have people, and it doesn't take a large campus like what Doris has, mostly for the wildlife rescue. Basically, you just need an office with a phone, and you need to have an exclusion technologist who goes out to people's homes, just like the trapper would do, and help them to deal with non-lethal services. So that is the way I think that this program should be established in the county. And Doris has mentioned, she said her program down there has cost her $70,000 for the whole year. And the lethal program, Wildlife Services, they want $170,000. So this would be very cost effective for the county to do. So, that's the direction I want to see this go in. Thank you.
Okay. Don Lipmanson.
Good morning. I fail to see how a so-called supplemental service could possibly compete with a heavily subsidized organization like Wildlife Services. Plus, with Wildlife Services, you do not have the element of local control that you would have either through animal care and control county operating the non-lethal service, and if occasionally, if necessary, lethal killing a particular offending animal. But it's a contradiction in terms to have the one trying to supplement the other. That creates all kinds of bureaucratic problems, in my opinion. We can understand the notion of phasing out wildlife services, although it's hard to comprehend why you would go back to signing a contract with Wildlife Services, which hasn't been operative for a few years, in order to phase it out later. But if you feel that there's an absolute imperative to deal with Wildlife Services, at least the way the state often does in terms of phasing out previous activities, but the notion that a supplemental service organized by private individuals or by county employees would then be, to some extent, competing with a subsidized federal government program. I think there's some flaws in the logic there. And it also, maintaining Wildlife Services in the county for more than a transitional period means you're abandoning the opportunity to have local control and things done in a manner that works for almost the entire population. We have division between people who want to kill wildlife and those who don't. I understand that. But it doesn't mean that we can't change our outlook to some degree and move in a direction that brings non-lethal services as the predominant mode here, run by county officials. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Let's see.
Good morning, Devin Jones, Mendocino County Farm Bureau. So we did submit a comment letter. I'm not going to go into the detail. I appreciate the ad hoc bringing this item forward this morning, and I appreciate Ms. Duncan's presentation. We've always voiced that there is value in looking at non-lethal and both lethal options. Both are necessary at time to time, and it depends upon what sector of the population that you're discussing. I do agree that we have a very dispersed rural community in Mendocino County in terms of our urbanization. As I've spoken before, we do have a number of calls that typically come to my office aren't from the ranching community. They're from folks with skunk problems and raccoon issues. We don't have resources necessarily up here. To speak to the fee situation, to Supervisor Williams' question, Tony Liniger and I sat down and established that program back around 2011 and 2012. However, it wasn't able to be implemented very long due to the litigation that we had gone into since around 2014-15. So that's been sitting dormant on the back burner, and we were supportive of providing a fee-based service in order for those who utilize it to actually contribute back towards the cost. So that was a varying scale of fees from urban calls up to annual ranch fees that could be put in place, and we would continue to support that. So in this case, I suggest that perhaps one point that's been brought up is animal care services or animal control. And I know when we lost the contract with Wildlife Services back in 2018, I called our county staff at the Sheriff's Department with animal control. I talked to our local Fish and Wildlife wardens to say, okay, who's taking on what responsibility? And there was a real resistance at that point in time, probably based on current workload, current capacities. And it's my understanding that there is going to be some shift within animal control and animal services moving forward. So I think the ad hoc, that might be the next item to bring forward for conversation, is to say, is this even possible within our own staff, within our own departments to potentially take on this responsibility, and what does that look like? We did the homework with Sonoma County in terms of their program. They do not have a contract with Wildlife Services, but they pay about $200,000 a year for their time and a half employees that are working primarily with the livestock industry and the Department of Fish and Wildlife on depredation permits, where they provide both lethal and non-lethal. And then they do work with the Sonoma County Wildlife Association to do most of the urban work. So there is a bit of a difference. Could we potentially get there? Sure, but I think there is a need for continuing to discuss supplemental services and to find the appropriate agency in Mendocino County to potentially follow the model that was presented today.
Okay, thank you. We have about four. Oh, Supervisor Williams.
Quick question for Farm Bureau. Would the Farm Bureau support full cost recovery on both lethal and non-lethal so that this doesn't hit our general fund?
In terms of two different programs?
Well, whichever program or programs we pay for. Currently, it's Wildlife Services, $170,000. Would Farm Bureau support charging fees so that we have full cost recovery, so that it's neutral?
So I think what we need to sit down and actually look at is, what is full cost recovery? Because like I've mentioned before, and I think this is where the Ag Department's going to come into play, because there is various programs that they can actually use the monies contributed to California Department of Food and Ag and reimbursed for. So we really need to look at what is the true dollar value that the county is out for each specialist, and then we can have that conversation. Again, looking through my documents from a number of years ago, working with Tony Liniger, based on gas tax reimbursements and other cost recovery through California Department of Food and Ag, it was around $35,000, give or take, per specialist. So again, with COLAs and those types of things, I don't know where we're at this point in time, but I think I'm not going to agree to that at this point until we have that full conversation. And we need to develop a more stringent sort of policy through the Ag Department on verifying that those fees are collected. So I think that whether that's initializing some sort of an actual card processing at that point, so we can do credit card processing over the phone, because of our rural status in our county, we need to look at sort of the technology that's needed to be implemented within that department.
Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. So we have 4 speaker cards right here, and just let's keep it brief because it's between us and lunch. So, John Harper.
My name is John Harper. I'm with the University of California Cooperative Extension. I serve Mendocino and Lake counties in that capacity. My point for being here today is largely to share with you a survey that we mailed out, or actually went online with, that duplicates one we did about 5 years ago. It was, we're now calling it the 2020 Non-Lethal Predation Survey Control. And I have some very, very preliminary results that I just am going to give you the packet. The first part is a copy of what questions we asked, and then the second part of the packet is some of the results of some of those questions. But we're nowhere close. The survey's only been running for about 13 days, so we're going to keep it going for another 2 months, and so to provide you even better information.
Okay, thank you very much. Carol Misseldine.
Well, first, I want to thank you so much for having this meeting and providing this information to the community. Thank you. I just have 2 quick points. First, I want to agree with the message that we've heard from a couple of other speakers. If provided with a largely subsidized program, lethal program, or the choice of a fee-for-service non-lethal program, human behavior predicts that people will use the free service in general, except for those of us who are really concerned about wildlife. Second, so it doesn't make sense. I mean, I don't see how a supplemental program can make sense. I think the county needs to commit to a non-lethal program. Second, we heard eloquently from Dr. Quinton Martins. The same message we have been hearing, it has been thundered down to us from scientists for decades. First of all, predators are essential to ecosystems, absolutely essential. Second, revenge killing of those predators does not protect livestock. It simply doesn't protect livestock, and in many cases, those killings make livestock predation worse because of the disruption to the social systems of these wild animal communities. Mendocino is a very progressive community, and they get, the population here gets this dismissal that has become so fashionable of dismissing scientific findings that we're seeing across this country is nonsense. And we need leaders who are not going to dismiss the scientific findings that we know about wild animals. So I really encourage you to do what other progressive counties have been doing, implement with clarity and subsidy, if necessary, move the subsidy from killing animals to a non-lethal approach. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Randy Dalton.
I'll make it brief. I've lived here for a long time, but before
Your name, please.
Randy Dalton, and from Mendocino County. I lived in Laytonville for 35 years and was involved in rescuing birds and deer, bottle feeding, and I knew of a place up in Leggett. A lady had 10 acres where she would take care of fawns and take care of foxes and many wild animals just voluntarily within the community. And in Walnut Creek, there's a Alexander Junior Lindsay Museum where they took hundreds of animals in the city. It was an urban rural interface. As the population grew, the animals were being pushed out, and they would take care of the rattlesnakes to deer to bear to fox, skunk. You know, right now I have a raccoon in the backyard, and I have a possum underneath the house, and I have dogs and cats, and we cohabitate. And deer come in, and there's an empty lot across the road, and there are deer that come in, and they're not shot, and they're protected. We have set-asides, habitat for foraging, you know, pocket parks is what I call them. We in Walnut Creek, this is important. $1 for every 1,000 of assessed valuation. I was active with the Parks District in Walnut Creek and also in San Ramon Valley, and we had 16 sites that were protected, 6 a year. There were $6 million that was raised, $1 for every 1,000 of assessed valuation. For if you had a $40,000 house, $40 went into this park district. And my husband worked with Bob Pond, who was a open space specialist in Walnut Creek, the R7 district and the R8 district. That was my specialty, that I've never missed a meeting in 5 years with my 4 kids and taking care of a 23-acre farm, and my husband going to work and working in the factory. This is a love that I have had for a long time. We have to preserve and protect our wildlife. We live in Mendocino. You've got 89,000 people with, as big as this county is. The mountain lions and the bears and the raccoonies and the salmon outnumber us. And I'd like to preserve and protect this little island of beauty and preserve it for our children to be able to have. I don't want Santa Rosa. We don't need San Jose. We don't need Walnut Creek. And if we can think ahead 100 years, the 7-generation plan, I would recommend that there be established a committee to further discuss this, and for jobs, for there to be made people like myself or others that can volunteer or work to help to bottle feed the animals if they need it, and to set aside, but not to kill. But the killing, putting up stakes with coyotes' heads along the driveway of Chris Brennan up in Laytonville makes me sick. The man kills, and he gets.
Let's keep it.
I know. Well, I'm going to say it makes me sorry that we have the process that we have. I'm glad to be here today to be able to say let's look at an alternative. Thank you.
Thank you. And Rose Ireland, last speaker.
Good afternoon, Board. Thank you very much for having us and for having these speakers speak. I was very grateful to just hear both Doris explain her whole wonderful system and Dr. Quentin Martins, who eloquently just stated to us that the best approach to protecting your livestock is to put them in every night, to use the available methods that have been available to ranchers for all through the Wild West, and that changing the rancher behavior is the most effective way to protect your assets and bring down the conflicts. I don't know if we can really state it better than what was just said 2 speakers ago. Dr. Quentin Martins also said that ecologically, the worst possible thing is to remove a native carnivore. Are we listening? Did we just hear what he just said? We don't need a lethal killing machine doing something that creates, I guess, maybe it's really built into the system and it creates more jobs for wildlife services. You keep killing native carnivore, creating that power vacuum, and you're just going to keep having that job that is an illusion that you're doing something when you're actually just creating more problems, obviously. I would like to say that I think there's a very positive shift happening in Mendocino County. We brought in the ban on non-GMO, and there are many young ranchers who are very understanding of the dynamics that Dr. Quentin Martins was speaking of. One of them was Gowan Batiste, Young Farmer of the Year 2016, successful rancher on the Mendo Coast, who spoke here on December 17th. And she made it quite clear that she's unhappy with this system of creating this power vacuum where more mountain lions and coyotes are coming in, and we've disrupted their behavior and they're causing problems. Here are other ranchers: Gowan Batiste, Fortunate Farm; Ruthie King, Ridgewood Ranch, Ukiah; Mark and Katie Wentworth, Vineyard and Ranch, Elk; Soren Gina Covina, Michael Foley, Sarah Grusky at Green Uprising; Casey O'Neill, Happy Day Farms. These are all intergenerational family farms and ranches handing down the knowledge of wildlife habitats and non-lethal interactions to keep alive the vision of nourishing the land that nourishes us all. They continue to instill the uplifting values of a lifestyle that gives back as much as it takes and inspires an ecologically vibrant exchange between humans and our relationship to food and agriculture. Please do the right thing and wildlife services and bring in a sane, localized, non-lethal. Thank you.
Okay. So, let's see. Seeing no more. Dr. Martins, do you have a comment? Okay.
Hi, Quentin Martins. I just wanted to make it, clear and available to Mendocino that our project is open to any calls by the public to contact us with any mountain lion related issues at no cost. within our study area where we can actually come out. We'll come out at no cost and come and help people if they have issues. And I think just to mention that when I think it should be something that should be put out there and that isn't done in Sonoma by California Fish and Wildlife, and that is to give people the option of having a resource like a project like ours, which is simply, you can still issue the permit, a depredation permit, but at the same time inform landowners that if you would like to speak to a resource like, a scientific conservation project that's out there, they're available. Here are their numbers, the details, and we've found that we've had over 95% success rate with dealing with landowners to alleviate that conflict, and as a result, not have the person on the street be, spending tax dollars on having animals killed when in fact they don't have to be killed, and you don't have to send wildlife services out to these guys. So it's a resource that's available.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, we didn't have the opportunity to ask questions of Mr. Martins earlier, and I've got a couple actually.
Okay.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for your offer. So again, the more information we can get, the more options, the better. Ideally, conflicts can be resolved without having to take the animal's life. But you mentioned in El Dorado they have many, many more lions killed.
Yeah.
That I doubt that the lions are behaving differently, so it's probably the people that are behaving differently.
Correct.
So, I think we're already in a situation where there is a genuine interest in non-lethal methods, or you wouldn't see that discrepancy.
Yeah, I think that my hypothesis would be that it's a cultural, reason for those significant differences in mortality, lion mortality in an area where you've got lower human density. So, based on what I've seen and heard from Mendocino seems to be in a good space to adopt more non-lethal approaches. And the other thing from an ecological point of view, Mendocino appears to act as a source population for mountain lions reaching further down into Sonoma, for instance. So it is a very important area from a wildlife point of view.
And then just briefly, in your presentation, you did note that in some instances, you do euthanize animals, which, so that's kind of like the no-kill shelter, but they still euthanize some animals. So non-lethal isn't always non-lethal, apparently, and that's more an editorial comment.
Yeah, you need a balanced approach, and you can't be totally sympathetic to animals just because they're it's an animal that you want it to be alive. But if you know that there's a very high likelihood that it's going to be an ongoing threat or nuisance, then there's no point in having it hang around. So I would be happy to see animals in those cases disposed of and focus more on the conservation of a broader population, healthy population. But killing of a healthy animal doesn't make any sense.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I'd like to comment on this 2020 non-lethal survey, University of California. I like the idea of more data, and that's one of the elements that's been missing here for us to make a prudent decision. But I have some concerns about it. It looks like the sample size is 43, which seems small. I would like to understand if it was a self-selecting big group, because I imagine ranchers who've had losses are more likely to complete a survey documenting losses than those that haven't, unless it's a random sample of ranches around the county. Seems like there would be bias. And if the presenter wants to come up and answer some of these questions, I'd appreciate it. On the second page, dollar value of losses by district, I think it's interesting when you add up all of those districts, this is without the wildlife service contract. The losses are far less than we're paying for the predator control. But we only have a sample size of 43. I don't know if there are more ranches that aren't reporting. Do you have any?
Yes.
One sec. County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think just as a matter of process, it may be worthwhile to clarify first whether there's any further public comment before getting into the questions and board discussion. I think the chair was just about there.
Are there any other public comments? Okay, seeing none, we're going to close that.
Okay, now?
Yeah.
Yes, the sample size is very low. As I mentioned, this is a survey that just went out. Two sources of the record of landowners that we sent it out to was basically the Cooperative Extension's list of livestock producers. And that's basically anyone who wants to be part of that list can be on that list, and then they were given the survey. In addition, Farm Bureau also sent it out to their membership. So yeah, you are dealing with a finite population. So typically we'd like to see a higher rate of return. As I mentioned, at this point, about 4% return is what we've gotten from the number of people that
To clarify, my concern is that 4% is self-selecting, right? And ranchers who have had losses are more likely to submit a return than those who haven't. What we really need is 100 ranchers to be polled, and even those that haven't had any losses, document that.
Well,
and then look at standard deviation and see, is it more pronounced in some areas than others?
Sure.
It's hard without that data to make heads or tails of the findings in this survey.
In the collection, people who it was random in the sense that there was a random selection by return, if you will. And so the respondents who returned, many of the respondents said they did not have any damage as well. And so that's why you saw some of that. So all I summarized for you today was some of the preliminary results. We also have a lot of comments. There's also agricultural damage, not livestock, that's in this survey as well. And so as we progress with the survey, we'll go ahead and do it. Main purpose was, in reissuing this survey, was more for policy information. Having sat through the previous meetings in December, there was discussion about whether or not constituents by district were interested in saving the program versus wanting to remove it. And so as a result, that's why those questions were formulated. And again, the more time we have to get better results, the better. I'm, as a data person who would analyze it, I would love to see more data.
Is it possible, and I do value it, I want to thank you for the effort, and I hope the county could work with you on next steps. Is it possible to get a statistician to look at the methods?
Certainly.
And help us fine-tune.
I'm trained in statistics too, so if you
so
want
then,
an outside statistician to look
well,
at
no,
it.
if you're trained, that's fine, but then would you agree that there's a bias when it's the results are self-selecting, that we're not getting all ranchers within a random sampling, we're getting those that decide to respond?
Yeah, I understand your question, and a random sample would be a throw of the dice that we would just throw it out to any completely random number of ranchers, okay? In a sense, by just submitting it as a shotgun approach, you are achieving some form of randomization. Now, it is, if the people have losses, they're certainly going to report it in that. But as I mentioned, there were people who reported that they had no losses.
Let's see, Supervisor Williams, if you have further questions about that, could you take it to Mr. Harper and UC Extension and then bring it back?
Is it possible to recommend it as an amendment to the action for the sponsors of this item?
Do what?
Can the sponsors augment the recommended action to include working on acquiring data? If we're talking about two different programs, we want to start amassing data so that we can see what's working over time.
Certainly, I think we can have a conversation, right? About information that might pertain to alternatives that the ad hoc is supposed to be looking at.
I believe that the scope of the agenda item is broad enough to cover that.
Okay. Yeah, very good.
And again, there are random populations, but there are also finite populations, so we study finite populations. Okay, so in terms of that, you're trying to get an opinion based on that finite population of those ranchers. Does that make sense to you?
It does.
Statistically? Okay.
Very good. Thank you. And good discussion, great presentation. Thank you very much. And we're going to break for lunch, but the people from Sonoma County are going to be in conference room A. Thank you, Supervisor Brown, for setting that up.
I did.
That's what they told me, but I thought I did. Oh, Well, anyway, anyway, they'll be in conference room A if anyone's interested in learning more about the program in Sonoma County, and we will return.
Well, we do have a proposed motion on the agenda.
Oh, we do? Okay.
So I'd like to make a motion. First of all, I think everyone on the board wants to see, and I think everybody in this room wants to see, a minimization of human conflict with wildlife. And in advancing that cause, I would like to make a motion to propose that the Board of Supervisors Wildlife Ad Hoc Committee, which consists of Supervisor Hashtag and myself, be directed to work with county staff to develop and bring back options for establishing a strictly non-lethal wildlife exclusion service in Mendocino County as a supplemental service for Mendocino County residents.
Okay.
That would include work with UC Extension.
On data collection?
Is there a second to that?
There could be.
Okay. Supervisor.
That's basically the recommended motion.
The recommended motion, which is, the only additions was, so this is for the ad hoc committee to work with county staff, and I would say, and community stakeholders, to bring back options for establishing a strictly non-lethal wildlife exclusion service for Mendocino County residents as a supplemental service for Mendocino County residents. And to work, I think encompassed in that is working with UC Extension on statistically valid survey.
I have a question before I offer a second.
Well, the procedure is to call for a second.
Yeah, we need a second to continue. I'll second that. Okay.
You have to turn over the gavel.
You gotta move the gavel.
I would second it for discussion.
Okay, you second it.
So, would Supervisor Jurdy consider amending the motion to include the ad hoc working on a full cost recovery plan for all predator control?
So we're bringing back options. I think we've already heard that there is a fee that's in place, but the county was not consistently collecting that because the county, I think the principal reason the county did, that department, the ag department, currently does not collect fees through credit cards. That's something that needs to change.
Yep.
And so I think I don't want to make a commitment to 100% cost recovery. It's certainly, the cost of the county is certainly less than $170,000 a year.
What, may I?
Yeah, go ahead.
So what I've heard from the public is a concern that we're subsidizing one program and then coming up with another that'll be competing but won't be subsidized. I don't see that model working, and so I really want to support this item. But I would like to see, and we don't have to commit to it today, but I would like to see the ad hoc at least work on a plan for full cost recovery, meaning work with staff to figure out how many incidents we have per year, what we get from other funding sources, from what remains that comes out of general fund, how to divide that fairly between all of the folks who call for services, so that there's no hit to our general fund.
I actually think that's achievable, and I think that a broad group of community stakeholders would agree with evening out the cost to the public for all services. But I think this is the detailed work that needs to take place at the committee level, not at this meeting today.
So
Correct.
Let's see.
I agree.
Okay. Supervisor McCowan.
So I believe that in the EIR we saw that over a 10-year period, Wildlife Services had provided 17,000 instances of technical assistance, so phone consultations, visits, etc. And we heard from the presenter from Sonoma County Wildlife Rescue that if you want someone answering the phone, you're going to have to pay them. So will the first conversation on the phone be, can we have your credit card number so we can bill you for this call? And a lot of these calls relate to nuisance things like skunks and raccoons that are under the house and stuff like that. So I think it's it's appropriate to have a fee schedule and try to recover costs, but I don't know that we're going to have a full cost recovery and still have the same level of service delivery. So it's very complicated how you're going to work that out to equitably spread all of the costs among the people who benefit. And I would maintain that there's a benefit if we are removing sometimes a rabid skunk from a neighborhood, but even skunks in general. I mean, there's a lot of public health benefits to controlling problem animals. So I don't know that going to full cost recovery is going to be the optimal solution to still provide the same level of service.
Supervisor Williams.
Withdrawn.
Okay, we have a
However-
motion, we have a second on the table, right? Okay, so,
Well, and I think the motion is to look at options, so it's not mandating that we go in one direction or another, but as I
Okay.
understood it, it's to get the
So-
information.
okay, Supervisor Williams?
Will you bring back a financial plan for whatever options are recommended? That's the commitment I'm looking for. When it
Okay.
comes back, I would like
Well-
to know what it costs and who pays it.
Supervisor Jordy.
I'm hoping that when we come back, we will have a very robust analysis of all of the options that are reasonable, and I believe we will get significant stakeholder buy-in to the options that we present.
Thank you.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor. Ready to vote? By the button. Okay,
The motion carries unanimously.
okay, very good. And like I said, we will have there'll be a meeting over in conference room A if anyone's interested. Okay,
Well,
we will reconvene
you're
at,
calling it a meeting.
well,
How many supervisors will be present?
not more than 2.
Right.
Okay, so we'll reconvene at 1:30. Meeting back to order. We're going on to item 5D. Okay, and we announced that in the morning, so this shouldn't take too long. So agenda item 5D is discussion and possible action, including approval of amendment to Board of Supervisors Agreement number 17-161 with Naughton Lewis Architects in the amount of $47,730 for a new total revised agreement amount of $2,957,730 for a detailed analysis of energy use options for the Mendocino County SB 844 new jail facility and extending the agreement term through June 20th, 2013. The sponsor is the Executive Office, so I'm going to turn this over to Steve Dunnicliff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Steve Dunnicliff, County Executive Office. And with me today, I have Captain Tim Pierce from the Mendocino County Sheriff's Office, his jail commander, and Eric Badness from Naughton Lewis. Just for quick background, the county is currently completing a design process for a new jail building that's funded with a $25 million funding commitment from the state. Site improvements for the new building are going to begin this year, and construction on the new jail building will begin as early as possible in 2022. At this time, the county's contribution to the project is $2.5 million. Any costs for the final project over the $25 million commitment from the state will be borne by the county. At the end of 2019, the county entered into an agreement with Vanner Construction Management Services to act as the CM for this project. And that day, the board expressed interest in the insulation levels and the mechanical systems in the new jail building. In response to the board's interest, Naughton Lewis, the county's architect for the project, was asked to develop a scope of work that would allow them to complete an energy efficiency analysis for the building. And Naughton Lewis is, in the view of staff, is a very logical partner, because we're at a point where time is really of the essence on trying to get this project, the drawings completed so we can get to construction. They have a detailed knowledge of the project, and they also have cost estimators that are familiar with this project and have already been working on it. If the board approves this additional analysis today, Naughton Lewis is going to prioritize getting it completed as quickly as possible. We're hoping for about a 2-month turnaround to get back in front of your board so that we can get direction from your board and incorporate and pass that direction along to Naughton Lewis if necessary. I've already mentioned this, but just to reiterate, any additional costs to incorporate design features from this new analysis is going to incur additional general fund expense. And that could be discussed when there is additional information after the analysis is completed. The $48,000 expense of this contract amendment was not specifically budgeted, but money is available through the set-aside that the board has already made. It just increases the likelihood of a need for additional funding to the project further down the road. And with those sort of brief notes, I'd like to bring Eric Badness up just to very quickly run through for the board the scope of work that would be completed, try to get an assurance or get to a point of clarity that this will address the board's interest, and we'll let you get on to your next item.
Thank you, Steve. Eric Badness, Naughton Lewis. If you have the scope of work in front of you, I'll just go through it with you briefly. The focus of the energy study will look at not only the current design, which is a gas heating system to heat and cool the building, the primary the primary heating system for the building. And then alternatives to that, which would be all electric approach. So, and we would look at 4 different options to the all electric approach: geothermal ground source heat pump option, a typical water source heat pump option, an air source heat pump system. So those are three options in addition to the gas system. With each of those options, we'll also look at the building's performance with or without exterior insulation. Most of the building is insulated by the way it's designed, However, as we have noted before, that the perimeter of the housing unit itself, the perimeter walls are not insulated, and that's because of cost and the cost benefit of having that insulation on the building. So we will look at, we'll give you the information that you'll need to see the difference between the building's performance with and without the insulation. In addition to studying those various systems, we'll also look at the construction cost impact to make changes to the design, and the cost impact it will have on the cost of construction. And the information that you'll also have from this study will give you sort of the advantages and disadvantages of each of the systems. So you should have all of the information that you need to make a decision whether you would like to make a change to a all-electric system or not, and which option you would like to choose. So, okay.
All right, thank you. You'll probably have some questions, so.
Certainly, yeah.
Okay, okay, I'll start it off with a question. So if we do this study and it comes back that we want to do some kind of insulation around the housing unit, then would that add time to the use of the jail and the whole construction process?
You mean time in terms of construction time, or?
Well, in terms of being able to house, people.
Well, it's a 24/7 facility, so you would be able to house people there with whether there's insulation on the building or not.
Right. No, the question is, would it delay the whole project?
Okay. Depending, so the insulation issue itself will not delay the project. It's very straightforward to put the insulation back on the building in terms of the design. So, and it would not delay construction.
Okay, what about the other?
The other options?
Options.
Certainly. Some of the simpler options would not likely delay our schedule, would not likely increase construction time. However, if you were to look at the geothermal system, if that were your choice to move forward with that, there would be a significant delay in time, because we would have to analyze the best approach for laying out the ground source system. So basically boring locations, we'd have to understand how the soils in that area of the facility, how that would work with the ground source system.
And then the cost, any cost for doing that kind of project would be additional, even though we might save something from not doing the natural gas.
That's correct. That's correct. So there would be, additional cost in construction. There would be some impact to the land around the jail, because that's where you would have your ground source, the coils that are extended into the ground that provide the thermal. And I apologize, I'm not a mechanical engineer, so I'm trying to convey this in the most technical way possible. But so there would be some additional time required in construction in order to lay that out.
And the solar panels on the roof is not an option?
It is not an option for the jail project.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Subject to public comment coming, I move the recommended action.
Well,
why?
Okay. Are there any other questions from the board? Any comments?
I have, if I may,
Okay.
Mr. Chair. Not building solar into the roof, however, doesn't preclude a separate project, whether with you or anyone else, that would provide covered parking and solar in parking areas.
That's correct.
Which I think tends to be the industry trend, to go more towards that than rooftop.
Yeah. So with public facilities, generally, at least with our experience with the jail projects, the state fire marshal doesn't want to have solar arrays on the roof. So yes, parking lot locations around the building tend to be the location for solar arrays.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other comments from the board? Okay. Are there any public comments? Okay, seeing no public comment, we'll go
I
back
move
to the
approval.
board. Okay. Supervisor Williams.
I move the recommended action.
Okay, is
I'll-
there a
I'll
second?
second that.
Okay, any further comment? All right, we'll vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, moving on to item 5F. Discussion and possible action including approval of the Mendocino County Cannabis Equity Assessment, adoption of resolution establishing the Mendocino County Local Equity Program and Local Equity Program Manual, authorization for the county chief executive officer or designee to submit a grant application to the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development for purposes of funding the Mendocino County Local Equity Program, and allocation of $100,000 of cannabis business tax in fiscal year 2020 to 2021 as a grant match upon grant award. So the executive office is the sponsor. We'll move to Deputy CEO Sarah Duquette.
Good afternoon, Chair Haschak, Board of Supervisors, Sarah Duquette, Deputy CEO, Executive Office. I'm here today to present the equity assessment. On February 4th, the board provided direction to utilize the California Center of Rural Policy at a Humboldt State to develop a local equity assessment and a local equity program for your adoption, and also to come back for approval to move forward with grant application with the state. I'd like to turn this over to the Humboldt State team to introduce themselves, and they're going to provide an overview of the purpose of the assessment, Mendocino County's history, and the assessment recommendations, and then we'll follow up with the recommended actions that are before you in the resolution. So with that, I'll turn it over to the Humboldt team.
Hi, I'm Dawn Arledge, the Director of Health for California Center for Rural Policy at Humboldt State. And I have with me Isadora Sharon, our GIS specialist at CCRP, and Dr. Dominic Corva. We're the team that put together the report and are available today to you for any questions, clarifications. A high-level overview of your equity assessment. So the purpose of the assessment was to utilize secondary data to document Mendocino's history with the prohibition and criminalization of cannabis and the impact of that on the community. The assessment provides recommendations for the county to consider as it develops its local equity plan. The goal of the assessment and plan is to assure that individuals who are adversely impacted by the criminalization of cannabis have access to assistance in entering the legal market. So a very quick overview of the 50-plus page report. In terms of Mendocino's history, Mendocino is at the epicenter of the war on cannabis cultivators in California, beginning in the late 1970s. Paramilitary-style cannabis eradication had adverse effects on residents involved in cannabis production. After the passage of Proposition 215, Mendocino County engaged in efforts to accommodate and regulate medical cannabis markets. As the state and federal context around cannabis continued to morph and shift, Mendocino continued to work to integrate cannabis, the industry, into the local economy. Post-2018, Mendocino County has skilled cannabis market participants who desire to be a part of a long-term sustainable industry, but who lack access to capital, banking, expertise in navigating the complex regulatory framework that surrounds the now legal cannabis industry. There are 9 primary recommendations in the report. I'm going to go through those very quickly. These are basically considerations for your equity program. Eligibility factors for the equity program should be focused on specific targeted populations most harmed by the criminalization of cannabis. It's recommended the county attempt to ensure that participants in the equity program have adequate opportunity to take advantage of the program. It's recommended specific services are incorporated that mitigate barriers to entering the legal market, including lack of access to capital, business space, business acumen, technical support, and regulatory compliance assistance. Cannabis operators should provide equitable employment opportunities, including hiring those with past nonviolent convictions, local residents, and historically disadvantaged populations. It's recommended the equity assessment be updated next year and every 3 years, as well as to create a data tracking and evaluation plan to monitor and share progress of the equity program, monitor and share trends in the emerging legal cannabis industry, and identify areas for course correction. And finally, it's recommended to assist equity participants with opportunities to market and network with other cannabis businesses participating in equity programs across the state of California.
Sarah Duquette, Executive Office. So before you, we do have the equity assessment uploaded to your item. We did have a revised version of it that made some changes to the history portion, so that revised document to replace Exhibit A is in your packet. The team from Humboldt State worked with staff and stakeholders to take these recommendations outlined in the assessment and place them into the Mendocino County Cannabis Local Equity Program Manual, which is also in your packet and before you for adoption. In the manual, it outlines the qualifications for the program eligibility as well as alternative qualifications, and it outlines the services that would be provided in the equity program, from tiered fees or waivers to technical assistance to loans and grants and helping with employment skills, which is outlined on page 2 of the document. And it also goes through the program administration and the provisions of services. So before we move on to the recommendations in the resolution, are there any questions regarding the assessment or the program manual?
Supervisor Jurdy.
There's intense interest throughout the county in helping facilitating the relocation of cultivation sites that are in residential neighborhoods where they are not permitted by our zoning to relocate out of those residential neighborhoods and into more appropriately zoned areas. And to what extent would we be able to use any of these funds or future funds to help facilitate the relocation of those cultivation sites, say into industrial lands or just some other properties that would be more appropriate?
We do have provisions outlined in the services sections regarding loans and grants and other technical services. So if the businesses located in the sunset districts are able to meet the qualifications in section 1 or 2, they may be eligible for funds to help them as they try to relocate and in that area. So I think that the qualifications are really broad, and we try to capture the people that were negatively impacted on the war on drugs as well as other criteria. So hopefully many of them will be eligible to apply for the services in the second portion to help them relocate.
Okay, I'd just like to remind supervisors to refresh your iPads. Okay, any other questions? Right.
Well, thank you. I guess I have one, Mr. Chair. So this is an ambitious undertaking, and I certainly appreciate all the work that was done. And it's likely, I think, that board action today may be approval subject to authorizing the CEO probably to approve additional changes prior to submission. So it's kind of an evolving document. I know there's some additional information we hope to acquire yet, including some statistical information from the sheriff's office on arrest records, asset forfeiture, things like that. So we want the assessment to be as complete as possible prior to submission. So again, I think it's likely that we will approve, subject to authorization, that a designated authority be able to approve further changes from what we see today.
Okay. Ms. Duquette.
Sarah Duquette, Executive Office. So in your packet, you have the resolution. It outlines a couple of things that you would be adopting. First, adopting the revised Exhibit A, which is the Cannabis Equity Assessment. Second would be the adoption of the Mendocino County Local Equity Program and the program manual in the form of the attachment in Exhibit B. The next would be to authorize the CEO to execute by electronic signature on behalf of the county the grant application with the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development. And that is due on March 9th, so we are working towards a close approaching deadline. And that's the resolution. What we're also asking for in the item, after talking with the team at Humboldt and looking at the other counties that have equity programs and that are already in place, to make our application competitive to potentially draw down more state funds. We recommend putting towards the program $100,000 in a grant match. Most of the jurisdictions are putting in monies from the counties as part of their program. And so to show the state that we have skin in the game and to make our application more competitive, we recommend including in this action $100,000 as a grant match.
And my understanding is that this grant match would only be utilized if we receive the grant.
The recommended motion before you has $100,000 upon grant award. The timeline by the state is the application is due by March 9th. They will send out the award notices by May 1st, and they are going to try to get the grant agreements in place by the end of June. So we should know before we go into budget adoption if we've received the funding from the state, and this program would launch in the next fiscal year.
Okay. Any further comments from the board? Okay, moving on to public comments. Jed Davis. John Sakowitz is next.
Hello, Jed Davis, Potter Valley. I want to voice my support for this equity program. I think it's important to include those who have been raided, their plants eradicated, assets seized, legal fees paid, and no formal charges filed or convictions. That's happened a lot. I think it also, any money that can go towards teaching, helping the cultivators that don't have a lot of business acumen get through the process and get through the permitting, building permits, and all of that, and basic business coaching would be very helpful. Thank you.
Okay. And Monique Ramirez is next.
John Sakowitz, El Dorado, Ukiah, First District. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I enthusiastically support this agenda item 5F. Over my lunch break, I submitted public comment, and if I may, through the clerk. Some of you may remember that during the candidates forum at the Ukiah City Council chambers, I held up an attaché case that was left behind in one of my grow operations that was left behind by the DEA's cannabis eradication team. It was a little souvenir you can't buy in their gift shop or online or any place else. I don't grow in this county anymore. I don't grow in California anymore. Not only has law enforcement been oppressive since the war on drugs, but if you've been following the events that are unfolding in Rohnert Park and Sebastopol and Petaluma, law enforcement has been involved in the extortion and in the robbery of cannabis growers. They've taken cash and cannabis that should have been destined for the evidence locker, and they've kept part of it and brokered it themselves. This is outrageous, and this is why we need an equity program. Not only have cannabis farmers been the subject of eradication, they've been the subject of extortion, they've been the subject of robberies, they've been the subject of 40 years of oppression. I wholly and enthusiastically support anything that restores equity to longtime cannabis farmers. Thank you.
Next up is Casey O'Neill.
Hello, Monique Ramirez, District 3. Today I'm speaking on behalf of the Covelo Cannabis Advocacy Group, and we just want to show our grateful support for this item on the agenda, and that we want to see this item move forward and establish a local equity program. We also feel that using $100,000 of our cannabis taxes to grant match the state is a well use of our tax dollars and support this allocation. We look forward to the progress and development of the program, and we would like to also thank the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance for helping to collect declarations from the community and working with HSU to get us to where we are. That was a heroic effort, and I just want to commend the organization for that hard work that they put in. And we would also like to encourage that a waiver in the permit fees be included in the services section. In reviewing it, it's really great to see a lot of educational tools and support for navigating the permit process, but it would also be great to see some sort of waiver for permit fees or a reduction in them. I think that's also really helpful to these types of applicants. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Casey O'Neill. Next up, Hannah Nelson.
Good afternoon, Casey O'Neill, local farmer. I think this is a fairly historic day. We've seen previous commentators and myself, a lot of folks in this community have been through the raids, have been through the process. I served 2 months in the Mendocino County Jail. And to reach a point where our community is able to have this conversation in which there is a discussion of equity happening, and in which the cannabis taxes are going to be put some funds towards that process, I think is a very powerful thing. I'd like to second the support for the MCA memo. I think the points made in it are excellent in terms of expanding the program, and would like to thank everybody who's worked on this, the team from Humboldt, Dr. Corvo, who I've known for quite a while. I'm very, very appreciative in this moment. Thank you.
Hannah Nelson. Next up is Jewel Thillman.
Good afternoon, Hannah Nelson. I echo some of the previous speakers in terms of this historic moment, and really appreciate that the county quickly approved HSU getting in there, making the assessment so quickly, and appreciating their heroic efforts. And it's really significant. We submitted a brief memo asking for additional considerations, and I agree this is a living document, so I don't feel that any of these issues would hold up approval of this item. I strongly concur that grant funding that has skin in the game locally would be much more likely to be approved. So I concur with that, and I think that it's a prime subject or appropriate use of cannabis business tax money. And again, no problem if it's not issued. Our general request is that as this living document goes forward, both the assessment and the program itself, that we look in the broadest, most terms, that we don't exclude accidentally categories of people based on specific narrow criteria, and that the services that we provide through it can apply in a variety of different circumstances. So if the problem is this and the solution is that, well, if you could use the solution but you had a different problem, let's make sure we build this program in a way that allows the use of multiple solutions for multiple problems, or a solution that is applicable to multiple problems. And that's really the core of our comments, and we very much appreciate this effort. Thank you.
Okay. Jude?
Good afternoon. My name is Jude Tillman. I live in Fort Bragg, founder of Dragonfly Wellness Center. I'm just stepping forward as one of the people who was very concerned that the voices of people who have been hit by the war on drugs were represented. I offered some weeks ago to help gather some of these testimonies for the folks from Humboldt County, who I'm greatly appreciative to, that for all the work that you've done. It's just amazing. And you too, even though you're not from Humboldt County. But the main thing I want to say is that I had 8 esteemed longtime medicine makers making tinctures for children with epilepsy, et cetera, that I've been working with as a dispensary owner and as an educator of cannabis medicines. And I asked them to give testimony, and they were still so shaken that I was only able to get 3 testimonies out of the 8 people. They're just too afraid. People are so traumatized by the experiences that they went through during law enforcement activities, and with a couple of them, it wasn't even law enforcement activities. It was just being continually told at every juncture by either the county or the state that, no, you're doing something wrong, or you don't have the right caps on, or you're in the wrong zone, or this, that, and the other thing, and they're just very frustrated. What's frustrating to me is that I've got patients who depended so much on these medicines, and they are the best medicines in the world. I say that unequivocally. And I just wanted to give you a personal sense of what's at stake here in terms of being able to help some of these folks get back up on their feet and start to produce the way that they were producing. Nothing like anything. You can't get this medicine anywhere else in the world. Mendocino, we have a right to be very, very proud. And then just finally, the other point I wanted to make is something that we started to urge, and most notably Pebbles Trippett really took the lead on this one years ago, starting in 2014, that every state in the history of our country that had an industry rising that was of value to the state, economically, politically, socially, whatever, mostly economically, when they were starting to regulate those industries, they would put together a board of advisors consisting of people from those industries, whether it was timber, big ag, or whatever. In the case of cannabis, because of the so many decades of prohibition and the mentality about it, we were always thought of as criminals, and so we weren't asked to be on a state board. I ask the county that you turn to people who are involved in the industry and have a front row experience of the industry for help with the allocation of these funds and the identification of grant recipients. Obviously MCA, but others as well. Turn to the people who know what's going on out in the field. That's what I would urge. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. Any other comments from the public? Okay, seeing none. Oh, one more. Sorry, come forward. State your name. And
hi, I'm Edie Lerman. How are y'all doing? Nice to see you. I'm seriously concerned about not only the equity program as it's being presented, but how the applications are being processed currently by our planning department. And while I think it's great that we're trying to consider all of the people who haven't gotten their applications in yet and trying to look forward into a new process, there's a lot of people that are drowning in the current application process that are getting forgotten. And they didn't have to necessarily spend time in jail, but as Jude says, they're just turned away. I go on a regular basis to the planning department. Every time I'm there, people that I've never talked to before are being turned away. Half the time when I get there and I'm trying to talk about an application, they can't find the application that I'm talking about, and they tell me that there's no such application, only for 5 minutes later them to suddenly find the application, and in some situations try and return it back to me because of some minor deficiency. And these situations are very concerning because these are people who have come forward and are trying to get permits, and for every one of those, there's 50 people sitting in the light to try and think about putting in a permit, but they don't because of the frustrations. And even the fact that they have to hire a lawyer in order to do this process is sort of ridiculous. They should be able to do it on their own. We should set up a system where the county is responsible for the applications that they have. There's a system that's not arbitrary and capricious. And it seems like people are being turned away for, like I said, minor deficiencies. For example, hundreds of applications, in my opinion, were turned away because there's no seller's permit. You don't need a seller's permit when it's going to be 6 months from the date and time that you're actually going to be selling anything. They're not even allowed to grow cannabis yet. That's not even to talk about the inconsistencies with the phase 1 versus phase 2 application process. There is no phase 2 application process. We're skipping all the way to phase 3, I guess. So it just seems like it's being done arbitrarily. I know that there are certain people who get special circumstances and those applications get pushed through. And it's really sad. I see a lot of people, like I said, that aren't even my clients that are turned away and probably never come back to planning to kind of try and get their situation considered. So perhaps if we can figure out some way to cure the applications that have already been submitted, we'd go a long way rather than trying to start a new process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment? Okay, going back to the board. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the last point, is there anything that prevents someone currently in the application program for applying and being helped by the equity program? I'm seeing a head shake, no.
Sarah Duquette, Executive Office, no.
Right.
It's really if you can meet the criteria of, on page 1 for program eligibility or alternative eligibility. And if you go to the services, there is a mixture of tiered or waived fees, deferred fees, technical assistance, application assistance meetings, and et cetera.
Right. I want to go to, I think it was page 48, which, well, actually, I think it may have moved to be page 51 or something. Yeah. I'm not sure, but it lists the criteria for people to be eligible and the recommendation. It's a text box. It follows after the business type permit count. And it's one of the points raised by Hannah Nelson regarding dates of eligibility. So currently for conviction history, low incomes, conviction history, it's 1971 to 2015. She's recommending extend that through 2019. I actually would favor extending it through 2016, which is the year that people could become eligible to get permits, and should have been looking more at that avenue than staying outside of the system. So I don't know board opinion on that. And then I had one other thing that I would very much like to add. To me, it's one of the most important benefits that we might offer through an equity program. So with regard to the program manual on page 2, we go down to the item 7, and we have water storage, remediation of facilities away from a stream, installation of solar. One of the most important things, one of the most expensive, is dealing with the requirements of the resource agencies to repair your road, repair your culvert, repair legacy watershed damage that might have been created by a logging company 60 years ago. So I very much would favor including those types of items as eligible. So the language might say remediation or repair of road surfaces, culverts, legacy watershed impacts, or other infrastructure improvements needed to comply with water board or fish and wildlife requirements.
Second.
Okay. All right, you got those comments? Well, that was direction,
Well,
so.
I'm not hearing any objection to that.
No.
So that's great. As to the years of eligibility, again, I think there's absolute logic to extend it to 2016, but
How about November 8th, 2016? Passage of 64?
well, I would put it to the end of the year. I'd give them another month and a half. So I'm not hearing objection to.
Second.
I'm fine with it. Okay. So, any other comments?
I could be ready to make a motion.
Okay.
I have to get back to that
Looks like we're ready for one.
I have to get right back to that right screen. So we have the two items that we've just referenced that we're giving direction there. And then the motion would be the recommended action with a slight modification. So I'll just read it out. Approve the Mendocino County Cannabis Equity Assessment, adopt resolution establishing the Mendocino County Local Equity Program and Program Manual, and authorize chair to sign the same. Authorize the chief executive officer or designee, and here's the slight change, to revise as deemed appropriate and submit a grant application to the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development for purposes of funding the Mendocino County Local Equity Program and allocate $100,000 of cannabis business tax in fiscal year 2021 as a grant match upon grant award.
Second.
Okay. Any comment? Supervisor Jurdy.
Just briefly, I think it's encouraging to know that these funds could be used, at least in part, to help people who are in sunset areas, residential neighborhoods, and need to relocate out of them to help them do that. And also that as I understand it, that the funds could also be used to help people with their application process and ideally reduce some of the strain that's been placed on the planning department. So hopefully those two things are part of our program overall.
Okay, seeing no further comment?
Mr. Chair, if I may, I believe that the board can appropriately delegate the authority as addressed in the motion. I would just suggest from time to time the state has very specific requirements as to what they want in terms of any resolution approving a grant application. So I would just suggest maybe taking a brief moment to inquire of staff whether there are any particular requirements that for this grant application that might be an issue for.
Okay. Staff, do you have any comment on that?
In terms of the actual resolution, we do need to keep the language for 3 in terms of authorizing the executive to submit the actual application, but we're fine with we can accommodate a direction to continue to improve the assessment and the policy manual to make it ready for prime time submittal.
Very good. All right. Seeing no further comment, we'll vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
And I'd just like to say thank you for your expeditious work on this. It's really amazing that we got it together that quickly. So thank you.
You're welcome. It was a pleasure.
Okay. Moving on to agenda item 6C, discussion and possible action regarding recommendations of the Cannabis Cultivation Ad Hoc Committee. So since I am the lone supervisor on the Cannabis Cultivation Ad Hoc Committee, I'm going to pass the gavel over to Supervisor Jurdy to conduct this portion of the meeting. Okay?
Congratulations.
So I think we'll begin with a presentation from staff.
Well, I think, is it staff or it's me?
Okay, we're on to
I'm the sponsor. So.
Okay.
All right. So, the Board of Supervisors has stated that it wants the cannabis program and ordinance to be streamlined, provide for amnesty, maintain environmental standards, and be economically viable for our county. With the goal of streamlining, the first set of recommendations is to align aspects of the county ordinance with the state. In doing so, and to a degree, it will relieve some of the burden off of the permit applicant, stop the bottleneck that happens at the state level, relieve county staff of duplicative and/or unnecessary processes. This should speed the time in which the county permit can be granted. We must acknowledge that much is outside of our control, so we are trying to do whatever we can with the jurisdiction, in the jurisdiction where we have oversight. Amnesty will be achieved by allowing legacy sites, sites that had cannabis cultivation before 1/1/16 to apply for the legacy permit. People who haven't gotten into the program yet will have another opportunity. I have talked to many stakeholders and people throughout the county about having a time limit. There are opinions ranging from no amnesty to 2 months to just leave it open. After much consideration, I think that with the proposed changes, we should have a 6-month period after any changes have been adopted and the equity program is in place. An open-ended process will not be in the best interest of the county, those in the permit program, law enforcement, or our environment. People need to decide whether they are going to be in the process or not. I think that everyone is concerned about maintaining the environmental standards that we have. With that in mind, the proposal is to not allow new grows in rangeland or other resource zones. We want more people in the system to better monitor the impact on watersheds and communities, with individual site reviews for increases in cultivation size above 10,000 square feet, or a canopy of above 10,000 square feet. We will be able to account for the appropriateness of each site, yet we need to have limits, and this proposal of the legacy and non-legacy charts provides for limited increases with appropriate oversight. Economic viability is different in each person's point of view. The proposed changes allow for the doubling of cultivation canopy in many zones for legacy sites. In ag land, sites can go up to 1 acre. This proposal gives some scaling up opportunities, scaling up with which even the cannabis community is split on, while trying not to leave behind the small legacy farmers. We can do both. And so if you, I don't know how you'd like to deal with this, but I could start with the recommendations. Okay, if I can, let's see. Okay, and first I'd like to clarify that on recommendation number 1, the personal use cultivation, the idea was to remove the 100 square foot limit and just allow 6 plants for adult use, and that would be for outside grows with 10 acres or above. And so according to my conversations with staff, it would have no impact on what's happening in areas under 10 acres. And so I didn't want to impact any neighborhoods. I know that there's a lot of concern. There's been a lot of communication about neighborhoods. The intent was not to change any of that in neighborhoods. And so any site under 10 acres would still have to be an indoor grow, and it would not be a hoop house or a greenhouse, but rather it would have to be indoors according to what the building department considers indoor. So really this was looking at 10 acres and above for the 6 plants, which would be in alignment with what the state says. Okay. Do you want me to? Do you want
Well,
okay.
I'm sorry, let's call on Supervisor McCown, then Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So there were more than one reason to impose the 100 square foot limitation, which in part is to reduce neighborhood impacts. But you need to bear in mind that We do have many neighborhoods where there's mixed zoning or there's non-conforming parcels. There are numerous parcels in proximity to a 10-acre parcel or larger, where the preferred grow site would be in proximity to those smaller parcels. So you wouldn't necessarily eliminate neighborhood impacts. Possibly the greater reason for retaining the 100 square foot limit for adult use in particular is that it limits the amount of production available to serve the black market. There are no doubt people that would use what they grow for their personal use, but by removing the 100 square foot limit for your 6 plants, people can then grow 6 plants that are 100 square feet each or more. That's very well documented. Now there's a shift. I understand a lot of people are moving away from the larger plants and going to smaller ones. Those are going to be permitted growers, but people who have a fixed limit of only 6 plants, the tendency might well be to go for the larger plants, and you can get, depending on your skill level, people get 2, 5, 7, 12, even more pounds per plant is achievable for people under all the ideal conditions. So I absolutely oppose this. I think it's bad faith to even bring it forward. The board has discussed and debated this numerous times. We've brought the neighbors back into it again because they're concerned about the impacts they may experience. I'm unalterably opposed to that, and I don't know why, including people seeking permits or who have achieved them, who want to keep pushing for something that undercuts the legal market and absolutely encourages the black market. So.
Okay. Supervisor Williams, then Supervisor Brown.
Did I hear 12 pounds per plant?
It's achievable.
Wow. So, if Supervisor Haschek, if you want to push this idea forward to allow 6 plants without a square footage limitation, I would recommend a setback so that in those circumstances where it's RR10 zoning, but there are non-conforming parcels that are small, the neighbors at least know there's a setback. They're not going to have a garden right up against their property line. Given that we have a climate action committee going, I think it is important that we try to pull cultivation into sun-grown. The idea that we're encouraging indoor grows, which frankly, at a small scale are a fire hazard. You're not going to have the sort of commercial construction to do it safely for only 6 plants for personal use. And even in a commercial market, six plants today in today's value wouldn't pay for the facility. I think it's a little bit sketchy, and so I do like the idea of moving it to sun-grown, but I don't want there to be an impact on neighborhoods.
Supervisor Brown.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Jurdy, and I stand right with Supervisor McCowan on this particular one, and I think a lot of our constituents feel that they have come and something was settled. Supervisor McCowan stated the debate over this, and I cannot support it. Absolutely cannot.
So my feedback is I really think that we need, as a board, to not endlessly tinker with these ordinances. And I realize that the intent was good on behalf of Supervisor Haschek. I don't think you intended to stir up the hornet's nest here, but I think actually it did. And so I think to the extent that we're adjusting policy, I think we should be really clear that we're steering clear of the residential neighborhoods. And I'm concerned that this unintentionally does. Supervisor Haschek.
Yeah, and certainly my intention was not to stir up the neighborhoods and not to change what's happening in the neighborhoods, but rather these bigger parcels of 10 acres or above to let them grow 6 plants outdoors. So,
Supervisor Williams, then Supervisor Brown.
Yeah, so I would like to preface everything, all of the input I have coming forward with, I'm looking at this through the lens of Humboldt has generated more than 10 times as much revenue as our county in the same period of time. And I want as much of the cultivation to the legal market as possible. The people of Mendocino County deserve better roads, ambulance service, more deputies, everything that comes with tax revenue. The people who don't like seeing cannabis cultivated commercially in this county, at a minimum, deserve to get the revenue from it. And when I look at all of the suggestions that are being brought forward, and I appreciate them, I think they're good Band-Aids. I think we're missing the bigger picture, that we have an ordinance that's just unworkable. We have a patient that has an arterial bleed, and we're all huddled around a hangnail on the toe. And somehow we need to step back and maybe just direct our planning director to apply the land use that's already been decided by this board with the state standards and come back with a lightweight ordinance so that we can issue permits to all the cultivators. We're talking about an equity program, which I fully support, but to help pay to get people through because they need attorneys and it's so difficult. There's something wrong with our process that we're not addressing today. So as we go through the rest of these items, I'm looking at it through the lens of which changes will allow us to convert illicit market into tax-paying legal market.
Supervisor Brown, then McCown.
Thank you very much. And my response to that is neither one of you testified, did you, during the whole making of this ordinance? Did you come and go through the process? And I will tell you, Supervisor Williams, you can insult me all you want. I'm standing strong on no more changes.
Supervisor McCown.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I support your comments that there's a lot of things in here that have been debated, and it's really not going to make the application process easier, and this is one of them. And this board has decided this several times, including when you've been here. And part of our protocols, I believe, is we advocate strenuously for what we believe. We marshal our best arguments. We bring all the logic, all the advocacy to it that we can. And when the board takes an action, we abide by the majority decision of the board. And we're never going to get anywhere to making the kind of structural changes I think you're advocating for if we keep going back. I would even say wasting our energy on issues that have been continually debated and decided. It's time to move on to other things. So you're actually hindering the ability of the board to fully consider your other recommendations. And I think we should move on to those. But I think I'm hearing clearly from three people, we don't support tinkering with the current 100-foot limitation for personal use. And again, even if you can do it and not bother the neighbors, you're undercutting the legal market.
So that's true, and so Supervisor Hash, I could appreciate if you go on to the next item number 2.
Okay. Eliminate the need for an annual inspection except on an as-needed basis with some indication of non-compliance with the ordinance. And this would allow staff to really focus on getting people through the permit process. And instead of, if they understand that there hasn't been a change to what's going on at a cultivation site, then they don't need to go out there and do their 15-minute inspection, but a 3-hour trip to get there. And so staff believes that this would be a better use of their time. And if there is some indication that the cultivation site has changed or there's non-compliance in it, then they would have every right to go out and do the inspection.
Okay, support. Supervisor McCown, you have your...
I do support this, although I think staff should be able to make a drop-in visit if they want to. So I wouldn't necessarily leave it to, gee, they have to show there was some indication of non-compliance. If staff thinks there's a need, I would allow that, but absolutely eliminate the blanket annual inspection, which I honestly don't see the need for, you know, as this whole thing has evolved.
Supervisor Brown?
Thank you, Supervisor Jurdy. I'm going to wait to hear from the public on that one.
Okay. Continuing on. And I think what Supervisor McCowan said about that number 2 is that I believe that the intention of this is that staff would have the right to go with any kind of idea, if they thought that they needed to go out and check it. So number 3, eliminate the requirement of live scan for criminal history, which will be satisfied upon the applicant owner operator receiving a state cultivation provisional or annual license. Require only a local criminal history check reviewed by the Mendocino County District Attorney for prohibiting local criminal history. This was, there was several meetings between our code enforcement officer, Trent Taylor, and the DA, and they worked this out to everyone's agreement, I believe. And so that's where we are. We think that that will streamline the process and make it a little more easier for the applicant, and it would also align things more with what the state's doing.
Okay. Thank you. Supervisor Brown?
Thank you. I'd just like to hear confirmation from staff that the district attorney is okay with this.
I don't see the district attorney here, but do we have Trent Taylor, code enforcement?
Yeah, Trent Taylor, interim code enforcement manager, planning and building. I had several meetings with the DA, and the proposal, as Supervisor Haschak's described it, is exactly what he's in support of.
Can support.
Yes.
Okay. Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So I'm wondering if this is actually necessary to have it in the ordinance, and we could have board direction that staff would follow this less formal process of submitting the information to the district attorney. We could all have that understanding. That's board direction. We support that. We may not always have the same DA, and a future DA may not have the same priority for this issue. So I wouldn't want to create a situation where potentially this becomes a logjam again or a choke point, because I think there's indications it has been a choke point to this point. So that might be more a county council question. Could we simply take live scan out of the ordinance and yet have direction that the department would still forward them to the district attorney for his review, and that staff could handle the information the same way that they do now?
Do we have a response from county council?
So, Deputy County Counsel Matthew Godrowski, I think just hearing it, my first issue is having a system that, if we're intending it to result in someone not getting a permit, not being part of the ordinance with the application requirements. I think if we're going to have it as a step in the application process, we want to keep that in the ordinance.
I think my intent is it wouldn't be a mandatory step, because if things bog down and you're not getting a response from the DA, staff would act on the information they have.
Mr. Chair, if I may. I would suggest that the best mechanism to address that might be to put in a requirement that be submitted to the DA, but that if it not be received within a certain specified time frame, it would be deemed approved. The concern would be, since this is a ministerial permit process, imposing a requirement that's not in the ordinance itself might effectively cause the staff to be violating a ministerial duty under the code. So by putting in some sort of structure to that effect, you'd be able to preserve the mechanism while having a safety valve in the event that the DA decided not to provide feedback.
Thank you.
Okay, are we moving on?
So what was agreed there?
requirement to submit to the DA, and if there's no response within a specified time, it would not hold up approval.
What time?
If I may, Mr. Chair, I at this point, I don't know that we've actually gotten any clear direction from the board just yet, and we haven't had public comment just yet. I'm assuming that the final direction on all of this is going to come after that's occurred and some sort of motion is made.
That's correct, and I would appreciate it. I'm sure staff will continue thinking about if there was a time limit for that response from the district attorney. You maybe could be thinking about what a recommended time frame would be for that. We come back to it later. Okay, go on to the next one.
Okay. Eliminate the need for
we did that. Yeah.
lake and stream alteration agreement from California Department of Fish and Wildlife, changing it to a proof of application for the same with CDFW by modification to section 10A.17.090J to indicate that an applicant has to only provide a copy of their streambed alteration agreement permit when obtained. So the hang up here is that people will apply for this LSAA agreement, and then it takes a long time for this, like forever, for the state to deal with it. And so it's holding up the county permit process. And if people could just show that they've applied to the state, then the county can proceed with our process of granting a permit.
Supervisor Williams?
I agree.
Supervisor Brown?
Thank you. I'm going to wait to hear public comment.
Supervisor McCown?
Well, I've advocated for that continuously. At times, we've had it written into the ordinance, and then we wrote it out. So I totally support writing it back in. We have bigger problems with fish and wildlife, however.
Second.
Okay. Supervisor Hashak?
Okay, number 5, this starts to deal with the charts and the phase 1 and the phase 3 process. And so this would change the phase 1 and phase 3 to based on locations. Legacy cultivators, it would be based on a legacy site, not related to the individual person. Where cultivation occurred prior to 1/1/16, it would be a ministerial process for 10,000 square feet of canopy and under, and sunset areas excluded from reopening. And the ad hoc recommends the board consider whether to establish a deadline for legacy site permit applications. And I was saying that I think it should be 6 months after, the equity program and the ordinance changes are adopted.
Supervisor Williams?
Do we have a CEQA solution worked out with the state for the legacy permits, the non-use permit? Or are we digging deeper?
That would be a question for staff.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. I think we've been working with the state over the winter, and I think we're very close to what we can use as a solution for our current ordinance. I think the state clearly likes to see as many use permits with site-specific review as possible.
Will the state support, let me rephrase, if we reopen phase 1 and we go with non-discretionary permitting, will the state still allow us to transition those, even at this stage of the game?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, I'm reluctant to speak for the state, but in terms of the similarity of that process with what we currently have, we would at least start that conversation.
So that sounds like an unknown. I mean, it's the same fact pattern, but the difference is the state told us there's a problem. We're continuing down that path by reopening.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, the state doesn't have the problem with our CEQA document. We're working on how to make our CEQA document work for their CEQA circumstances. And so that's what we've been working on. What the state is trying to find that patch between those two permitting structures. So I can't say exactly what the state would do, but given that it's a very similar situation, ideally they would look at it similarly, but I can't offer any guarantees.
So I support the change if we have 3, but I don't feel very confident on the state, given how long we know the state's been working on this CEQA Band-Aid.
Supervisor McCown.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So I don't have a lot of confidence either. We've been hearing for quite a while that we're close to being in agreement with the state. The fundamental problem is they don't like the conclusions that were reached in our CEQA documentation, but whenever I ask the question of staff, I keep hearing, we think our CEQA document is fine. I think it's actually fine. When you consider that all the cannabis activity that was occurring as of the operative date, legal or illegal, no matter how outrageous, was all part of the baseline. And then we went through this process of evaluating impacts, and to have people come into a regulated system capped at 10,000 square feet on an existing site, which is all that we allow, in the phase one, what are the impacts? What are the significant impacts? There aren't any, and yet the state refuses to accept that. What would change on the part of the state that would allow them to back off? Nothing, unless they get punched in the nose at some point. And I don't think we're making enough of an issue out of this, that the state is hamstringing our program. The biggest equity step forward would be for the state to simply accept our CEQA document. That'd be the biggest streamlining that could occur. I mean, what are the odds, though? I mean, what's the gap that needs to be closed to reach agreement with the state? And if that agreement is reached, does that mean legacy cultivators not exceeding 10,000 square feet are covered?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. So our CEQA document was for the ordinance and covered all sites the same in terms of if you fit within the ordinance, you're covered under the mitigated neg deck. The state, it looks at its permit as a discretionary permit, and it wants site-specific CEQA for every permit at the state level. So what we've been trying to do is figure out a mechanism to use our CEQA document for their CEQA purposes. And there are different CEQA purposes. So that's why it's taken some time to get through that, because we're looking at what we do for our permit versus what they want for their permit under very different structures.
Correct, but every one of our sites has been covered under our CEQA document. That's not exactly the same as a site-specific CEQA, but it's a programmatical equivalent.
That's certainly the argument we've been taking with the state. It's still getting them to have a document that they can rely on for their approval.
State needs to get their mind right.
So,
Supervisor Williams? Yeah, I still have the concern that we're issuing more permits that may have a difficult time getting an annual a few years from now. The CEQA issue is not worked out. Would it be better to make the transition to use permits for legacy sooner?
Kill them off now.
I think we may need to come back to this item after public comment. Supervisor Hashak, do you want to go to your last item?
Yeah, and then, so the phase 3 would be non-legacy cultivation. And legacy, and so there'd be two phases. There'd be the legacy and the non-legacy. And non-legacy cultivation and legacy expansion above 10,000 square feet, previously referred to as phase 3. Please see attached zoning table, recommendations for zoning, parcel size, cultivation limits, and discretionary permitting. So if you go to current phase 3, is it?
Are you looking
revised phase 3 table?
So, okay, which document? I'm looking currently at attachment A, current table 2. Is that the correct document, or you have another one?
No, you need to go to revised phase 3 table.
Okay, got it.
And you'll see some changes. And
well, isn't it actually, it's revised table 2?
Well, it says revised phase 3 table. And that's the one we're looking at.
The electronic document has a different name than the print.
Ah. Okay, got it.
Okay, go on, Supervisor.
Okay, so in this, we were trying to look at what I've been hearing from people at the town halls, at the Cannabis ad hoc town hall I had in Laytonville, just input from everyone from the sheriff's department to the Farm Bureau to environmental groups, and I've tried to put it together into something that tries to seek a common ground. And so what we've done in this is, and I'm sure that common ground, we'll hear about it soon, but you know, in rangeland, I've kept new rangeland growth off the chart. So there will be no new rangeland in the new cultivation sites. But in the old cultivation site, rangeland could go up to 22,000 feet, and with a major use permit. You can see that medium outdoor grows would be 10,000 to 1 acre in ag land, and upland residential, and rural community. Okay, then there's some changes to the medium indoor and the medium mixed light tier 1 and tier 2. So you can see in the yellow that there are changes. You know, rural community was added, and those would require major use permits for any type. There's about 10 or so of those communities in our county, and so those are the changes to maintain the viability of the small growers, and yet give people who are ready to scale up some opportunities.
Do we have any comments from the board, or do we don't want to go to, okay, Supervisor McCown.
So I think I'm looking at the right table, and it appears, or I'm missing it, the only place we allow up to an acre is medium outdoor, which doesn't kind of make a lot of sense.
Well, that's in alignment with the state. So the state considers a medium outdoor up to an acre.
Okay, so we're changing all of our terminology, right?
Right, in that case.
So then we're allowing up to the acre for outdoor.
But not in rangeland and upland residential. Those would just be up to 22,000.
Only in rural community.
And ag.
That doesn't show on the table necessarily. There's a blank space opposite ag.
No, mine has AP for ag for 10,000 plus.
Oh,
10,000
excuse me,
to 1
I followed across on the wrong line. Correct. So AP and ag, rural community, those would be the only areas where you could do an acre. Right? Rural community right next to all the neighbors.
Rural community, it would have to be over 5 acres, and it'd have a major use permit. And we're talking about some of these areas such as Leggett, Branscombe, is my understanding, right?
Well, it'd be rural community wherever in the county. One more, however, on rangeland, and again, you've taken rangeland essentially off the table, except you're willing to allow up to 22,000 square feet. But this chart is quite a bit different from the one submitted by staff in December, and previous board direction has been for increased allowance in rangeland, and I know it's controversial. This at most allows up to an acre. We've given board direction.
No, it would be 22,000 feet.
Oh, yeah, 22,000, so even worse. But the board's previously given direction to consider even up to 10 acres provided there's environmental documentation that would support that someone other than the county pays for. So that recommendation has been given. It's out there. It's live. And here we're talking about legacy sites also in rangeland.
Right.
To be eligible, it's got to be a legacy site.
Correct.
So given that a major use permit would be required per staff's original recommendation, I don't see any justification for so severely limiting the opportunity in rangeland. If we're talking about economic development and allowing people to proceed, and we've got legacy sites where they're already cultivating. So I'm just making it clear, I support an acre rangeland across the board.
Second.
Well, okay.
Yes, get that. Okay. So I think we're getting ready. We've got a large stack of speaker cards here. I think we really ought to go to the public on that. Unless Supervisor Hatchak, do you have a response?
Well, that's not, we did get a recommendation from staff to, I think, increase rangeland, but that's certainly not in adherence to what we're hearing about with the CEQA document, and it's not what I'm hearing from people out there. I think it's environmentally not sound, and I think that you're mixing up the things with the 10-acre innovation zone. With this we are not talking about the innovation zones in this. This is just the cultivation ad hoc. And so the cultivation ad hoc is recommending that we do not open up rangeland to new grows, and we keep a balance. You know, I've heard from the Farm Bureau, I've heard from ranchers, they do not want it opened up. And so I think it's very risky and dangerous to do what you just said.
Okay, briefly, Supervisor McCown.
Very briefly, I'd like to clarify from staff that a major use permit would include environmental review.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to open it up to public comment, and I do want to just announce that at 3:30 we will take a break, but then we'll come right back at this item. So first three speakers are Joshua Keats, Monique Ramirez, and then Ellen Drell.
Thank you, Board, for having this discussion. My name is Joshua Keats. I'm the co-founder of Henry's Original. Henry's Original buys and sells more Mendocino County branded cannabis consumer packaged goods than any company in California. We've been fortunate enough to create almost 100 jobs here in the county and are the largest employer in northern Mendocino. Our goal is to focus on where we can go from here and adapt with the times to keep Mendocino on the map as the greatest cannabis growing region in the world. The greatest barrier to this is our supply shortage. Right now, there is nowhere near enough Mendocino County grown cannabis available on the legal market. Our vision at Henry's is to build on Mendocino's legacy and create a normalized agricultural community. Many small cannabis farms, like many wine grape growers, won't be able to bring their small batch product directly to consumers. Companies like Henry's can. As a brand using 100% Mendocino County grown flower, we need scale. We need to produce more cannabis, and we need our neighbors to produce more cannabis so we can meet the increasing demand. We truly believe the high tide rises all ships. To build the brand of Mendocino County, we need enough product to be consistent in our supply. While all of us in this room may know how good the cannabis we produce here in this county is, the average consumer in LA or San Diego is not steeped in cannabis history. Most cannabis consumers don't even know Mendocino from Modesto. We need to market and tell the story of Mendocino County, and the only way to do this is to produce enough cannabis not only to meet today's demand, but the coming demand in both California and beyond. Now is the time to prepare for the coming national and international markets. We have consistently been behind the curve, and this is our chance to get ahead. Interstate commerce will be here before we know it, and if we want the farmers and companies in this county to still be relevant in 10 years, we need to start the scaling process now. Without enough supply to tell our story and to satisfy the demand the telling of that story creates, We will lose our place on the stage to other producer counties. The idea that somehow farmers will be able to scale their businesses overnight once federal legalization is implemented in such a capital-starved, massively overregulated environment is out of touch with reality. There are no banks, there are no loans, and moreover, the environmental and compliance regulations are so stringent that it can take years to actually plant out new acreage. We need the regulations to lead the way and provide a path to increase supply for Mendocino County cannabis. A business cannot grow without a regulatory environment that nurtures it. If your goal, supervisors, is to promote the local economy, the local farmer, the brand of Mendocino County, constricting the ability of a farmer to produce legally is a nonsensical action. I appreciate the recommendations made by the ad hoc and believe this is a step in the right direction. I would ask the board to consider increasing the canopy limits in both UR and rangeland to 1 acre as well. I will end with 2 questions. How do we expect to promote legal Mendocino County cannabis without enough supply to be relevant in the state and future marketplaces as the demand increases? How do we expect to promote legal cultivation and provide an alternative to black market cultivation for our local farmers if we do not allow to expand the companies and farms that are able? Thank you.
Thank you. Monica Ramirez, then Ellen Drell, and then Casey O'Neill.
Monique.
Monique, sorry.
Monique Ramirez, District 3. This is speaking on behalf of the Covelo Cannabis Advocacy Group. We support all of the recommendations except for number 6. And I just want to highlight on number 1 that it's important that we remember the intent of Prop 64, which was to allow for 6 recreational plants for everybody in this state. Now, of course, the state did put in a provision that counties can tweak that to their ordinances and stuff. But I truly believe that we should get away from this square footage requirement. Everyone's got different climates, and plants grow the way they grow. And so what happens if someone's plant does get bigger than that square footage? It's just kind of ridiculous. And I'm saddened that we're not discussing that further today and moving forward on that. But I just want to say that CCAG meets every single Friday from 2 to 3 p.m. in the Library Commons in Covelo. And we debate the issue of expansion. We've beaten it like a dead horse at this point. But we had a special meeting last Friday to really hone in on what does our recommendation want to be for this board. And we have people that want 1 acre expansion. We have people that have the ag land to do so. But when we talk about it as a community, overall, we don't want that. And so what we came up with as a compromise is to see 22,000 square feet of cultivation allowed across the board for everyone in phase 1 as well as phase 3. This creates an equal opportunity for everyone in the industry instead of singling out certain parcel types over the other. And what's super important is that we have to continually to remind ourselves about the environmental impacts. And even though we have lots of agencies to go through, like we still have to have soil, we still have to have compost, fertile compost to make all of this happen. Where do people get it? How many people are really regenerative right now and having closed loop systems in order to make that happen? Not everyone is. It's a hard thing to achieve. I'm in Sun and Earth certification. It's not an easy thing to get. So we have to consider that. And I don't think that expansion is completely off the table in our minds, in our group. We want to pace ourselves for that expansion as the market changes. And I disagree with the previous speaker. There's like a lot of people that are still struggling to find markets to sell their product to, and I know specifically that his company, many cultivators in Covelo and the Covelo co-op have reached out to that company, and the pricing that they're offering is so low it's not even profitable for them. And that's why they're not able to find product, because they're not offering good enough prices to the customers or to the people that could supply it to them. And that's kind of the thing that I'm hearing from a lot of people. So we need to be like really good about our facts here when we talk about where the market's at. Look at large distribution companies. Like, they are all scaling back right now on their operations. People are not expanding. They're retracting all of that because so many things are not right with the legal market. And it's mostly because the retail locations are an issue. We don't have enough retail. So thank you.
Thank you, Monique. Ellen Drell, Casey O'Neill, and then Paul Truitt.
Ellen Drell with the Willits Environmental Center. The essence of both the Willits Environmental Center's comments and assessment of the recommendations from Michael Lozeau, attorney made on behalf of the Willits Environmental Center, is that the ad hoc recommendations, specifically 2, 4, 5, and 6, constitute significant changes to the original ordinance. The mitigated negative declaration, of course, did not analyze, quantify, or mitigate for these changes. So we can talk all day about what changes we want, but if the county's not willing to step back and take a good, serious, deep look at the implications of what these changes mean, it seems as though these changes are going to run afoul of our SEQR process. Are these changes, are these impacts real? Well, we think yes, they are. In some cases, they're extreme, and maybe you'll hear about some of them specifically today. But we believe they're cumulatively significant. Roads are being built without oversight, tons of bagged soil and fertilizer are accumulating in the watersheds, unknown numbers of pumps and withdrawals are taking place from creeks and springs, daily water trucks tear up roads, thousands of square feet of plastic are being brought out to remote areas, often left to deteriorate in the sun and scatter to the environment. Recommendation number 5 changes the concept of legacy grower to legacy site. It isn't just a simple change of words. It has major implications. This change has the potential to vastly expand the number of locations on rangeland that would now be eligible for a permit. And 5A suggests that phase 1 might continue to be open, which would compound that problem. In addition to that, recommendation 6 would allow doubling the maximum size of cultivation on rangeland to 22,000 square feet. The effect of this is to throw the door wide open to more and more people applying to cultivate in rangeland, while at the same time further weakening oversight, such as in recommendations 2 and 4. I can see why the planning department wants to do this. Each application means additional thousands of dollars of revenue and the possibility of more fees and taxes. But the board needs to look long-term. That's your special place in all of this. You have to step above the economics of the moment and the financial needs of the moment. Right now, there are about 800 applications waiting in the queue for final permits. These applicants are continuing to cultivate while they wait for final permits, many without inspections, many without sign-offs from CDFW. Are these operations harming sensitive habitats, wildlife, causing erosion or overdrafting of springs, creeks, and wells? We don't know. And add to this the near complete lack of enforcement against illegal growers, the recommendations proposed here today begin to blur the distinction between legal and illegal growers. We urge you to stop changing the ordinance, get the 800 applicants real permits, and follow up with monitoring. Not to do that is to be short-sighted, is to risk violating the mitigated negative declaration and leave us all possibly with a degraded environment. Thank you.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so, and this is actually a question, it's one that I struggle with, and I think you and I probably both see, and this board sees, climate change as one of the great environmental risks that we're facing. Right. And that's why we set up this climate committee. We have, 714,000 acres of rangeland in this county? It'll be used for some purpose. If it's used for livestock, the methane is the climate impact far more than the cannabis being grown, which will sequester carbon. How do we juggle those? Because I hear these other concerns about plastic. I share that as well. I don't want more plastic in the rangeland or in the woods.
I think this is, of course, a whole other topic. I don't agree with you that cows produce more greenhouse gases than development in rangelands over a broad landscape.
Than cannabis?
Than cannabis. Cannabis is more than the square footage of cannabis. It's roads, it's clearing for fire defense, it's infrastructure, it's drying homes, houses, it's residential development, it's water.
So as we move forward, that might be a worthwhile exercise to maybe ask our climate group to start looking at the different possible uses and what their true environmental impact is.
Right.
I don't know. It sounds like we have a difference, and I'd love to see some data. I could be wrong.
Okay, thank you. All right, now we're going to go on to Casey O'Neill, Paul Truett, and Angel Wright.
Good afternoon, Casey O'Neill, local farmer. I would like to refer the board to the various memos submitted by MCA, including the one for this agenda item. Specifically in reference to the line by line, I think there's a lot of good stuff in there, and you know, ideally we would hear from staff whether there are items that staff disagrees with. I think a tremendous amount of effort was put into going through the ordinance with a fine-tooth comb and updating it to the point in which we find ourselves. With the combination of the building changes suggested in the building permit memo, along with the potential for equity and a reopening of legacy, that feels like something hopeful. It feels like something new. And I'd like to see those things occur. There was a question asked earlier, why would a cultivator in the regulated program advocate for people to be able to grow their 6 plants? And I would respond, because it feels like the right thing to do. It is an interesting time for me to look at 3.5 years from the passage of Prop 64, and we're arguing about 100 square feet of cultivation. I gotta tell you, my mom passed this winter from an extended bout with cancer, and you're not producing 100 square foot of, or you're not producing RSO to fight cancer in 100 square feet. And the reality of the requirements as they stand now versus what they were in 2015 is a dramatic shift. And we've essentially said, well, now that there's a regulated program that most of the little people can't get into, well, they shouldn't get to grow any more cannabis. And, you know, it feels broken to me. I'd also like to highlight the cognitive dissonance between hemp and cannabis. We're looking at a hemp potential program for the county, a pilot program. Hemp is agriculture, with all the things that happen in agriculture. Same plant, totally different regulatory structures. I think that as we move forward, Mendocino County has a tremendous opportunity as a heritage producing region to support normalization of cannabis and move it more towards hemp, and to have that conversation of the reality is that cannabis cultivation is agriculture. And when you start to look at, you know, we regulate wineries very different than we regulate growing of wine grapes, and I think that's appropriate. I think we could regulate processing in a different manner than we regulate cultivation. But the reality of it is, you can eat wine grapes till you're blue in the face and it's not gonna get you drunk, and you can eat fresh flower and it's not gonna get you high. So we should look at the way in which we are regulating different substances and focus on that broader conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Casey O'Neill. Paul Truett, Angel, and then Corey Miller.
Good afternoon, Board. Paul Truett, Mendocino Blacktail. You know, I hear a lot today in the conversation. It's been very interesting listening to the speculative assumptions and presumptions of where we're at with how many grows we can have, and we're all still guessing. Ted, you know, you had talked, you know, you had addressed Ellen about methane, and you don't know, right? Realistically, does any of us know how many watersheds is in Mendocino County right now? How many creeks and how many aquifers that are being affected by cannabis? If we don't know that answer, then we don't belong expanding anywhere, because it's presumptive and assuming that one neighborhood might have one 100 square foot grow. But what if you have a watershed that has 300 of them? How is that going to affect me downstream, and how is that going to affect the temperatures of the water? So there's a lot of things we have to consider. Expansion is, I wonder how that would pass the Shark Tank muster, expanding without knowing the data. It's a bad business plan to expand anything unless you know what you're getting into. So the 100 square foot thing needs to stay 100 square foot until we get the data. Live scan, I'm totally behind live scan because it's a proven, really excellent way to get a full background on people, period. Because when people move into neighborhoods, we don't know, just because they grow marijuana doesn't mean we don't know what else they do. So live scan's a great system. I've used it many times. Fish and wildlife, they've been the salvation of our stream beds and wildlife in this county. I can tell you this, I've worked with them for 20 years. And those guys work hard. They do a really good job. I know it's painful watching the process go on, but those guys are champions of wildlife and fish and ecosystems and stream beds, and I applaud their work. Mr. Kidrowski told us the answer to the question earlier. They don't like your CEQA. Guess what? If you do the same thing over and over and over and expect a different result, guess what's going to happen? You're going to get the bottleneck. So fix the CEQA, get the data, understand how many watersheds we have, understand the sustainability of cannabis in our environment. If you don't know what the sustainability of cannabis is, you don't belong expanding anywhere. Thank you.
So Angel, followed by Corey Miller, followed by Barbara McLean.
Pardon me. Hi, my name is Angel Rach. I am the medical cannabis patient that went to the United States Supreme Court. And if you don't know how to pronounce my name, you have not done your medical cannabis history. I just want to say that, no disrespect, but it was kind of, you should know how to pronounce my name. So, like I said, I am the medical cannabis patient that went to the U.S. Supreme Court and made medical cannabis a household name. I'm also the same medical cannabis patient that worked in the county of Mendocino on 9.31 with John McGowan and Sheriff Allman. And McGowan, sorry. I know, McGowan. Sorry, you know it. I haven't seen you in a long time, but it's good to see you. Hey, the reality is that I'm here because I'm actually pretty upset right now. I have a letter from the sheriff from June 29th, 2016, where he stipulates in an email that he will not question my cultivation in this county. My John Doe #1 from the U.S. Supreme Court case did cultivate in this county along with me for very many, many years. And I submitted an application in October, and you guys have done nothing but question my cultivation, which you shouldn't. In this email, I'm happy to pass this to the county council and the rest of the council. I have not been given the opportunity to cure. I have not received a letter of denial with a signature or date. I have not received my permit. I am in the process of getting ready to lose a lot of money because my next year, soon to be next season cultivation is not going to be able to get underway because the county has failed to, in a timely manner, give us some answers on some of these permits and applications that have been submitted. I feel that the county is being arbitrary and capricious in the application process. I suspect fraud and bias in the special circumstances and exemptions that have not been offered to me after. There should be no question that you should not be questioning my cannabis cultivation in this county. And again, like I said, I have not been given an opportunity to cure, and I believe that you should reopen phase 1 to allow some of us people that are legit and legal and have worked very hard to maintain a certain level of standard in this county to be denied. I am also now here putting you on notice that if you do not come to a conclusion in my application in the next 48 hours, I will be pending a lawsuit against not only the planning department, but the county board of supervisors. And I'm sorry, Tom, I know you've retired, but also the sheriff's department after Randy Johnson gave me this letter that allowed me to not be questioned. So I just want you to know that within the next 72 hours, if something has not been done, I will be filing a lawsuit against everybody in regards to this. I lost my husband June of last year, and the last thing that I wanted to have to do is to come here and be the hardball in this game. But I'm happy, as you know, it's not my first rodeo.
I was going to suggest maybe you could talk to Brent after this meeting.
Brent?
He's sitting next to you.
Hi, Brent.
He's our planning director, and he could help understand why the permit was denied.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Corey Miller, Barbara McLean, and Roger Wheeler.
Hi, my name's Corey Miller, and thank you for having me. And I live 45 minutes east of Covelo, up in the National Forest for 35 years. And I have really seen Covelo change and where I live change. And it's not for the good. And so increasing this size from 10,000 to 22,000 is something I'd really hate to see. The forest has all kinds of requirements for how it's administered, and one of them is visual quality. And these hoop houses and greenhouses are wrecking the place. And then we used to have really good community up there, and now we don't because of the generators, the diesel, the dogs, the guns. It's just changed everything radically in the last 10 years. And so increasing it seems like it would only increase the friction between everybody up there. We aren't hardly friends anymore because the money took over. I know everybody wants the money. You guys need the money. Most of the people here want the money, but it's at a cost, and that cost is the environment up there. And my lower 300 acres, there used to be 75 deer living down there. Now there's 2. Up on top of Anthony Peak, the highest place in the county, I have land up there. If I look out at night, I see hoop houses all the time. 10 miles away, I see them. They're big, you know, and so the economics of it is my friends can't sell their weed because the price is so low and there's so much weed out there, they can't get rid of it. It's like to have more weed is not going to help the situation. It's like by restricting it and keeping it down to 10,000 at least, and that's a huge amount compared to the old days, that at least the price could stabilize somewhere, people could get rid of weed, but more and more weed doesn't really help the situation. And then the water drafting, the roads, everybody up there, once they make their first year, they go and buy a Mini X and start tearing down the trees and making flat spots and putting roads in. It's just this continual degradation up there. The water trucks. Most of those guys don't have commercial licenses. There's very little enforcement out there. I don't know about the application process, and I don't know if you guys get out there at all, but it's a Wild West right now. And I don't, like, I hope you can regulate it, but I don't really see that. Like, I have a lot of friends out there, and I go see their patches, they're dumps. And the plastic, there is a massive amount of plastic going out there, you know, and when people go broke, they just leave. Like at my house, they all have dogs. So then when they go broke, the dogs just go loose, and that's killing the wildlife. Or they go up to my house and drop them off. So they pack up at night and kill all the animals. There is so many less foxes, so many less everything up there, and I think it has an awful lot to do with the weed. And it's just simple supply and demand. We don't need more weed. Thank you very much.
Barbara McLean, Roger Wheeler, and Brendan Wheeler.
My name is Barbara McLean, but I'm going to be reading a letter submitted by James and Masumi O'Brien, who weren't able to be here because of work-related issues. It seems that sometimes when a group receives legislation in favor, they feel they need to push the limits of reason to gain every inch they can. We feel like this is such an instance. We are sure the board did its research when it decided on this regulation, limiting personal use cultivation of cannabis to a maximum of 6 plants with a total canopy of 100 square feet. It's logical that 6 plants grown strictly for personal use could easily be grown within the 100 square foot canopy. We feel the request to remove the 100 square foot rule would in many cases result in abuse of the 6 plant 100 square foot rule for the purpose of creating a commercial cannabis operation in an area where it doesn't belong. We appreciate that the Board of Supervisors took the time to create these personal use rules to limit the impact it would have on our communities. Please do not remove the protections you've created to keep our neighborhoods safe from commercial operations. For these reasons, we oppose the recommendation of the ad hoc committee to modify this regulation. Please continue to apply common sense rules to protect our communities and ensure our quality of life. And on behalf of myself, I would like to thank the board for the support you have given to this regulation that has put into effect for many years, after many years of work on behalf of so many people. Please don't change something that was put into place with such care, concern, and common sense. I also would like to comment on something that was said by Supervisor Williams, suggesting that a setback might handle larger grows in the 10 acres when they're in a mixed neighborhood. That seems to me to be creating an untenable situation of regulation. I can't imagine people going around checking on setbacks of all the cannabis grows in mixed regulations where this proposed change to go into effect. it seems like a nightmare to me. I'd hate to be in charge. Thank you.
Roger Wheeler, Brendan Wheeler, and Marcia Little.
Yeah, Roger Wheeler, Hopland. I must say I'm a bit confused with everything that's been going on here in the last hour or so. I'm trying to keep up with it all, but I have my little pet project, so I'm going to go for it anyway. Changes on the proposal to make changes. Only one item there that I question why you're doing it. Sounds like you're going to get rid of the live scan and replace it with a program that has the same information perhaps, or different information, but anyway, it's going to pass through the hands, almost literally probably, of the DA. I think he's probably got better things to do. And we've had a fine experience a few times we've needed to do a live scan. Simple, easy, inexpensive. You get it, you're done. It's off the list. And then we all had these lists of things that we needed to get checked off in order to get our license, our county license. We started off back in, I guess it's 4 years ago now, or close to it, when Diane was the ag commissioner, and we all showed up at the fairgrounds, and 700 people, and we're all going for it. And we got our big fat pamphlet, and we went home, went to work. Well, we've worked particularly hard. We're pretty proud of what we've done. We're on rangeland. Sorry about that. I didn't know that was going to be such a boogaboo, but it sure as hell is. I would not have participated in the program. I would have bailed at that point if I wasn't getting. I thought I was getting feedback such that would say, allow us to maybe expand, maybe pass it on down to the next generation. Now it seems like all problems get blamed on rangeland. We are on rangeland because we bought property 37 years ago, and that's what it happened to be. So the opportunity to be able to develop that a little further was pretty well developed, but develop it further so it could support future generations, at least partially, was very appealing. So we went ahead, and now we're too far into it to back out. We've got a tremendous amount of money and effort invested in it, and it's rangeland. And it is, well, to quote Danny Hagan's, owner of Pacific Watersheds, who we hired as a consultant, he claims he would like to have used our property as the poster child. He claims that we run the cleanest, literally the cleanest operation in the county. Whether it gets us anything, probably not. But I just wanted to share that with you. There's a lot of us out here that have worked really hard and put our life savings into these projects, and I don't think we should be penalized just because it's rangeland. I don't understand why people go berserk, or the thought of expanding on rangeland, or allowing allowing people to at least stay in business. Anyway, good luck, do the best you can, and we'll be all watching.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Very briefly, and this could be a yes or no answer. Mr. Miller? Wheeler, sorry. Just very briefly, I think I get the gist from your comments, but I believe I hear you saying, given the opportunity, you'd be perfectly willing to apply for a major use permit, go through that process in order to expand potentially up to an acre in rangeland, and that you believe that would make your operation more sustainable?
I have no interest in doing 1 acre. I'd like to be able to do 10,000 and know for sure that that's
Okay,
guaranteed. That's
we're
locked
good.
in. We're only at 5,000 now. I
Thank
have
you.
2 parcels, 5,000 on each. So you could say, okay, add the 2 together, but makes 10. But for the size of the family and the people that are supporting and want the employment there, 10 on each parcel would be great.
Thank you.
22 maybe. I don't think I'll see that day. I don't know if I'm not looking big. I'd like to do quality small.
Thank
I'd like
you.
to be one of Henry's regular suppliers.
Okay, before our 3:30 break, we still have 2 more speakers, Brandon Wheeler and Marcia Little.
Brandon's not here.
Okay, so Marcia Little and Sally Palmer.
Hello. I'm speaking for Marshall Miller. She had to go. My name is Bob Nishiyama, and I wrote a letter. I don't know if you had the opportunity to read it, but for the record, I guess I'll read it back. Excuse me. I'm very disturbed to hear this marijuana cultivation in Mendocino County has become this very lucrative business. To allow for 100 square feet of canopy to be removed would be detrimental to the peace and harmony of those who live in residential areas or neighborhoods who have chosen to live without the intrusion of marijuana. Marijuana is legal at this time. I understand that. It is what it is. I don't have an issue with that. But the marijuana trees in this county, and I use the term trees because, as we all know, you've seen the pictures, you've seen them in the neighborhoods, you can grow a tree. And to allow 6 marijuana trees capable of producing up to 5 pounds apiece, that's commercial grow. I understand if you want to do it commercially, there are places to do it, there are laws that tell you how to do it, there are taxes that you pay. I understand all of that. People who follow those rules, who live in areas where they're not bothering other people, I don't have a problem with that. It's when you move it into the neighborhoods and you have grows which should be commercial, should be done in zones which are commercial, are allowed to exist in small homes in the neighborhood. The gentleman behind me just talked about wanting to be a small grower. I don't have a problem with that as long as he goes through the permit process and he does it in an area that he doesn't bother anybody else. That he does it in an area which isn't zoned for neighborhoods, it's zoned for commercial use, because that's exactly what it is when you're giving it away and supplying somebody. By opening up the canopy limits, you will allow commercial enterprises into our neighborhoods. The very thing which we as a group have opted out, that we didn't want to live with it that way. It's very, very difficult. There's no empirical evidence that a marijuana tree is personal use. If you have 6 marijuana trees, it's hard to make that personal use. Commercial marijuana grows, the temptation is too big if you have that much marijuana growing in your yard to sell it, not to sell it. You're not going to use all that yourself. Your family's not going to use all that. You're going to give it away, which goes back to being commercial. By opening up these limits, you draw that into our neighborhoods that opted not to live with that. Thank you.
Final speaker before our 3:30 break, Sally Palmer.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm Sally Palmer. I live in a opt-out neighborhood, Deerwood. We have parcels that are as small as 1 acre on up to over 40 acres. Over 90% of the neighbors have spoken and said we want to limit cultivation of marijuana as much as we possibly can. This is a statement from one of my neighbors who couldn't be here today, and so I'll just read what he has said, which is the feeling of many of us in the neighborhood. We oppose any changes to any of the cannabis regulations. The amount that can be grown for personal use is more than adequate for a household. Relaxing the restrictions will encourage commercial activities where there should be none. The continuous efforts to change what has already been agreed upon undermines what all parties work to create. The nibbling is equivalent to a death by 1,000 cuts. Please, no changes. Thank you.
We're going to go to our 3:30 break, but I will just note that there are 64 separate pieces of correspondence that have been uploaded to the county website for people who want to read that. And thank you. We're going to go for a 15-minute break. We'll be back here at 3:45. Okay, at 3:45, we will resume the... At 3:45, we'll resume the board meeting. Please shut the door. Okay, the next two speakers, we have two speaker cards that are attached. I guess both speakers want to speak following each other. Logan Clark and Jose Labrigal. Sorry.
Resident, a taxpayer, and a property owner. I own and operate a Mendocino County cultivation site, along with my business partner, Jose Carbajal. I submitted the letter in today's agenda, item 6C under Clark Correspondence. We market our product under a state label Pacific Cultivation brand. We are members of Mendocino Cannabis Alliance, members of Mendocino Generations, and we are Clean Green certified as organic producers. We are here to discuss the extension of sunset dates to otherwise compliant permittees within the cultivation program. There is a precedent for this request as acted upon by the BOS on 10/1/19, ordinance number 4438, that amended the cultivation ordinance to extend vacate dates for sunsetting permittees to a select few cultivators within the 4th District. The neighborhood which was granted this extension did not succeed in accomplishing opt-in status for an overlay zone, nor were they subject to a use permit in order to be granted an extension. The extension on the vacate date of the sunset provision was granted on the basis that they are tax-paying participants within the program and that they are neither creating any perceived nuisance to the community nor to the environment. We believe that our site should be afforded equal opportunity as others to display that our site is similarly not a nuisance and that we have in fact been an asset to the cultivation program. It should be noted that our site has achieved recognition as a low-tier environmental threat by the North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board, as well as the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, following a thorough site assessment on April 5th, 2019. The agencies on site did not observe water quality issues associated with our enrollment. We are in full compliance with these agencies and licensed by the CDFA as well. We have also been compliant with the Mendocino County Cultivation Ordinance since the inception of the program and have been subject to multiple site inspections with no observed violations. Our cultivation site possesses the most modest of all permit types within the program as a Type C cottage outdoor. With only one 2,500 square foot harvest possible per year, as outdoor growers, our potential for economic gain is minimal. We are hopeful that our business would be able to honor the sunset date as written within the ordinance. Though the financial reality of building a business on one site amidst rigid regulation, high taxation, and market uncertainty, while simultaneously purchasing and constructing and permitting a potential new site has proven an impossibility. We are not asking the board for an indefinite extension for our site at this time. However, we are asking that our sunsetting permit be granted the same privilege of an extension to June 30th, 2022 as those within the 4th District. I urge the board to take action on this request immediately. Thank you for the opportunity. Good day.
Supervisor Williams?
Could our planning director briefly explain why this permit would have been handled differently than the 4th District sunset?
Well, I could answer that. The board, over the objection of the 4th District Supervisor, instituted a policy change that only affected one district, even though so it was an action that I believe 3 supervisors, including yourself, took. So next we have Jose Carbajal, along with Fair Real and Erica Lewis.
Hello, Jose Carbajal, 3rd District. I'm partners with Logan Clark. I bought a derelict property that was a mess, cleaned it up. It was kind of a blight to my neighborhood, and turned it into a productive place that now I call both my home and my business. 3 years ago, with my partner Logan, I applied and received a permit for cultivation there. It was the very start of this program, and I was excited to be involved. with what we expected would be an economic boom to a county that currently is experiencing 19% unemployment. We didn't expect was the 3 years allotted to us. The permit would not be enough time for us to adequately grow the business to a level where it will survive. Like many in the area, we spent the first year simply navigating the complicated and expensive world of compliance. Along with many others, we spent the second year trying to navigate the regulatory landscape and striving to compete in an ever-shifting marketplace. We spent the third year finally enjoying some market success and completing several necessary long-term processes like securing our provisional CDFA license, which we received in August. You know from the submission of our letter regarding the sunset provision and cultivation ordinance that we are requesting an extension of the sunset provision for our cultivation property. As with so many other small businesses in the area that have tried and often failed over the last several years, the financial realities of trying to meet the 3-year sunset timeline have proven impossible for us. Despite our acting in good faith and despite our arduous efforts, without an extension, I will be forced to sell and relocate my family. Thank you.
Fair Reel, Eric Lewis, and then Scott Ward. Is Eric Lewis here? I do see Scott Ward. And Scott will be followed by Russell Green and Tracy Peller.
Good afternoon, board and staff. And speaking of staff, they get a lot of slings and arrows thrown their way, and most of it's not deserved. I got to give Brent and Trent and Megan and the folks that are working over there, there's a sea change in the way that process is being run. And if people give them a chance, a little bit of time, you're going to see a good result. They really are working in the applicant's best interest, and I think they're doing a good job. And people need to hear that, not just bang on them all the time. Now I can bang on the board. Regarding the DA review, instead of the live scan, the Department of Fish and Wildlife has what they call a 30-day minimum review period. It's in state statute, and if they don't get that review done in 30 days, they send the applicant an op law letter. I would suggest holding the DA to that 30-day standard. If, you send stuff over to him. I don't think it's proper. DA prosecutes criminals after crimes have been created, he shouldn't be preempting crimes just because he thinks there might be a bad guy in the bunch. The state live scan should take care of that. I think it adds another layer of expense. So I'm opposed to it, but if you are going to approve it, make it a 30-day waiting period. One of the things we brought up at the ad hoc was an exception to the tree removal prohibition as necessary for sanitation, environmental, fire, and life safety, and I didn't see that brought forward. I'm not sure why. I think it was a reasonable request. It wasn't for clear cutting. It was, for instance, Fish and Wildlife has a client of mine has to put in a 6-foot culvert. It was sized for a 6-foot culvert. Take out a 2, put in a 6. He's got to pull a couple trees. It'll be in violation of the ordinance if he does, and he could be put in jeopardy of his license if he does do the trees, but he can't get his license because he has, unless he pulls the trees, to put the culvert in. So you put the applicant in an untenable position in certain circumstances. County requires you to have an ADA bathroom for certain buildings if you have public or employees on site. Some people opt for a portable toilet. Some people want to construct a wood frame accessible restroom and put in a septic system. Generally, good soils for septic systems are found around trees. To put in a septic system as required by the county for the building permit and as required by the ordinance, you might have to pull up a couple trees to put in a septic system. Again, you put the applicant in an untenable situation trying to comply but can't comply. It makes no sense. Hannah and I and Casey worked, and through MCA worked on a building code memo that we gave you. And this is not the proper form to do it. You have an excellent building official. I, as a former building official, know that sometimes staff needs to be prodded with a political direction and support to get creative with the code to address certain situations. This is one of those times. Mike Oliphant is perfectly capable of being creative, but like a lot of building officials, he maybe hasn't the sickest toe in that cold pool water without knowing that he's got complete backup and support from the electeds and from his department head. So I encourage you to let Mr. Oliphant know that he has political support and his supervisor's support, and maybe we can massage the code and come up with some options similar to what's in the memo I gave you.
Okay, I see a question from Supervisor Hashak.
Oh, I think it's a comment that about the tree removal, and my discussions with staff was that tree removal, if it's required by an agency, was already in the ordinance, and that was allowed.
It's not in the ordinance.
So
it'd be great if it was, or it could be an interpretation policy maybe, but it's not in the ordinance specifically, no. We gave you the ordinance language. I did at the ad hoc meeting. Hannah also presented it to you in her memo, but it's not in the ordinance, and it should be. If you guys are in favor of it, why not put it in the ordinance? Just include it. It's like 11 words.
Okay, we'll check that out.
Okay. Fully support Mr. McCowan and Mr. Williams' position on rangeland. The cultivators during Prohibition were run up into the hills to hide and grow their crops. Now that it's legal, you want the guys that were hiding in the hills to come into the fold. There's already existing, like Mr. McCowan said, there's already existing cultivation up there. They're there. It's rangeland. It's not Rebecca Sunnybrook Farms rangeland. Most of it's hilly and brushy. And I think that if you want to walk the walk, talk the talk, and you want the legacy growers to get into the fold and get legal, then you need to get rangeland open. And state CEQA, I think maybe like other things, they need a little bit of political leaning from Mr. McGuire and Mr. Woods to help us with our CEQA issue. Thank you.
Okay, Russell Green to be followed by Tracy Peller to be followed by John Sakowitz.
Hello, my name is Russell Green. I'm the founder and sole owner of Cure Wellness, a licensed microbusiness. Okay, so I will start with saying that I'm against any new cultivation sites for people that have not already put their name in the hat, except for the cottage level. I would like that process open on most parcels indefinitely so that they can legally sell to a licensed retailer and keep their spare time job. I enrolled based on my trust in the integrity of this board and that you would have a process that eventually rewarded those that took the leap of faith with you. At this point, I'd like to ask, what is in this for me? Why are we considering letting people that made the choice to stay black market and make tons of money over the last few years enroll now, all the while not paying taxes? It's not fair to me, and I'm tired of getting laughed at by my black market friends. At the same time, your staff resources are being spent pinpointing tiny things on your licensed operators. There are many scofflaws that don't follow your laws at all, and they are being allowed to continue, albeit illegally. Your licensees are doing the best we can and have a desire to be as compliant as possible. That's why we signed up when we did. I would also like to question the idea of acreage minimums for cultivation sites. Since it seems we are talking about discretionary review on many projects now, why are they even needed? Before Prop 64, we had a nursery out at Cure, and that your staff or policy refused to permit along with our microbusiness due to C2 zoning and our parcel being under 1 acre. I would like to see this ordinance rewritten in such a way that would allow us to have our rightful nursery back. I'm trying to bring tourism here, and I'm not getting the tools that I need. In terms of expansion, I would prefer all existing legacy sites be allowed to expand to 5 acres plus in 2023 or before, and anyone who didn't make the right decision to enroll when the program was open can come work for those who did. The insurance policy I just secured asks for cultivation in acres, not square feet. So needless to say, I think we're a bit behind the times in terms of cultivation site size. The 1 acre cap seems to have been a fallacy at the state level, so I don't know why we would unduly restrict ourselves when other jurisdictions are not. It's not like all the weed can only be produced in Mendocino County, and we are only hurting ourselves with these restrictions. I'd also like to float the idea of auto renewing permits. I personally have submitted paperwork over 4 times to the county every year, and it's very stressful and quite a burden. And I don't see other businesses treated this way. As far as inspections, I think reasonable cause should be shown so that the law gets applied equally and not at the whim of some staff member that might have personal vendettas. And in regards to the live scan, I would prefer to stick with that rather than a DA approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Tracy Peller, followed by John Sakowitz, followed by Dylan McKinty.
Guys. Hi, my name is Tracy Peller. I'm from Laytonville. I have come here to speak for the water and the wildlife. I know the answer. We have 14 headwaters, and of those 14 headwaters, 11 of them are in danger right now of drying up. Our rangeland, why we're so adamant about the rangeland, is the watersheds up there are very fragile. So let me try and remember what I say here. We have People's Springs that their neighbor, in order to become compliant, you have to put in a well, then their spring will go dry. And that's happening up in like Spy Rock and the Bell Springs area. Until we get a comprehensive way to survey our water use, we need a monitoring system. I'm gonna skip this other word that I said. Okay, I got it, you guys. The way to create a functional county database is with the use of our microregions, such as Bell Springs, Spy Rock, Cherry Creek, creating micro-councils and doing citizen science. We have state regs to comply with, but that does not address our unique topography and our fragile systems. Our watersheds are very sensitive and currently in danger. This is our number one. Do we have the resources to back this expansion? At this point, I would say absolutely not. For the micro family and the micro farmer, respecting and protecting our water and our land is intrinsic to our value system. That value system is attached to our branding. When you buy a Mendo product, you buy weed from farmers who are tiny and they care about everything. Everything. The old corporate model of industry and bigger and better is not ours. We take into account the next 50 years by saying no to expansion. Well, I should say no. By saying yes to leaving the ordinance as it is, you say yes to watershed protection. You say yes to a homegrown small farmer. You say yes to keeping the pristine. Your property is good for your property. Very good for your property. Anyway. The bulk market's not our market, we're boutique. And what we're lacking is basically the branding that goes with it. And that's what we're working on. The micro farmers, the micro grows, we go smaller, and that's what the world's looking for too. On all scales, they're looking for the people like us that grow with integrity. Not from the South Park thing, but yeah, for real integrity. So that's all I have to say. And I thank you guys for this whole process. I think we did a lot of work when we were doing that ordinance, coming down here all the time. I'm still exhausted from it. And I have to say that when we made those things, there was that in our mind that we were doing this for the future of our branding as well. Thank you.
Thank you. John Sakowitz, Dylan McKinty, and Colin Harris.
Thank you, Supervisor Jurdy, board, staff. I agree, John Sakowitz, El Dorado, Ukiah, and proud member of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I support elements 1 through 5 of this agenda item, and regarding element 6, I do not support it. I suggest that the expansion be allowed for up to 22,000 square feet for all parcel types allowed in Phase 1 and Phase 3. That said, I'd like to comment on something that Supervisor Williams said earlier. I think we need to rethink. I want you to write down this date, February 25th, 2020. And next year, we're going to seat 2, possibly 3 new supervisors. And we have an opportunity to completely rethink our cannabis ordinances. Supervisor Williams just stated that Humboldt County has earned 10 times the amount of cannabis permit revenue than we have. If you go to other counties like Santa Barbara County or Santa Cruz County, you'll see that their very large-scale operations are taking market share from the 3 emerald counties. Why is this so? And I think our county has failed to look at the economic forecasts for this industry. And what are those forecasts? Those forecasts are that we're moving in the direction of the low-cost producer and a very large-scale operation. I suggest in the first meeting of next year that you have somebody from ArcView come up. This is a venture capital fund and a think tank that has done a lot of deals for a lot of money. The two head honchos there are Troy Dayton and Steve D'Angelo. Some of you remember Steve D'Angelo from the Harborview Dispensary. Both of them are really great guys, and they're the forward thinkers. They're the futurists of this industry. As you revision this ordinance, ask them what they're suggesting, what they see, what their forecasts are, and how do we protect the small legacy grower in this county? I'll say it once, and I'll say it again, and I'll say it a million more times. Our county needs to be in the supply chain business where cultivation won't be the problem, but where you can solve the distribution problem, where we can sell direct to consumer in a private-public partnership between the county and a farmers co-op. Please write down this date, remember what was said here, and bring some real experts like the guys at ArcView to the county and ask them what they suggest. As this marketplace changes, as it goes to the low-cost producer, as it goes to the big commercial operation, and as big firms like Constellation Brands or Philip Morris become the partners of these big corporate cannabis companies. If we're to survive, we need to rethink everything. Thank you.
Dylan McGinty, Colin Harris, followed by Ty Simpson. Has Dylan left the building? Okay. All right, so Colin Harris, followed by Ty Simpson, followed by Susan Schindler.
Hi, my name is Colin Harris. I'm a small cultivator. I have a cottage business. I'm a teacher. I'm an artist. I'm a 2-time cancer survivor. And honestly, I got into this to grow medicine. The medicinal industry kind of disappeared with Prop 64. With the personal garden, I believe 6 plants should be available to people under the largest possible license type that only benefits the 1%. And most of all, this is a culture. It's not just a business. Mendocino County has a whole culture surrounding this that has already been largely squashed. We're in an economic depression right now. I know a lot of people that are not happy with how things are going. There's a lot of people that are elderly, disabled, have Lyme's disease, all kinds of issues where they can't scale up, like the physical toll in trying to scale up to an acre grow from 2,500 square feet, 5,000 square feet is very detrimental. I've worked for people trying to scale up before and after legalization. And honestly, like some of the largest cultivators out there are not the nicest people. The corporations that are going to come in are not going to have the best interests of the county in mind, and they don't even live here now. They're just waiting in the wings. And it'll create a feudal system, because like someone said, whoever can't scale up, whoever can't survive is going to have to go work for them. And it's going to become like the winery model with, you'll see a definite like color separation too. It has to do with race, economic standing. And like someone else said as well, creating a farm-to-table model in this county would benefit everyone. Getting around the middleman, creating a system where we can sell directly to consumers. We are the entranceway to the Emerald Triangle. This could be the largest tourism county in the whole state. And I guess that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Ty Simpson? You're followed by Susan Schindler, followed by Kate Marion-Child.
Well, I'm a legacy grower. I've been growing since 2002 on my property. I've had in my name since 2007. I haven't grown since 2010 personally on my property, but my property's been a grow site since 2017 when my property burned down in the 2017 Redwood Complex fire. I have been dealing with building and planning a lot over the last 2 months since my property's been red flagged for building without permits because I'm trying to put a house back on there. But I have a 30-foot wide by 60-foot long, 15-foot tall greenhouse that used to be for cannabis. But I want to know why would I want to pay all the extra fines to classify that greenhouse as a cannabis greenhouse when I can file for a Class K permit for personal use and grow my 6 plants in it. And I'm also considered rangeland, 8.5 acres in Potter Valley. So I'm trying to figure out what direction I should head. And my last thing is, my current feelings on what I've been planning is I'm turning the property into a Bible camp, which requires a mass use permit for religious assembly and for mass use permit for a camping facility. How could I make this a medical marijuana friendly cannabis campground? And that's where I am at with that. Also, one other topic I would like to discuss, how much should I, if I'm not growing my own, should I pay a year for my own cannabis consumption? Because $50 an eighth, that cost me over 38 grand a year just to buy my medicine. So
Thank you.
That's where I am.
Okay, Susan Schindler, followed by Kate Marion-Child, followed by Hannah Nelson.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Good afternoon, staff. Thank you all for being here and giving me 3 minutes, which is always challenging for the voice, but I will try. Number one, I know that Supervisor Brown wanted some response to some of the issues with the MCA suggestions. I absolutely support not having annual inspections. I also support making it easier in terms of the LSAA, because as we all know, as Supervisor McCowan said, Fish and Wildlife are seriously on a rampage. And it's amazing that any of us can get through an LSAA and survive financially. So I like the fact that you're allowing a little more time for people to get through it. As far as live scan, I do not see that as a second thing to do because the DA goes through all the live scans anyway. So the DA is going through the records of the cannabis growers or the licensed permit holders. So I don't think live scan is necessary as an added expense for an already expensive system. I am a little concerned about the word neighborhood and about this revised Table 2 or 3 as it may be called. I see that RR10 is not allowed to do any expansion whatsoever. My neighborhood is 90% easily growers, and virtually none of them have permits. I listened to my neighbor last week clear cutting his entire property with legacy oak trees, okay? So if rural residential is considered a neighborhood, I think site-specific review would be more appropriate. I have 120 acres. I've had permits with county and state every single year. I'm a responsible citizen of this county. And to tell me that rural residential can expand, but I cannot, I'm sorry, that rangeland can expand, but rural residential cannot, or that ag can expand and not rural residential, makes no sense whatsoever to me. Thank you.
Okay, Kate Marienchild, followed by Hannah Nelson, followed by Jude Tillman.
Well, my notes have arrows everywhere, so I don't know how eloquent this will be, but my name is Kate Marienchild. I'm the author of Secrets of the Oak Woodlands, a book about, a book that's been read by 60 to 80,000 Californians whose eyes are on Mendocino County. I give talks and lead walks all over the state, and in that process, I have realized that Mendocino County's rangelands are home to the most extensive expanses of contiguous and relatively intact oak woodlands in the state of California and probably in North America. As many of you know, I think, oak woodlands support more species, more biodiversity than any other ecosystem type in the state. And our Mendocino County oak woodlands provide wildlife with more high-quality food, water, cover, nesting substrate, and travel corridors than any other ecosystem type in California. As currently constituted, they collectively amount to an unofficial but critically important biological preserve, one that will become more and more critical as human impacts elsewhere increase. They could bring tourism to this area in the future. Without our unspoiled oak woodlands, our human quality of life would also plummet due to lowered water tables, silted streams, higher temperatures, stronger winds, immensely less carbon sequestration, loss of shade and beauty, and more. We're currently in the midst of something called an insect apocalypse, and there's also a bird apocalypse that is in response to the insect apocalypse. Each oak tree is critical to reversing these apocalypses because each mature oak supports and feeds thousands and thousands of caterpillars, and caterpillars are the preferred food, the critical food of baby birds, and without baby birds, we won't have adult birds. I ask you to step back from the immediate economic pressures you're experiencing and take the long view. You, Mendocino County supervisors, are in a special position. You have the opportunity to protect an irreplaceable ecosystem of national and even international significance. I oppose the idea of legacy sites as opposed to legacy growers. There are thousands of potential legacy sites in rangelands, each of which would be developed at the risk of increased fire, traffic, stream pollution, plastic pollution, siltation, lowered water tables, etc. And it's been obvious since the enactment of the cannabis ordinance that the county does not have the staff or other resources to do the site visits, monitoring, and enforcement that would be required to protect our oak woodlands. Please stop whittling away at the mitigated negative declaration. Please don't rely on use permits because they don't consider cumulative impacts. Please close phase 1 of the cannabis ordinance. And please restrict gross heights to 10,000 square feet. Thank you.
Hannah Nelson, followed by Jude Tillman, followed by Swami.
Hi, Hannah Nelson on behalf of Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I first want to mention just 5 general things. One is that the MCA definitely supports reopening legacy cultivation, but we wanted to point your attention also to the need, if you're going to vote for it, to do it effective for this year as a practical matter. These legacy cultivators will not be around next year if they're not able to cultivate. So the timing of when we reopen is an important feature to consider as well. We also submitted a couple of memos, a memo in general that referred to the other memos that we presented to the cultivation ad hoc and to staff and to each supervisor individually. And we really ask that the board ask staff if there are any objections. And if there are any objections to any of the recommendations that we've made, let's get let's get to the bottom of it and figure out whether there are alternative solutions. What we put our effort into was trying to come up with practical solutions, and also the comprehensive line-by-line review that we did was specifically to address the concern that this board spends too much time on cannabis. And we've been told again and again and again, not now, we'll do a comprehensive review in a while when the cultivation ad hoc comes back. So this was our attempt to be proactive and do some work to help staff out and help the board out to look at the comprehensive review of the line by line, what as a pragmatic matter needs to be changed. Additionally, the building permit memo, we specifically were acknowledging the work that the regional ad hoc is going to be doing with other regional partners to lobby the state building code, or the legislature for state building code changes. We were not asking to change that methodology. Instead, we looked at other mechanisms that we could change on the ground locally here in the meantime. As Scott suggested, we should have the building official work with him and work through that memo and with the head of building and planning and see what solutions can be passed. And we really need the board to direct staff to do that because they won't do it on their own. They've got a lot on their plate. Our memo actually specifies the items that we're in support of in terms of the specific recommendations of the ad hoc committee. And with respect to some of the comments, I've been blown away today, and it's a long day, but I've been blown away at the eloquence of so many people, and these are complicated issues. And we know we've been doing this for years and years, but it's critical to not throw the baby out with the bathwater and instead really consider what are we doing. We have to do this comprehensively. We have to look at all the issues and not just say, we've already talked about this, so therefore we shouldn't deal with it at all. Thank you.
Jude Tillman, followed by Swami, and then just want to confirm this. Casey, you did not speak on this item yet, right? You spoke on a previous item. Yeah, you did already. Okay. Your card got mixed up with. Okay, then, so after Swami, it will be Ben Anderson.
Okay, thank you. Jude Tillman, speaking on behalf of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance Board of Directors. I just wanted to underscore a little bit of why we're doing this. If you could consider the value of what we're doing by making changes to this ordinance, this was always going to be a complicated process. We started a long time ago. When you have so many testimonies about the distress and the problems that continue to exist, not just among our cultivators, but among our patients who are trying to grow for themselves. I mean, a big tree, do you know what that condenses down to? A big tree of cannabis, what that condenses down to for a tincture or an oil needed for a Parkinson's or an epilepsy or a cancer patient, that tree's gone in a month at maximum. They don't know what they're talking about. So really, really, really think about what you're doing before you start hurting an industry that's just trying to get off its feet. Speaking as someone who has been here for this process for many years from the beginning, tinkering with this sounds very trivial. But if we're tweaking it, it seems like that's introducing the necessary common sense fixes to an ordinance that we can commonly agree we need to get to the finish line with. And I can see the light at the end of the tunnel is getting bigger. I'm an optimist always. But we want a usable, workable ordinance that enriches the county and all of our lives. So I want to speak just for a second about the general recommendations in the line by line. This looks daunting, but it's really, really not. It's meant to really help, and it will. A lot of hours, many, many, many hours of work went into combing through the ordinance line by line and comparing the language with state regulations as well as enforcement agencies such as the Water Board, CDFW, and others. At a glance, it seems like this is like too much to deal with, but it's so simple and it's so not too much. Many of the suggestions are easy. They replace the word any in the first sentence with state required. That's simple. We want to use the state requirements. Remove watershed requirements and require strict adherence to all state water rights and water quality rules for cannabis. We're trying to remove redundancies that cost the county money. You don't have to do the one if you've got the other in place already. That's what most of these are about, and I'm going to give this a gift. printed copy. That's what most of these line-by-line recommendations are like, and we urge you to direct staff to look at them from MCA. They're going to save staff a lot of work, I promise you, and they'll help with our common goal of updating and streamlining the county's cannabis ordinance. And I thank you very much for your kind attention and diligence.
I think we may have a question. Supervisor
Yes.
Williams?
Yeah, I was just thinking,
Yeah.
we keep hearing a lot of similar comments. Are there any objections to directing staff to attempt to incorporate the changes from MCA, the line by line? I'm content with it. I mean, I'd like to see a final, but I'm content with the concept.
So I think rather than such a sweeping statement, it would maybe more to get their feedback on the comments. Yeah. Supervisor McCown.
Likewise, why don't we move forward with public comment, then we can have our discussion.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. So next, Swami, followed by Ben Anderson, followed by Corinne Powell. Corinne.
Good afternoon, all. It's Swami Chaitanya, and I'm speaking as an individual today, even though I'm part of many, many organizations promoting cannabis. When I was in high school, I ran the hurdles, the high hurdles. And not everyone is capable of running those. And actually, Brent just said he broke his back running the hurdles. So it's not. Now, we're looking at our line-by-line submission. Every one of those on the line-by-line is a hurdle someone has to jump over. Now, when you take those hurdles away and you run the 100-yard dash, anyone can run a 100-yard dash. Maybe not fast, but anyone can run it. So the combination of all the hurdles that the state has put in place and all the hurdles that the county has put in place, both together, have prevented many, many people from coming into compliance. Now, I've heard Supervisor McCowan say any number of times that the purpose of all this is to bring as many people into compliance as possible. And actually, that is exactly what is not happening. And the fact is, there is no incentive for anyone to come into compliance with this county, because all those people who are still out there in the illicit market, they are actually the smart ones. They're earning lots of money. All of us in coming into compliance, are we losing money? Well, probably. We're in the red. We're not making it. And they're all looking at us out there and saying, as someone said, all my illicit market friends are kind of laughing at us. So the point is that none of the economics of cannabis happen without the grower. If you don't have flower, you don't have anything else. You don't have taxes, you don't have manufacturer, you don't have medicine, you don't have anything. So you have to protect the grower. You're destroying the grower right now by all your petty rules. And I hear many people say, well, it's the state who's holding us up, and it's this agency that's holding us up. Well, look at our line by line, and you'll see how the county is holding us up also. And so if you want people to come into compliance, that will then take care of all these environmental issues, because they have to be reviewed by all the state agencies. You're complaining about this and that about violations. The people who are doing those violations are the people who are still out there in the illicit market. Now, they haven't given any incentive for them to come in. You have to do that. Otherwise, this county is going bankrupt. I hope you understand that. People are moving away. People are going out of business. Every other big company is laying people off. It's a disaster. You have to do something about it. And we're not going to just throw it all away. We've been trying to help you change this. We're the experts in this. You obviously, from all this, don't know anything about it. But you have yet to ask us really seriously how to shape this. Now, I do want to say that the county staff has been very good with us. Us particularly, I don't know why, but we've had many opportunities to work with them, and they've been very helpful. So I appreciate the staff. But it's up to you to save this industry, because we are recognized around the world as the best cannabis growing place on the planet.
Okay, thank
you.
you.
Why are you throwing that away?
Thank you. Ben Anderson, followed by Corinne Powell, followed by David Smith.
Hi, Ben Anderson, CompChief. I don't want to take a lot of time. There are a lot of speakers here, so I just want to quickly ask or express my concern about the fact that some legacy growers are being given the opportunity to expand while others are not. I, for example, am on TPZ, which most people assume is pure forest. It's not. I have 5 acres of flat farmland. I'd like to expand. I think that that's necessary for this county. But even if I can't expand, maybe what you could do is allow me to use the space that I am permitted differently. I have a mixed light 10K license and a 12K nursery license. What I'd like to do is to have a 2,000 square foot nursery and use the rest for cultivation. That's all I'd like to say. Thanks.
Corinne Powell, followed by David Smith, followed by Karen Byers.
Good afternoon. I hope there's still some energy in the room to continue this process because it is pretty long, and as others have said, it's complicated. And as I've sat here this afternoon and listened to all these things, I don't wish to be redundant, but I do want to read the letter that I sent to the supervisors so that it will be in the record. I don't know whether the supervisors have had a chance to read it, but I also want to preface my remarks by saying that please don't take these remarks personally, anyone. It's just meant to help guide us in the rest of the refinements that we need locally. First, I want to thank Chairman Haschak for his efforts to lead the cultivation ad hoc and revise and improve the MCO to better serve the community interests. It's my sincere hope that the current Board of Supervisors will take very seriously their responsibility to protect the viability of small cannabis farmers and related small businesses in the county before the composition of the board changes with the upcoming election in November. The supervisors that are retiring, thank you very, very much for your service. We know that Mr. Jurdy is also waiting to see the results of an election for his continuation. This cannabis industry could end up with 3 new and different and completely uninformed new people. I am hoping that between now and when new supervisors come in, that this board will continue to work on these issues. I know that Supervisor Brown thinks there should be no changes. I know that Supervisor McGowan is content with many things, but we're not there yet. And I'm looking to you guys, McGowan and Jurdy and Supervisor Brown. You created this. It's part and parcel of the legacy that you leave the rest of us when you retire, that we have a little more success. We're not there yet. Please shake off our shared fatigue from cannabis debate. Use our collective experience, as many other speakers have said. There are resources of experience in this community that need to be better tapped. Please use us as we continue with this process. We need to create sustainable cannabis policy that reflects the history, dedication, and quality of our cannabis community. It is clear that the state of California has failed in initial regulatory efforts. The supply chain is broken, and farmers have an increasingly difficult time getting products sold. Distributors are going out of business at breakneck speed because there are not enough legal dispensaries to retail cannabis products. Due to the cost of compliance and taxes, the black market can easily undercut dispensary prices. The black market offers $200 to $400 more per pound than the legal channels.
Okay, Corinne, your time's up.
I'm over? Oh my goodness. There was much more to say. However, keep in mind, please, water has to be determined before expansion. I believe that Mr. Logan Clark has a very good point about equality in the way that the coastal zone potential had expansion, but the inland doesn't. There's not much to say, so read the whole thing, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Corinne. Okay, so David Smith, Karen Byers, followed by Marnie Berger.
Do I talk here? Yeah, my name's David Smith. I guess you guys know that already. I've lived here in the county most of my life. I've done a lot of different jobs here. I grew up on the coast. My father brought me here in the 60s. I fished salmon. with my father as a boy. I watched that industry collapse. I went into other things. I was a tree planter for reforestation for the logging companies, and I climbed trees to pick cones. Did a lot of stuff like that, different jobs. I went into commercial diving for a while and was diving for logs in Big River and pulling the logs out of the river that were left behind from the large-scale logging, the sinker logs that submerged in the river. Environmental groups stopped us from doing that, acting like we were making a giant impact. Much the way I see, now that I've gotten into this cannabis thing, that people really frown upon us as if we're the big, bad environmental impact. We don't grow the giant acreages like grapes do. We hear about the oak trees, but nothing wiped out the oak trees as much as the grapes. And what I see is this favoritism toward logging and grapes. And when I tried to pull the sinker logs out of the river, the environmental people stopped me as if I was making a giant impact. There was maybe 5 of us doing it. We were a tiny impact on the river. Nothing compared to the giant logging industry that made the rivers run like mud in the winter. I live on the coast, okay? And if you go over there during the winter when it's raining, the rivers run mud all the way out to sea. The logging made a huge impact on our environment. We don't even get we get a quarter acre. We're talking about giving us a half acre or something, a big deal. Vineyards grow acres and acres. They mow all the oak trees right along the rivers. They spray everything they want on all those grapes. Some of them are organic, but most aren't. You act like we're the bad guys trying to grow pot now. I've gone to pot growing. I took a property that went into foreclosure that was in the first 931 zip tie program, whatever it was called. It went fallow. The people went bankrupt. They closed it. The feds went after the sheriffs and said, you need to shut this program. Those people ran and let it foreclose. The land lay fallow with plastic and everything all over it. I bought that place out of foreclosure. And when you reintroduced the zip tie program, I entered it. I cleaned all that plastic up. I took a fallow property and I'm making some use out of it. And now you guys have sunsetted on it. It's TPZ land. Really, it was rangeland originally. It's an old sheep farm. It's Running Springs Ranch was all sheep. That was a form of agriculture. But people converted it to TPZ for lower taxes. Now, I don't get the same opportunity to even expand a little bit because you sunsetted on TPZ. Nobody's hardly talked about it except one gentleman that he doesn't understand why I get to put all the same money into trying to help do it the right way and be legal, yet you guys have sunsetted on TPZ. Oh, well, we don't want to. You guys say those are specialty lands, or I forget what you guys call that, but that it's just for this timber production. The big mill in Fort Bragg's closed. The big mill in Scotia is shutting down. The timber industry has collapsed, just like the fishing industry.
Okay, thank you.
Holding all this land for timber that's not even being used and acting like we're going to come up there and kill all the wildlife, our little quarter acres or something, we're not making the impact. And I just want to know why have you guys sunset on TPZ? Why are you shoving it all down to ag land where they've already cut all the trees down along the rivers and making that big impact?
Thank you. Your time's up. But let me just answer our environmental impact report or
Okay.
our environmental document was adopted with certain protections for the resource lands,
Okay.
and that was part of the overall environmental document. So we could talk about it later off, but your time's up. But that's the basic reason.
Okay, it just doesn't seem right because I don't think we're making that giant impact up there. And if we all go down to ag land and chop more trees down along the river where there's all this agriculture putting all that sediment in the rivers, isn't that a big impact?
Yeah, okay.
And expanding there doesn't make sense to me.
Karen Byers, followed by Marnie Berger, followed by Devin Jones.
Hi, Karen Byers, 2nd District. New to 2nd District, was in 3rd District for the most of the last 30 years, so really excited to see where we're at in this. My first point is I do support MCA's recommendations, so I won't go over those point by point, but I do want you to know that I recommend them and that I participate in their policy calls, and I'd like for people to know that they do open them up to the public because I'm currently not a member. And anyways, not because I don't want to be, I just don't have the money right now, but I do plan to join. So I just thought that was really great that they're still opening it up to, it's not just their members' comments, they're inclusive. And then my second point is that let's see, as far as making changes within these regulations, I've been to as many meetings or more than most of y'all in this room concerning this. And you haven't seen me lately, but I'm always on your YouTube channel cheering you on and making comments. But I do think that we've learned a lot over the years and that we can't say that we absolutely shouldn't make any more changes. We have to grow. We have to learn that some of our fears are no longer proven to be true, that, we see other models now. We used to be the only model. So we have other models to finally look at that we might want to implement. So please, let's don't say we're not going to be making changes. We're going to continually evolve. My third is that whether it's phase 1 or phase 3, however you want to open it, but I really want to see the accommodation zones to be reopened for applicants. We keep saying we want to focus on our small farms. These are our small farmers. Let's reopen that accommodation zones, and let's also open up the process to establish new ones, because that is our focused small provider, small farmer, our legacy growers from Mendocino County. So let's get that back in place. Plus, we've got at least $250,000 into it. And then number 4 is I took a workshop the other day and with the state, and that was on how to apply for their license. And one of my questions was, is there still time to get a provisional this year if we apply? And they say, yes, there is, as long as we apply now. So if we really want people to get running for this summer, there is still a window of opportunity for them to get their state, but only if you make a decision now. If you keep postponing it, then you've really ran them into a wall or two into next year if they can sustain it. And then I do feel like we need to allow, as we grow, impacted resources land. I think we've got a lot of people that have with vineyards and have done traditional farming who would like to be allowed, but maybe will be cut out because they have their zoning. So we don't want to make any absolutes on that. But if it's already impacted, I really like your suggestion of doing through the climate committee to see what kind of impact different industries have. And then there's more, but I see I got it 7 seconds. All right, as far as the size, I think that before we ever let anything grow in size, or even concerning the hemp issue, it has to do with pollen drift. That has to do with crop management.
So we do have a separate item on hemp coming forward in late March.
Okay, thanks for bringing that up. I'll bring that up again. And all in all, just thank you for the opportunity. And let's see, I do feel like... No, I'll stop there.
Thank you.
All right, but yes, we are up against a timeline, though, in order for people to get a state provisional. I just want to point that out.
Thank you. Is Marnie Berger, thank you, and Devin Jones.
So usually I prepare something. I wasn't going to speak, but after hearing some of the previous input, I felt compelled to speak. I use a lot of cannabis personally. 6 plants is not commercial. The people are getting it wrong that think that 6 plants are commercial. I need it for tinctures. I need it for topicals. I need it to smoke. I need it for edibles, and it goes like that. So we should be allowed to let the plant grow. If it's over 100 square feet, it's over 100 square feet. However big the 6 plants grow. And we should also be able to grow outdoors on less than 10 acres, the 6 plants. Indoor growing depletes resources. Outdoor growing is good for us and the environment. Mo spoke really eloquently earlier, and I'm also part of the Covelo Cannabis Advocacy Group, and about 20 or so growers showed up to the last meeting, and it was voted almost unanimously on 22,000 square feet across the board. I just wanted to reiterate that. And it's important for a board to be flexible and open-minded. Sorry. Cannabis culture, like one of the gentlemen said earlier, is a beautiful culture that needs to be embraced and possibly researched from the board. I agree with expansion on rural residential and agree with cutting out the middleman and selling directly to consumers. If the board would like to get into that conversation with the state, I think it would be really good for the county of Mendocino. Everything that Swami said, I agree with. And thank you for listening.
Thank you. The last card I have is Devin Jones. I don't know if anyone else wants to. Okay, well, please bring up your cards to the clerk.
Should I hit the button? I know right now. Okay, well, I guess I'll take this 7 seconds here. Devin Jones, Mendocino County Farm Bureau. Just some general statements, I guess, regarding the recommendations from the ad hoc committee. First of all, I think that our comments have been pretty consistent. There's been some misrepresentation, I think, to a certain degree out there in terms of what we've been submitting over the last couple of years. And really the biggest issue that we have is in terms of understanding where we are at in the permitting process. And I thank staff for providing me with a list of permits last week. So, currently there are 1,281 according to the list that are both in applications and permitted. And out of that, we have the first largest category is rangeland with 367 total applications, followed by ag with 189, followed closely by the various upland residential 20 and 40 acres. So, roughly 19% of these permits have been processed to date. And that's been quite an issue and a source of conversation with my board and my members in terms of, we know there's multiple hangups, whether that's at the state. We submitted comment early on warning about some of the issues that would possibly happen with a number of the regulatory agencies and the complexities and duplication that goes with this. We've been dealing with that for a long time, so we understand that concern and we would support somehow trying to streamline some of that. But in terms of the comments we heard earlier regarding the CEQA clarification, I'm not hearing a true way forward in terms of looking at the negative declaration, especially for rangeland and for some of the comments today regarding TPZ. So it's been our comment and our position that we do not support opening up additional permitting until we can document and prove, one, that we can get through the permits we've already accepted, for the fair and equitability to the people who are already in the process. Two, because we don't really know where CEQA is going to go. And three, because a use permit may not really truly expedite the process. Use permits can be very complex and very complicated. One of the speakers earlier did note that all of your agencies are notified during a use permit. You might get held up even worse and create a bigger bottleneck by dealing with some of these regulatory agencies. I believe there are comment restrictions and timelines, but you still have to deal with those agencies. You're not going to get out from underneath that. So that's something I really would like to consider. And then finally, I think some of the speakers today brought it forward, and this is the biggest complaint coming from my membership, is black market versus white market. Let's support those people who come in the process to date, and let's find an enforcement mechanism and actual reporting, dealing with code enforcement on the black market. There needs to be some legality and backup for that.
Okay, Supervisor Brown.
I wanted to ask a question. So on number 4, the fourth recommendation from the ad hoc, it's on the lake and stream bed alteration agreement. Do you agree with that? Does Farm Bureau agree with that?
I don't think we'd have a problem with that. I mean, the issues, we have the same issues. There's a 30-day window, and we warned it early on that there's going to be a bottleneck with that. So if they can prove documentation, and if there's an issue in follow-up with that, that's the caveat. I mean, there has to be follow-up if there is an issue one way or the other through a notification process or something.
Next three speakers, Kelly Flores, Dan Turbofil, and Jed Davis.
Get this. Thank you so much. My name is Kelly Flores. I am with Margaret Advisors. We provide compliance consulting to folks throughout California. It's actually 4 years ago since Humboldt passed their original ordinance, and so been in this process for quite a while. So thank you, staff, for your support in this program. Wanted to provide some insight on some of the items. The first is in terms of inspections. Some of the supervisors mentioned wanting to hear public comment on that. We have seen up in Humboldt County that it has been primarily complaint-driven. So it's really important to understand that the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, the North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board, the Division of Water Rights, as well as Department of Food and Agriculture, all do inspections on these sites and locations. So people who feel that there's environmental damage or threat don't realize how much oversight all of these farmers have to go through. It is quite significant. It is almost continuous. And there's stacks and stacks of rules, regulations, ordinance, and reporting that is required. So when you consider having to do local inspections, keep that in mind, that the state is doing a lot of this already, a lot of the oversight already, and you may want to consider a more complaint-driven type of review, especially if you have restricted or limited staff available. The other item is with regard to Fish and Wildlife, the proof of a receipt of an application, that an application has been submitted, and proof that the receipt have been paid for, because when you submit an application, any notification requires an initial payment. And so the state allows you to submit a copy of the receipt and the application as proof that you are engaged in the process. That is what is needed. And so we recommend that you follow the same guidelines, because the folks that are going to be applying for the state, that is what's going to be needed. So it would make sense to correlate with that. The other item is with regards to CEQA. You guys are not alone in having CEQA challenges. Almost all the counties do. Certainly you are ahead in this process. Trinity County, for example, is still working on their environmental impact report. The state is aware of this, and so they allow for provisional state licenses, and those provisional licenses can be renewed. So anybody who is in a county that is working through this process is not limited or restricted from getting a state license and operating in the legal market. So we would encourage you not to restrict the operation or the continuation of this process, because the CEQA aspect is being worked out. The state understands that, and they will continue to provide provisional licenses to folks as that is getting worked out. So don't let that stop you in your ordinance and in the continuation of supporting these farmers. It's unnecessary. And then my final point is the oversight is critical. Requiring things like dark sky standards, proper generator use, clean streamside management areas improves the environment. And that's all part of the legal process. You want to move people into the legal process. And so reducing restrictions allows that to happen.
Okay. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, you caught my attention
Yes.
in that we're ahead of Trinity because they're
Yes.
working through an EIR.
Correct.
We haven't done an EIR yet. Would you stand by that comment?
Well, in terms of engaging in the process,
Yeah.
it's ongoing. Theirs is likely to be redone.
Got it. Thanks.
Because there's actually a lawsuit going on with that.
Thank you.
So, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions? Okay, thanks.
Dan Turbofil and Jed Davis.
Okay, I don't care how many times I've been in front of a governing body, my heart just beats out of my chest, so please bear with me as I get through my nervousness with my comments. So, honorable members of the board, thank you so much for this opportunity to speak. My name is Dan Turbofil. I serve as a consultant and for licensure and compliance for numerous cannabis businesses. I'm not here to list my accomplishments or share my resume, but I believe it helps frame my comments and add context to them. I've assisted in licensing 4 farms in Trinity County, 1 farm in Humboldt, 2 farms in Lake County, 5 here in Mendocino. 3 of those I got in 2017 prior to Prop 64. I'm still working in Santa Cruz. They have, I think, 6 cannabis licenses issued, and only 1 of them is cultivation. So you're way ahead of them. In addition, I've helped secure 4 retail licenses, including 1 currently operating here in Mendocino County, a delivery license in Redding, and statewide distribution license. Finally, my team has helped onboard all of these entities in the California Cannabis Track and Trace system, so we have a very good understanding, actually a very detailed understanding about the challenges with the path to compliance and the path to market. I'm here speaking on behalf of a legacy farmer who has cultivated for over 25 years, who was very uncomfortable with public speaking, much like me. The rules and ordinances were created with a false perception and misinformation about legacy farmers that are trying to do the right thing, as if they have incredible amounts of disposable income buried in the hills. The current path to compliance has been catastrophic, almost to the point of extinction to these legacy cannabis farmers, those who are good stewards of the environment. These rules and ordinances have had a real dehumanizing effect, and I've witnessed and heard stories working with these legacy farmers. And it's heartbreaking when I hear a dad who his wife is recovering from breast cancer, 3 young daughters, saying he would be better off dead than come into compliance because he can't do it. As the previous consultant said, it's so hard to come into compliance. It's so difficult because of the incredible drain on resources financially, physically, and intellectually, trying to get through all of those requirements. So part of my job that I've taken on is to help create a critical path to licensure with these due dates and these fees. And it kills me every time I have to go to these farmers and ask for an application fee that can be anywhere from $700 to $2,500 just to submit the application. And then on top of that, to run to Sacramento to pay $11,800 for their one permit, or up to $22,000 for a larger permit. It's just exorbitant fees. So a waiver in the permit fees through the equity program would be huge. We absolutely must find a way to streamline the process. And I personally support legacy cultivation, the recommendations from the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance, and thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Jed Davis, and I have no other speaker cards, so I guess, Jed, you'll be the final speaker.
Hello, Jed Davis, Potter Valley. I'd like to voice my support for all of the memos submitted by the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance, and also many of the speakers here that have talked about this process. You know, you've heard me speak over the years. Especially what Swami said. He was very elegant, very direct, but the truth is, the program is not working. What Devin Jones said, 18% is not working. And for the 3 supervisors that have been here for this long process, I know there's an emotional attachment to all the hard work that you've done, but it's okay to admit that what you did isn't working. And it takes a very mature person to look at that and unbiasedly assess what they've done and revisit the process. We need to bring people in so that our economy in this county can withstand these changes and stay strong. Cannabis is our economy. You know, I just want to end with a few sentences on the beginning of the memo. I would ask you please to read all of the memos. It makes sense. There's been a lot of hours put into making a program that will actually work and keep people in the program, get more people into the program, and regulate the environmental issues that we're also worried about. And so the very first page of the MCA memo, 4th paragraph, together with the creation of a robust equity program, further review of local building permit requirements, and additional common sense improvements that MCA has included in our line-by-line ordinance change recommendation memo, such as the elimination of duplicative requirements at the state and county level, the County of Mendocino will be much closer to achieving an effective, successful program. So let's just revisit it. We're not tinkering. We're not destroying it. You know, we're not pulling it apart. We just need to revisit it with something that will actually work. So I thank you for all your hard work, and let's keep an open mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Jed. Okay, looks like no other public comment that I'm seeing. So we will take it back to the board, and we have I guess invite Supervisor Hashak, since this is your committee's item, maybe to go back over the list of those items.
Do you want motions of everything together or one by one?
Well, I think we ought to have a little more discussion before there's a motion from the board.
Okay, so.
I see every pen is up. So
Okay.
I'm just inviting you to speak first. If there's anything you want to speak on based on the public comments we've heard this afternoon.
Well, I'll certainly not pursue the personal use cultivation at this time. I don't think that's right. I think it's, so I would delete that, but I would go for 2, which is the annual inspection only as needed or as staff determines is needed. I'd go for 3, which is going with what staff has worked out with the DA about the live scan, and that will streamline things. I'd go with eliminate the need for the final LSAA, and just go for that they've applied. And then with the charts, that's a difficult one, but I'd just like to say that the line by line, I think that needs to be revisited and looked at carefully. We didn't really do it in this process. It was too overwhelming but I think that in the future it needs to be done. And the building permit, I've talked with staff about it, and it's more problematic, it seems, from staff's point of view to pursue that. So I do agree that we need to take the long view on these charts, and I don't want to propose anything that's going to be environmentally damaging. So I still stand by the charts, I guess. Or I would go to 22,000 feet on the ag land.
Okay, thank you. All right, so Supervisor McCown.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And I've got quite a few questions and comments, but I think some of these recommendations, and I appreciate the work of the ad hoc. I know you met with a lot of people, talked with a lot of people, had meetings with staff. I think the first 4, I think I've heard kind of a general consensus now on some of these things. So number 1, we're not going to agree to. Number 2, we are going to agree to. And, I think it should be left to staff determination. I don't want it to get into a situation where somebody says in court, well, you didn't have probable cause. So if staff thinks there's a reason to go out and do an inspection, staff should have that option, and I think I hear you in agreement with that.
Right.
We leave it to staff's determination. The DA, or the only question there on live scan, we're eliminating that. However, we're referring them to the DA. It's been suggested there be a timeline put on that. The question was raised earlier. Does staff have a time that they think is reasonable?
And I'll direct that question to staff. We did ask you earlier in the afternoon to come up with a time frame.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, I think 30 days is generally what we adhere to across the board for most other referrals out from agencies, and it gives a full month for a DA to respond.
So then 30 days, but maybe that the referral could be made as soon as we accept the application in, then the referral goes to the DA?
Deputy County Counsel Matt Kudrowski, I might defer to planning on that in terms of the exact time of the referral. I'll also just note, though, that obviously we'll be discussing these issues with the DA.
Trent Taylor, Interim Code Manager. The background check has to be done as the very last thing. Doesn't pay to do it early because too many changes happen between application and issuance. And so as that time period collapses, which it's very long now, obviously, I think that it's important that we're using that. And the turnaround time literally has been like 2 or 3 days from the DA.
So
Now,
then
we're
would it-
doing this now, so.
So would it hurt to say 10 days, even though 30 is what we do often for referrals?
I like to stay consistent with the 30 days because as we get into use permits, generally responses are required within 30 days from resource agencies or outside comments. And so at least it stays consistent. That's all I care.
Well,
I don't
sure.
think we're going to ever have a problem under the current DA with any timeline issues.
Understood. But on those use permits, you're sending out those referrals earlier in the process instead of at the very end.
Well, yeah, sometimes, and sometimes they prompt later things being sent out as the use permits being evaluated. So it doesn't matter to me, but it makes no sense. We had very bad luck with all of these bombing for review early in the process, and by the time we got through the other things with the permit, that review was then irrelevant. So the later we do the review and the faster we do it, the better. So if 10 days is satisfactory to you guys, it doesn't matter to me. I just said 30 days because that's fairly standard.
There's no legal reason we'd have to go more than 10.
I don't think so.
Well, so the staff can research that. We don't have an ordinance in front of us, but I don't know. Am I the only one? I'd be happy to go with 10 days
I would
if
support.
that's achievable.
Mr. Vice Chair, if I may, I would just suggest the department for whose input I think is going to be most important on this issue is the DA, and they're not in the room right now. I would suggest we can reach whatever tentative number that the board would like at this time, but I suspect that after we've gotten some input from the DA, we're going to be able to make a much more informed recommendation.
We would want to know Caesar's opinion. See David Eyster. Okay, so let's see, where am I on
You're
that?
on 4.
Number 4, I think we're in agreement.
Yes.
The legacy issue, that's actually about a 3-part deal. So first of all, I believe we're in agreement to go with cultivation sites rather than cultivators. So that's a shift that is being recommended. I think we've had some discussion over that earlier.
If I could, I have a question on that. So if the ordinance went from cultivation individual to the site, would that site need to have been in continuous cultivation? It's just that there's a new applicant? I'm not clear on that.
It'd be a legacy site, except in those zoning districts where it's otherwise allowed, right?
Julia Acker-Krog, Chief Planner. It would really be looking at that proof of cultivation being provided on that site. And we would, of course, receive direction from you whether or not you'd want to see that that site's been in continuous cultivation. Yeah, prior to the January 1,
So maybe this
2016.
is the question for the ad hoc. Was the ad hoc committee recommending that the site was in continuous use? Or what if it sat dormant for a couple of years, but it was once upon a time a cultivation site?
Yeah, that really wasn't considered. What was considered was that before 1/1/16, it had proof of cultivation on that site. So there wasn't a discussion about continuity.
So I guess I'm just posing that question. So there's proof that 15 years ago there was a cultivation site. It's sat dormant, perhaps gone back to nature a bit. Is that a site that we want to be reopening, I guess is what I'm putting out there.
That's something that we could decide.
Well, we should give direction now, maybe.
Yeah.
I think that's what we're here for. I agree, you shouldn't be able to go back to the beginning of time, but, you know, I would say at least they had to have been cultivating in 2014 or 15, if we're switching to sites now. I don't know, I'm just throwing that off the top of my head, or does staff have a recommendation?
We have no recommendation.
We maybe don't decide that right now, but I think it's something we should ponder.
Yeah, it needs to be decided at some point, but I think we're agreeing to go to sites rather than individuals. That's
Right,
your recommendation.
That's a recommendation.
Supervisor Brown, do you have a comment?
I would rather have it come back and be very clear in what we're passing, because otherwise it will get, it's, as someone says, the muddy water.
Also, it says in the recommendation that for legacy, it would be ministerial process for up to 10,000 square feet. And yet, in number 6, non-legacy and legacy expansion above, okay. But so we have this same problem now with our existing legacy cultivators, the people where you go up to 10,000 and CDFW is not happy with this. So now if we say a site unconnected to the cultivator who came in even, we're saying that's going to be ministerial up to 10,000. How's that going to work? Because it's, with CDFW, it's really not, nothing is ministerial now if it's going up to 10,000. How's that going to work?
Well, it's Brent Schultz, planning director. It's just it's if you open up this the legacy growers to apply again, it's going to be the same process we have now. We're working, to try to get this Appendix G done. We're working with CDFW on that process to try to streamline it with them. But right now, I don't have a definitive time frame for any of that. But only that we're going to pursue trying to get them through that, help them get through that process as quick as we can. But I don't have, definitive, this is how we're going to do it.
And then that concept of up to 10,000, it's ministerial. I don't know that that's carried over into the table. So that's more a question.
I think you're looking at the non-legacy table.
I'm looking at the ad hoc table here.
Right, that's the non-legacy table, and you're referring back to the legacy, which would be the Phase 1 table.
So the original table, this is what would still apply to legacy?
Right.
Okay. That's good information. Then I'll take a break here and give you guys a break, but I have questions on the table too, before we go forward. Oh, okay.
You're on a roll.
I don't know about that. So I noted on the staff recommendations from December with regard to rural community, staff was recommending exclusion for the specialty, except for the specialty outdoor. So, am I looking at that right?
Yeah. We had that discussion, and it was just pretty much an oversight by staff. So there's no reason to exclude the specialty cottage from the rural community.
So then staff is supportive of including that, which is a recommendation from the ad hoc.
If I may, Julia Acker-Krog, the reason that we had talked about not including the specialty permit types was the minimum parcel size requirement, 2 acres. So now with the table that's presented today by the ad hoc, there is the asterisk 1 that is now applicable to the RC district, which would require you could have the specialty permit types, but with a 5-acre minimum parcel size.
Okay. And then that addresses staff concern.
That's correct.
Thank you. I see that looks like we're excluding the ability, even with a major use permit, to get permits in the medium outdoor, medium indoor, medium mixed light. The staff version from December allowed those permit types with a major use permit.
In what zone?
In the RR5, RR10.
Yeah, and my feeling was that we've gotten a lot of complaints about commercial enterprises in residential areas, and so I was trying to limit the growth of those.
And then again, in December, staff had a recommendation. Given, a couple of months have gone by, I mean, what would be your independent recommendation today? Because again, we're going to have a major use permit process. These folks are going to have to go in front of the Planning Commission and appealable to the board. So.
So staff really, the table that we had prepared in December was intended to be a starting point to have discussion with the board. And the discussion that day really wanted to bring that table back to the ad hoc for further discussion with the cultivation ad hoc. So we are open to accepting or moving forward with whatever the board would like to see in terms of activities within these various zoning districts. I will say that where staff had recommended a major use permit, such as in the RR districts, was primarily to ensure that there is that larger review by a discretionary body on that site and doing the site-specific review for CEQA to try to address if there are neighborhood concerns, things such as that.
Thank you. Rangeland, I've already made my opinion clear there. Now, I think with, again, in the medium, when we're, wait, I think I got two comments on the same thing. Okay.
I do have a question for staff for clarification. The RR5, I thought that legacy cultivation sites could apply for permits, but I guess I didn't think that the county was accepting new applications for sites that were not in cultivation.
Sure, I can respond to that. So Julia Acker-Krog, Chief Planner. If you look at the other attachment that was on this item, it was the attachment A, the current table 2. It did allow for RR5 and RR10 districts to be allowed under new cultivation. So we just carried that through when we brought forward a recommendation in December, and I believe the ad hoc has carried that through as well in their recommendation presented today.
So the current ordinance in the RR5 allows with just a zoning clearance up to 2,500 square feet outdoor?
That is correct.
Supervisor McCown?
Some other questions that have come up. Some people, I understand, would like to change their permit type, but that gets into a big hassle with the state. And could we put a provision in our ordinance that somebody could change their permit type midstream, so in the current application year, however, they could not reduce their tax burden, because it'd be a lot of work for staff and a headache to figure out, gee, what's the tax going to be? So they come in with a permit type, but they want to downgrade to a lower category. As long as the tax structure stays the same, is there a problem with that?
Trent Taylor, Code Enforcement, Interim Code Enforcement Manager. We talked about this with staff because that was brought up, I think, in one of MCA's recommendations. The real concern I have is because I do all the tax appeal reviews, trying to sort that out mid-year would be very difficult. As far as type changes, right now we're only doing type changes at renewal. It would be up to you guys whether you wanted to change that, but I would caution not to change the tax burden. Whatever they started the year with, they carry through that
Well,
year.
That's what I'm saying, keep the
Yeah.
tax the same. And I don't know how many of those we'd have that would be coming in mid-year, but.
Well, the other problem that we have, and perhaps that's something to look at later on, is that we have no, type changing a permit application has no cost recovery. There's no fee for that. It's never been a.
So
never
maybe
been a-
there would need to be a fee for whatever extra staff time that would entail, but it might be fairly minimal.
It's about like a renewal, the amount of work that we have to do. It's fairly simplistic in filling out about the same amount of paperwork and providing us documentation with a new ops plan.
Thank you. And then, again, another discussion that we've had with staff is would it be eliminating the current phasing discussion, and permits would either be legacy or non-legacy for those zoning districts and permit types where it makes a difference. So is that, I think staff is supportive of that.
We'd prefer that we change the definitions to that. Legacy sites, non-legacy.
Right. And in some instances, it could make a difference for the legacy, would have a lower level of review, potentially.
I would think so, because they're the ones that are already permitted, we've already reviewed their sites, we already know where they're at, they've got their LSAA applications. What's that? And it's ministerial, yeah, with that. It's, when we do their renewal, we can work to change them.
Right. And then legacy, and I've got a note here to myself, so ministerial up to 10,000 unless the zoning code requires otherwise, right? Legacy, any legacy over 10,000 would be discretionary. And then, just about everybody coming in for a new permit, non-legacy, it's a discretionary process, except it looks like we've got a few APs, but even that is considered discretionary?
Administrative permits are a discretionary permit process. There's just the choice as to whether or not to hold a public hearing. The zoning code allows that the administering agency can require a public hearing where it's in the best interest of the county.
Right. And then there had been discussion earlier that staff potentially could take over from CDFW the review for critical species and sensitive habitats. The hope was if we could do that, it could streamline the process, but what is staff's current thinking there? Is that something that we could have the capacity for?
Trent Taylor, Code Enforcement Manager. I've been in heavy discussions with CDFW. I actually wrote the draft policy that's going uphill in their organization now. It's the policy that's currently required under 10A17-100 in our ordinance. And if we can get an agreement on that policy, there may be a methodology that our staff, our inspectors in the cannabis unit could be doing the sensitive species review. We have trained our inspectors to do that. And then I also think that moving forward with the deeper dive, if we could come to agreement with the state over site review anyway on these ministerial processes, that probably is going to give a lot of satisfaction to that. So I'm confident that our people can do it. And I think we're very close to getting an agreement with CDFW finally after several years of discussion.
For us to do the inspections, but.
Not inspections. There's no inspection necessary. It's just a review.
The review.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're trained to do that already. And we have the resources.
What's your personal feeling on, are we really kind of close to reaching agreement on the CEQA issues?
I know, well, at least we have the policy that I drafted that's required by the ordinance in going uphill in CDFW for, them to agree to what we are proposing. If they do that, then that would allow, by way of our current ordinance language, to come have that come in and we do the review. Otherwise, it has to go to CDFW by way of the current ordinance. So I don't think we could easily change that language because it's part of the mitigation measures in the neg deck. And if that would be a pretty significant change to our mitigation measure, which would take a very long time. I think we're going to get in agreement with CDFW long before we could even get that done.
Right.
So I'd like to say we are getting very close to 5:30. I'd like, if we can muster a motion.
Well, I got one more question, but I'd like to clarify that.
Oh, sorry.
So are we getting close to a point with them where we think we can gain their approval that our environmental documents are good enough for up to 10,000 with all the other protections that are built into the ordinance?
We're talking apples and oranges. I'm talking about the CDFW sensitive species review.
Right.
The other discussion is with CDFA, not with CDFW.
Okay. Then the application denial process, I think we've had the discussion that that could be clarified a little bit. So we've had the discussion that you send a notice to somebody saying your permit is ready, come in and pick it up, and they don't come in. So there should be a time limit, it would seem, or we send a letter saying we need these documents or this other information. It's not forthcoming. There should be some reasonable time to respond, and then boom, you're denied.
I've talked to the director and our cannabis manager, and we're going to work on a policy document that we follow strictly. And so I don't think we need to change the ordinance to do any of that.
You don't need an ordinance change. You can do that administratively.
Yeah, it's at the discretion of the director, and that's actually written into the ordinance already,
Okay.
so.
And I believe you're pretty familiar with the line by line. I think you've gone through that.
I am.
Is there anything in the line by line that stands out as problematical?
Most of the stuff in the line by line was, in my opinion, after going through it pretty carefully, was language change, which has no impact on streamlining one way or the other. It just probably makes things clearer. There's only one area that I was very concerned with, is that setting a due process clause up for application denial. We have a due process clause in our ordinance that we follow to revoke a permit, an issued permit, but there is no written in due process for application denial, and I don't know that we want to go there.
Agree.
Yeah. Other than that, I didn't see anything that was too concerning.
Right. Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Supervisor Jurdy. I am going to be calling the 5:30 rule. I think we all agree on items 1 through 4, and I'm not sure just exactly the verbiage, how we're going to put a motion with items 5 and 6. So maybe that's a carryover to our next meeting.
Supervisor Hashtag.
I would second that.
Supervisor McCown.
Including we're not sure about 5 and 6.
Right.
Well, what do we want to do today then? I think we want to do as much as we can.
We were approving
We
2 through 4.
2, 3, 2, 3, and 4, I think there's agreement, and 1, we're not considering. Item 1.
Right. Well, I'm fine, that's the first motion, but I think needs to be another motion after that.
Well, why don't we have that first motion now?
Yeah, well, I think we have it made by Brown, second by Hashtag.
So approval of items 2, 3, and 4 with the time for the district attorney to be brought back by staff, whether it sounds like it's going to be 10 to 30 days, somewhere in that time frame.
That works.
And with the understanding that item 2 is as determined by staff.
Yeah.
And Mr. Vice Chairman, if I could ask for clarification, is that also rejection or withdrawal of number 1?
Yes.
Yeah. Is there a
Withdrawal.
second? Is there a second to the motion?
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, I need Supervisor Brown's motion, please. Approval of items 2, 3, and 4. Is there additional information in there?
Yes, on item 2, as determined by staff, And item, it would be 3, determination by the DA and the days coming back to us. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Right.
As to the number of days for process.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Any more discussion on the motion? We can vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, then items 5 and 6. Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, given that a major use permit would be required, I recommend that we restore rangeland, or I'm moving that we restore rangeland to the table across the board. And I think I'll just leave it at that so it's clean. There may be another change to the table, but I move that we go with the staff recommendations from December.
Second.
So for clarification, for legacy sites or for new sites, new sites are not required to be legacy sites.
In rangeland, they are. I think the only thing we're allowing in rangeland is legacy sites.
Go ahead, your microphone.
So my understanding of what you're proposing is you're opening up new sites in rangeland all across the board.
No, my intention is that it would be legacy sites.
Okay, so you're mixing up the two tables, and you're...
So for clarification, table number 2, according to my document, says it's for for new cannabis cultivation. So it doesn't sound like it's restricted just to legacy.
Yeah, we have potentially incomplete documentation because the existing table 2 does refer to new cultivation.
If I may, through the vice chair, try to help settle this a little bit, or at least provide what the table's showing. The table right now shows all expansion, legacy or non-legacy, above 10,000 square feet. And then what is for the rangeland, the reason why there's the footnote for it was because otherwise it would apply to new cultivation areas too. So that's really what the table is reflecting. The table reflects expansion beyond 10,000 square feet for legacy or non-legacy cultivators. And then the footnote for the rangeland is really reflecting that it's only rangeland for legacy cultivators with the 22,000 square feet as proposed.
Correct, thank you. And so we do have the footnotes 4 and 5 that clarify the rangeland. So, footnote 5, it is only legacy cultivation sites, but I would also alter footnote 4 to allow up to an acre, as originally recommended by staff for discussion.
Okay.
So,
survey the board here. Supervisor Hashak?
well, actually, I made a motion and we had a second. We've clarified the motion.
Okay.
Let's vote.
I want to hear back.
No.
I actually need a little clarification because all I have is restore rangeland to the table across the board. So I'd like to know which recommendation this is in regard to, please, just for the record. Thank you.
So, and are we calling this revised Table 2? As submitted by the ad hoc, I am making a motion to add rangeland for all permit types and to change footnote 4 to allow up to to allow cultivation with a major use permit, and to change footnote 4 to 1 acre, in which case we probably don't need it. yeah, I think we don't need that footnote at all.
And for clarification, the current ordinance says not 1 acre, but says up to 22,000 square feet.
The current ordinance is up to 10,000.
22 with a nursery.
The proposal is for up to 22,000 for the legacy sites.
For the legacy sites, but Supervisor McCown's proposing up to 1 acre versus and the ad hoc committee was recommending up to 22,000 square feet. Okay. So I think we know the difference between the motion and what was recommended by the committee.
And I'd just say that a majority of the board has previously given direction that with appropriate environmental review, we would allow for expansion in rangeland, conceivably up to a 10-acre parcel through the innovation zones if we get that developed. And again, with an EIR or whatever environmental review staff determines is appropriate. And so here we would have the major use permit for these going up to 1 acre. Major use permit would provide environmental review. We have 100 acres of grapes, 100 acres of pears, immediately adjacent to riparian. I'm pretty confident that we can properly assess the impacts of 1 acre of cannabis through the major use permit. And I think we've heard there is a need to allow for some expansion for those who are able to do so. And again, this is limited only to legacy sites.
Supervisor Hashek, final words?
Well, I'm totally opposed to this. And I think that this is going, MCA didn't even recommend this. They were split on expansion. And I was, with the ad hoc, I was trying to give a little, but to go quadruple the, most people are 25 or 5,000. To go up to 1 acre for these rangelands and just open it up, we're just setting ourselves up for disaster. I've talked to Sheriff Allman, retired Sheriff Allman, I've talked to the Farm Bureau, I've talked to the ranchers, I've talked to the environmentalists. No one wants this. And this is a ridiculous way to go. I don't think most of the cannabis growers want it, and I think that we would be doing a disservice to our county. And when we look at the long view, this is not the way to do it. So I'm very much opposed to it.
Supervisor Williams?
What was the feedback when the ad hoc met in Laydenville and asked the cultivators if they want to scale up?
The room was full of cultivators, and it was probably, I'd say, 60% in favor of scaling up. But when we talk to the community on the whole, I'm not hearing that. And this is 3rd district, it's 2nd district, so I think that should be taken into consideration.
1st district.
1st district, sorry.
Okay. John, final word?
Well, I just want to correct the record. If 60% of the cultivators who came to the meeting in Laytonville said they favor scaling up, it's not true that no one supports it.
No, I said that,
Okay.
MCA was split.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table.
If I may, please, one more time. So I'm taking that this is in reference to recommendations 5 and 6. This is a motion from Supervisor McCowan, which would add rangeland for all permit types and change footnote 4 in the table to allow cultivation with major use permit and change footnote 4 to read 1 acre.
And for clarification, if this motion is voted down, then we would have the proposal before us from the ad hoc committee, which was 22,000 square feet for legacy sites and not 1 acre. That would be the motion on the table if this motion fails.
Presumably.
We'll see what the motion is.
Yeah, okay. And Supervisor Brown, there is a lot of rangeland in your district. Do you want to weigh in?
No, I think it's been discussed out, and I'm going to support Supervisor Haschak.
Okay. Right, let's vote with them.
The motion fails with Supervisors Brown, Haschak, and Jurdy dissenting.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak, do you want to make a motion?
I don't want to make rash decisions on this. And I have heard from people about limiting the, to 22,000 square feet of canopy for rural, community, and ag land, and to make that kind of consistent with the others. So I would go in that direction with the revising the chart, or so, with revising table 2.
Limiting that to legacy sites.
No. The motion would be to accept the revised table 2, except instead of going up to an acre for ag land and RC, I'd go up to 22,000 and make it across, the same as for upland, residential, and rangeland. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but for clarification, on rangeland, it would only be for legacy sites.
Right.
And up to 22,000
Right.
square feet with a major use permit.
Correct.
Okay. That's your motion? The
Yes.
chart as presented?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second to the motion?
So if I may, I have a motion on the floor from Supervisor Hashchak to accept the revised table 2, except instead of 1 acre for ag land and RC, go to 22,000 across the board, the same as upland, residential, and ag land.
That was correct, but there's no second.
It's the chart as presented, right?
Right.
Yeah.
With those changes.
Okay, I'll second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Supervisor McCowan?
So now you're saying that we would also limit ag to 22,000 square feet?
Right.
And that was not the table in front of us, was it?
No.
Okay, so.
Times change.
Yeah. You are accepting putting RR 5 and 10 on the map with a
No.
major use permit? No, you're still
No.
keeping them off?
Right. That wasn't part of the proposed, that's not part of the motion.
Correct. And then also, we would be excluding the smaller categories from going into rangeland even on an existing site. So if I have a legacy site in rangeland, I could go up to 22,000 square feet. I couldn't apply for a permit to go up to 5,000.
No, that's an incorrect understanding of it. You'd be going to the legacy chart, which would allow you to do up to 10,000 square feet with ministerial.
On the existing site.
Right.
Supervisor Brown?
Thank you, and I know there's a motion on the floor, but I think with the confusion, we may want to have this come back, as I suggested earlier, with everything written out so we can view it and discuss it at that point, because it's changing than what was originally proposed. We had a member from the public get up here and say, that we made a mistake. Don't be afraid to fix it. I don't want to make another mistake.
I would second that.
So is that a motion to table it?
I guess I'm withdrawing my second, so there's no motion on the floor, but I think we should give direction and come back with an agenda summary and clear information at our next meeting.
And that would pertain to items 5 and 6.
Only items 5 and 6, yes.
That's good.
Does that work?
Yep.
Okay. There's a motion on the table to bring back at a future meeting items 5 and 6. Go ahead.
If I may, Julia Acker-Krog, Chief Planner, and the one thing that has not been discussed here is that with the timelines required for us to make ordinance changes, moving this down the road further, and not to say not to move it to the next meeting, but I think a conversation needs to be had, if it's not had today, then at the next meeting, about pushing out the start date of the phase 3 or for new cultivation sites, because at this point, being at February, the end of February, there is no feasible way that we could make changes to the table in time for the opening of the phase 3 date. And that is a request by staff if the board is looking to make changes to the table. Otherwise, the table that is the other attachment in your packet goes live in the summertime, July 1.
Supervisor, well, we have a motion on the table. Is there the maker and the second sticking with their motion?
I don't have a second.
Yes, I second it.
Supervisor Hashak, second. Okay, so the motion's not withdrawn. I'm going to call the question.
Discussion.
We're well past the 5:30.
Well, I have a comment.
Okay, all right.
The motion, I think, is to only bring back 5 and 6. I think there's other things on the table we've been discussing, so I really don't want to limit it only to 5 and 6. I'd prefer that it be ordinance revisions. We've discussed several things that we haven't necessarily given consensus on.
I will agree to amend my motion, if the second will.
I'll go with the maker of the motion.
Okay, so what are these other items that you would?
Well, it'd be potential ordinance revisions.
But
that
I
we-
do have a clarification that I need. Staff just presented an issue that we have created. So I am calling the 5:30 rule, but it may be more like the 6 o'clock rule. But I want to conclude this. So we need to discuss the point that they just brought up with the phase 3 and the ending dates of February, whatever it is.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak.
Well, my feeling is that it's better to go with the existing table than to try to slap together something that we certainly don't have consensus on, and that and rush it. So.
But, Julia?
So, thank you. What I can say is that if the board would like the current table to roll out, we are rapidly approaching that. If you give us direction, even at the next meeting or a subsequent meeting from that, we will not have time to actually be able to push out an opening date, because this window is rapidly getting smaller and smaller for us to get through both drafting up the change, going to the Planning Commission, and coming back to the Board of Supervisors with public notice requirements.
So you need it today?
My request would be to have it at the soonest possible time, so we can hope to actually, if we need to push out the start of phase 3, be able to do that and be able to get that moving forward as soon as possible, so we can not have something that the board is dissatisfied with become effective in July.
Okay, briefly, Supervisor McCown.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So are you saying that if we approve this table today, we potentially can accommodate? No, you're saying it doesn't matter what we do, we can't accommodate phase 3.
This is correct. So with essentially whichever direction the board goes, whether it is adopting what was presented by the ad hoc today or a different revision to come forward, we do not have time to be able to make these changes with doing the CEQA review and such by the phase 3 opening date. It must be pushed back.
Even if we approved it today. So then you're basically just kind of giving us a fait accompli. We're not going to make the opening date. One request I have, though, this current table, it should be updated to reflect the same permit types so that we don't have two tables with different permit types reflected, or am I missing something?
Presently, the tables would be matching as they're currently existing in the ordinance. If you would want us to, I think that's a topic of conversation to have maybe at the subsequent meeting that is the motion on the floor about how to handle, because these are aligning the permit types with CDFA requirements.
Well, shouldn't the legacy table be aligned also?
I think that could be a discussion at the next meeting on this. What staff is really hoping for today would essentially be to receive direction to push out the start date of phase 3. So we can begin drafting that and have the board have a table in place that they are satisfied with at that opening date.
And if I could add, if you continue this to consider 4 and 5 to the next meeting, I know your agenda is tight. You could, at that meeting, also consider, I hope, Christian, changing the date from July 1 to some future date in phase 3, correct?
If I may, through the vice chair, I believe that since that agenda has not been published, it would be possible to add something to that effect. I'm not certain if how tight that's going to make our timelines in terms of getting the extension in place by that point, but we will look at doing everything possible if that is the board's desire. If I may also just note, I think there was a invocation of the 5:30 rule. I would just suggest that procedural it may be appropriate to establish that it's clear that the board is consenting to the continued discussion of this, to determine what's happening at the next meeting.
So 5:30 rule was invoked, but then it was amended to be 6 p.m.
Well, the 5:30 rule allows completion of the item that you're on.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So for clarification, if we were to go with the existing phase 3 table, then could that be rolled out in the set time, the time that's already been designated?
The attachment A that was in your packet, not the table presented by the ad hoc, could be rolled out as it's presently written. That is the ordinance as it presently stands. But revisions that are being requested or presented by the ad hoc, we do not have time to do the CEQA analysis required for those changes and proceed through 2 different public hearings and then have it be adopted and then effective 30 days later.
Right.
So given that, I think it would make sense for us to take more time to deliberate on that chart, because it's not going to be rolled out in time for this summer anyway. Supervisor McCowan.
So I just want to make sure I understand this. Is that the same thing as saying that if we go with the table presented in December, you do have time?
When we were coming forward in December, we just narrowly had time to be able to make those revisions and be able to get it into place at the opening of phase 3. And that was even an extremely tight timeline. That was 7 months. And here we are, end of February. It would be, I could not commit to saying that we could get these done in this timeline.
And you're saying you can't do it with the ad hoc recommendation. Is there something that we could move forward with if we gave direction today?
Really, what I'm hoping to receive direction on is, you've given direction on the other items, which I think those can be addressed, the 2 through 4. But really with changes to the table, because this opens up our CEQA document with addendums and such, I have serious concerns about being able to meet a July 1 opening date for phase 3. And I think it would be, I wouldn't be doing well with my job to not at least raise that concern, given that I can see from the conversation here there's a desire to make changes to the existing table in the ordinance. And without getting direction to push out the opening date, what is presently in the ordinance will become effective on July 1, whether or not the board is talking about making other changes to it.
So the default is that if we don't do anything, then the table 1 for phase 3 will go into effect July 1st, 2020.
That is correct.
Very good, thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to suggest that we continue discussions of 5 and 6 because they cannot be adopted and implemented in time for July 1 anyway. And that we will continue those 2 items to a future meeting.
Well,
So we have a
and the
motion on the floor.
Well, we need a new motion because withdrawn.
Well, we have a revised motion that we would consider those items at a future meeting as well as other ordinance revisions.
We have
I did make
Oh, we
that
didn't. Okay,
amendment.
it was made again. Okay,
Would you like me to?
go ahead.
So the motion that I have on the table from Supervisor Brown, seconded by Supervisor Haschak, is to give direction to come back with a new item related to cannabis ordinance revisions and cannabis cultivation ad hoc recommendations 5 and 6, and bring back to the next meeting date.
Next available.
Next available meeting date, yeah.
Okay, motion on the table. Let's vote.
The motion carries unanimously.
So you need to do an explanation. We've got a lot of,
Okay, so, let's see. I'm the chair again, and we had a motion, well, we have one item that hasn't been dealt with, and I'm sure that there are people here who want to deal with it, but that's item 6E. But we had the 5:30 rule that was called, and the 5:30 rule says we only continue on with the item that's on the table right then. And so we are not going to hear item 6E. We will hear it at the next board meeting, which will be on March 10th. And with that, I'm going to adjourn the meeting.
I have a question before you adjourn.
Yes, sir.
Can you move it up and not have it be the last item on that meeting so that it doesn't
Yes.
fall off again?
Right, I will.
Thank
The
you.
morning meeting, if I might, Janelle Rao, Deputy CEO, the morning is set for budget, so it will be in the afternoon, but we
Okay.
can adjust
It
it.
will be the first thing
First item in the
after
afternoon.
the budget. Okay?
Thank you.
Meeting.